Well, a very good morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Brazelton, Georgia, just about an hour north of the Metroplex of Atlanta. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. As always, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Joined by Joseph Mudrock. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, Marshall Pruitt.
Our own Marshall Pruitt, Ryan West, will be on his way up to the booth here momentarily. Ryan is on site this weekend. You may have seen him out and about if you are down in the paddock or perhaps even trackside, as this is one of our spectator events for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Happy to say I am in the comfort of my own home for the first time in some time and excited more than anything to be a part of the first all-production event of the sort of modern incarnation of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. GP 1, 2, and 3 are only classes this weekend. The Grand Touring classes, GTO and GTU, the weekend off. They, of course, raced at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta back in February. It was a very damp affair, but no less exciting. And I think we're in for something of a treat this weekend. Gentlemen, we talk frequently about GP1 being one of the classes to watch, just in the interest of all of the cars and the drivers that tend to participate. The high level of preparation at the very, very top of that class. And for the first time, it is really our primary concern for our 16 hours of racing this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see here. I mean, we've seen lots of good fights in GT1 throughout the season, so it's going to be really nice to see that being the top class today.
Yeah, it's a lot of BMWs is your initial take when you see the field, out here on the pace laps. I think the first the first four full rows, all BMWs of some variety, but not an uninteresting mix of BMWs. Birmingham Road and Race, maybe the fastest car on the grid, certainly was in qualifying, but a little bit fragile over the last couple of weekends. PC Racing, the number 44, will line up alongside on the front row. The second row features the number 26 of Edge Autosports, competitive, but yet to, I think, come away with the result that they are frequently looking for. They line up alongside a blue M3, number 99, Team GTR.
And not a GT4 GTR BMW.
No, this is the car that, I mean, you could make the case dominated the World Racing League in GTO back in the day, before our GTO classes went the way of largely being a GT4 spec class. That M3 car, is so well sorted. It's still a quick car in its own right. A little bit of detuning has got it into GP1 spec and ready to go for this general production only race. I'm so excited to see that car back on the grid. So excited to see what it's capable of up against the might of what we consider the modern GP1 field here in the World Racing League. Open Throttle Racing, the number 64, back there in fifth alongside the second Birmingham Road and Race BMW, now solidly a Birmingham car that, of course, was a Ginger Racing Team BMW back in the day. The number 63 from Kingpin Racing lines up seventh alongside the number 511 from Bruce Innovations, which I've been told reliably by our Ryan West is an ex-Choice Racing car, and we'll have Ryan confirm that in a little bit. Round 3 Racing, the number 701, that Porsche Cayman lines up ninth alongside the 14 from Palomar Racing in 10th. Coming up to complete the second of our 2 pace laps before we get a green flag right at 8 o'clock this morning for 9 hours of racing. Harrison Motorsports, the number 164 on the GP2 class pole alongside the number 321 from Lone Star Rallycross, who I believe are newcomers in the World Racing League. Up on the front row on debut, the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports. RRT Racing's number 721 in fourth. And Victory Lane Motorsports rounding out the top 5 in GP2. Back in GP3, Open Throttle Racing, the BMW alongside the 75 of AOA Racing 85 from AOA. 3 fast guys, and Denny back in the WRL as well. Lines up 4th in their Toyota GT86, FRS, etc. The field up in GP1, 2x2 down the hill out of turn number 11 through turn 12. We await the green flag at the starter's stand, which waves, and we are green for the first 9 hours of racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The general production only race, the only general production only race of the season is underway. PC Racing gets the jump on Birmingham Road and Race up the hill out of turn number 1, changed for the lead right off the bat as the green flag flies up over the curb at turn number 3, and it's already single file. GTR falls into 3rd, Edge Autosports slots back into 4th, and then the number 47 from Birmingham Road and Race back in 5th. Great shot of these cars as they ride down through the S's. Again, we're single file already up over the exit curve at turn number 5, and looks like a clean start from all involved.
Woohoo!
Welcome to all of you who are joining us trackside at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as well. I hear ourselves on the PA. It's a wonderful morning for racing. A little hot later on, but the overcast skies should help both you, our spectators, and our cameras trackside as well. So grateful for that all around, and grateful for you all being here this weekend. I think we're set in for a treat this weekend. A little bit further down the field, you see the orange and black Mustang alongside the yellow, orange, and black BMW. That's Michael Moore racing the MMR Ford Mustang alongside the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. Watch out for them over the course of the day. Their car is, I understand, a little bit wounded, but as we hop on board that number 25 from MMR, that Moorhead Speedworks BMW has been working through some issues this weekend and did not set a qualifying time yesterday. So let's see what they're able to do throughout the course of our 9 hours. These are endurance races, so much will change over the course of the day. That car, frequently the quickest car in the field, but just not quite there thus far. Move up the inside of that number 25 Ford Mustang up through turn number 1, and it looks like that move was done, if maybe catching that Mustang a little bit by surprise. Team GTR now back in 3rd, coming under attack from the 60, was that the 63 from Kingpin? I think it is. Bright green Kingpin Racing BMW, and I don't think he was able to get that move done, actually. The battle carries on down the hill. Through they go at turn number 6. We'll pick him back up at turn number 7 here in just a moment's time as the leaders make their escape at the front of the field. PC Racing, Birmingham Road and Race, almost 5 seconds up on that number 63 from Kingpin, ahead up now of GTR in 4th. So that move is done. Those two BMWs swapping places. Edge Autosports back in 6th behind the Open Throttle number 64. I can't tell you how disappointed I am that Kingpin and Open Throttle are running virtually identical looking cars, at least from our trackside cameras.
I gotta say, I keep having to look. I'm like, wait a minute. Are they also in a 892 green car?
So from what I understand, that Kingpin car is a detuned Open Throttle, their GTO car. It's the V8. Which
makes sense, because it's carrying that number plate.
Yes, for sure. The Kingpin name is throwing me off. However, I'm going to assume,
there's a
maybe wrongly, that is I think that is an Open Throttle prep car with the drivers from Kingpin, who we do usually see in races here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, albeit in the GTO category.
Yeah, it's a slightly boxier looking Jannetta.
Yes. And a much louder and throatier sounding Jannetta as well.
Yes.
I did want to mention real quick, Brendan, did you notice what the pace car was this morning?
That's our Ryan West joining us for the first time. So was that a Superlight or a poorly drawn Mosler?
Yeah. No, so it was a Superlight. It's Bob Denice. I had to go back and forth with who was telling me how to pronounce his name. So if I butchered your name, I apologize. That's a Superlight SLC with 700 horsepower. And so that came to us courtesy of the Driving Club of Road Atlanta this morning. They were able to get that car in as the pace car. So that was quite a nice little treat. Kind of a throwback for us. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, just slap a restrictor on that bad boy, get it in GTO. That's what
there
I
we go.
say.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is it heavy enough, you think?
I mean, you've got 200 pounds to play with. Make it happen.
That's true. That is true. 100%.
So stick a bigger restrictor on it and put it in GTU.
There we go.
Even better. It is a super light, which is the name of the game up in GTU. Of course, big slide out of one of the Porsche Caymans through turn 10A. Thank you for that, because I was not going to get that.
Yep.
It's a nice-looking car.
Absolutely.
It's silver and red.
Yep. Orange.
Really, really nice-looking car. Oh, it's orange. Okay.
Yeah.
And then am I to assume that the bright red BMW is going to be the Flying Fur Motorsports number 946?
I believe so.
Okay.
If it has a black nose, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Then we're all set.
Beautiful.
I've managed to identify everybody. You mentioned, Ryan, this is a throwback for us here on DriversEye Live, having that super light up at the head of the field. A throwback in some other ways as well, as we hop on board the 26 from Edge Autosports. There was a time when these types of cars were the lead category in GTO, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, they weren't GT4 spec always. This BMW M3, the blue GTR 99 car, just up and to our right, as we make the run down into turn number 6, it dominated the WRL overall. It was consistent, it was fast. Ultimately, it couldn't hang with the GT4s, and now, in a detuned GP1 spec, kind of finds itself bottling up the lower half of the top 5. But there was a time when the racing that we're seeing in GP1 was the type of racing and the type of cars that we saw leading the field overall.
You say there was a time. That was like 5 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
I feel like we've gone through so much development in the WRL so fast.
Absolutely.
That, and done so many races, frankly. It really feels like a lot longer ago than that. But you're absolutely right, Joseph. The COTA races we covered in 2017, 2018, they won at least one, if not more of them. Oh, that's the MMR Mustang pulled off in the drift course, exiting turn 10. Our producer, Zach, mentions their onboard has died as well, which, yeah, it does sound electrical from that perspective.
The 918 has also pulled into the pits. They're now back of the order in GP2.
Told there's a waving yellow here at turn 6. Now, we had a camera at turn 7 that hasn't survived most of the early running here. There is what appears to be an open throttle BMW stranded there on the entrance to 7.
It may be the 65 because they fell down the order on the last lap.
65 will be the GP3 entry from Open Throttle Racing. And you're absolutely right, Joseph. 3 laps completed, so they haven't come through to complete lap 4, and that car looks to be dead stick.
Keep in mind, they also have the 644 in GP3 as well.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and okay.
That's a Miata.
Laps.
Yeah, that was a Miata.
That really does look like a BMW back there in the runoff there, however.
It's really unfortunate about that BMW. That's been the consistent car in that stable. That car has run exceptionally well in GP3 all season long since they've been running it.
MMR has made it back into the lane, by the way, so that will be clear from the racing surface.
Into the lane, Joseph.
Into the lane.
Yeah.
As is Victory Lane Motorsports.
Sure. Nice to hear your voice again, Joseph, having taken the VIR weekend off a couple of weeks ago.
Well,
welcome back.
We'll see. We'll see if the viewer agrees.
It couldn't have gotten any worse. I was wondering if perhaps your Into the Lane was an homage to the Supercars race that wrapped up slightly less than an hour ago.
No,
being that it's a night race.
I haven't had Super View this year. I'm missing out. Confirm that it will be the 65 for Open Throttle that is stuck there at turn, was it 7?
Yeah, the entrance to 7.
That's just gone red for me.
Issues this morning as well for the 918 from Victory Lane Motorsports. You had mentioned, Joseph, that car into the pit lane early on, and that 2001 BMW 330 Ci was slow at turn 10, just preceding that car's pit stop on lap number 2. Be interesting to see what they do here with this stranded car at turn number 7. It's not a place I'd necessarily want to be parked up and doing a hot pole, but...
Full course yellow.
Aha!
All right. Asked and answered.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you didn't say and shall receive, because I didn't necessarily want it, but I do think it's the right move.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that would be... I don't know. In a way, that's not a terrible place for a hot pole, because...
Slow Mustang here again, Joseph, sorry.
Well, we're all slow, aren't we?
Well, no, but this is too slow. That car's been reset again. The lights flash on and off, and then carries on its way. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can hear the engine note there, so it's clearly got power. But anyway, my point about the open throttle car was, it's at a point in the track where, yes, it's one of the slowest points of the track, but also everything up to that point is pretty blind, and so you really wouldn't necessarily want to put a crew there if you could help it.
Yeah, I mean, turn 6 is a quick enough corner. It's cambered, but the run from 6 to 7 is so short that if you go into 6 reasonably committed, and suddenly find safety vehicles and staffers on the outside of the corner, you don't have a whole lot of time to make adjustments there. So probably the right move, if a slightly disappointing one, just over 10 minutes into our Saturday 9-hour enduro at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we are full course yellow for the first time. I think Road Atlanta gained something of a reputation in multi-class racing as maybe not lending itself to carnage and chaos, but being an awfully frantic sort of track to enact multi-class racing. As we come up to the scene of the crime, that car is still very much on track there, not quite making it into the runoff, so that makes a whole lot of sense. And we do come to expect full course yellows around a venue like this, right? Tough places to pass. You've got long sections of track where you have to be single file through the S's in particular. It's a tough old place to run big fields of multi-class racing, but we managed to be reasonably clean, all things considered, and I think having only the general production classes here this weekend can only help in that regard. Unfortunately, we've ended up with this early yellow anyway, nothing to do with on-track issues other than an early mechanical here for the number 65.
A lot of the carnage that you tend to see at IMSA weekends is really down through the S's, where you've got cars that generate quite a bit of downforce and cars that generate quite a bit less downforce, and taking that section in particular at very, very different speeds for quite a long section of track. Here, there's not really a ton of downforce. I mean, people will put there's allowances for splitters up and down the field and rear wings as well, but not producing anywhere near the sorts of downforce that you would see in top flight professional racing.
Now, even with a Grand Touring class, right, you wouldn't see that level of pace differential across the board. And of course, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, is a non-contact series, but this is 9 hours of racing on one of the country's most difficult, or certainly notorious tracks when it comes to multi-class racing, and things do have happened. But like I said, we've been clean so far. I actually don't even know that we were into the back of the GP3 field. Maybe 1 or 2 cars have gone a lap down on track, but other than that, the GP1's field still largely intact. We really hadn't gotten to the point where we were starting to lap the very slowest cars in the field quite yet.
No, the only car that I've got listed as a lap down, other than the 25, who is now back in the pits, the 65 and the 918, who have all had their issues, is the 644 for open throttle racing, which would be their Miata in GP3. So everybody else still on the lead lap. It's as though the first 15 minutes never really happened.
Yeah, the interloper you can see in the queue is the number 644 from Open Throttle Racing. That is the GP3 Miata, which we spoke of a little bit earlier on. Ryan West, are you with us?
Sort of.
Okay. Is now a good time to get a little catch up from what you learned in your travails yesterday?
Oh, I mean, I would prefer to have a more specific running order. If you want to rapid fire me some questions, I can respond.
Yeah, we could do that. You and I talked yesterday. You're of course our on-site representative for DriversEye Live this weekend. You mentioned some issues, let's say most notably for the number 147, the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. That car did not set a time yesterday. You mentioned it would be out today, but potentially wounded. Do we know what the issues were for that 147?
I did not get all the way to the bottom of that. I believe there was some type of engine trouble with it, but I would hate to be wrong on that. I didn't quite follow through and do the journalism. We've had some camera issues here this weekend that I've been trying to work really hard on, so usually I would have the answer to that, but unfortunately it was not to be this weekend, so I hope to get down there and ask that question, though.
That's okay. Let's talk Palomar.
Yep, they were using one of the garages here at Road Atlanta to swap a motor out. I believe that was on the 14?
So the 15 is out there. These are the blue, green, teal BMWs.
Yep, just coming through shot right now.
Yeah, so that'll be the 15. The 14 has not turned a lap yet.
Correct. And I believe the 15 is the one that's currently being run by the Chattanooga Tourenwagen drivers this week.
Interesting. So I noticed the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft team was finally back on the entry list after they lost a car back at Sebring at the end of last year, had finally built up their new one, and my guess was going to be they were hoping to be a part of the action finally after about 9 months off, but it sounds like they reverted to just picking up some seats in that Palomar. That Palomar, you said the 15 they're in, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, very good.
Sources are telling me that the 147 needed a throttle cable.
Okay.
And that source is?
Unclear.
It's Moorhead.
It's Moorhead.
In the YouTube
It's not. It's definitely. I mean, it's not Moorhead. It's definitely not Moorhead. And I don't know if the person is at liberty to discuss that or if this is like a public thing. So I don't want to reveal
It's a public thing.
It's in the YouTube chat.
It's
in the chat. Okay, cool. I don't have YouTube up.
They're saying throttle linkage broke.
Yep. I just got a text, so that was where I was.
I don't believe in text messages.
If you watch The Office, Chad Moorhead just uses woof, where it sends messages out to everybody all at the same time. YouTube comment, Ryan West phone number.
Good. Okay, good. It was Brad. Brad texted me. Thank you, Brad McCall, at Round 3 Racing. Brad's got his finger on the pulse of the paddock, it seems, and so. If I get a text from him telling me something, it's like, oh, is that out there? Like, do people know that? I don't know. So, no worries there.
Chad tells us he uses bro.
Bro.
If you'd like to play along, if you're sitting trackside and you'd like to play along, you're more than welcome to join us in our YouTube chat. Pull it up on your phone. The World Racing League YouTube channel. We'll be live there all day, of course, live on the World Racing League Facebook as well. Give us a like there. I think you're right. They've just come off on the safety crossover, headed out of turn number 10. It's going to run the Dakar after this.
Okay.
Well, speaking of running the Dakar here, as we come back to green here on coming through turn 12,
the rally raid class.
A bit early. Have you seen the Rallycross car that's currently running this weekend, gentlemen?
Is this the Lone Star Rallycross?
It's Lone Star Rallycross, the 321. If we can pick that up.
Oh, sorry, really defensive on the way into turn 1 here. That's GTR 99. Edge Autosports is in there, as is the Open Throttle. Oh boy, I'm going to get the numbers wrong again. It's the Open Throttle number 64. Round 3 is in there. Moorhead is picking up spots on the restart right here. Now attacking the back of that 701. And back to single file as it should be through the S's. Ryan, carry on.
Okay, so the 321 is a Miata. It should be coming through a little bit later in the shot here.
Yeah, it's a Rallycross Pret Miata.
With the white bumper, it's just leaving the shot now, so we'll see it. That one right there.
Yep.
So that car has got a little bit of a good stance to it, and then the bodywork has been taken out as if it was indeed a Rallycross car. And so it's like totally sanded down the sides. It's all metal. There's no paint, except that front bumper. And the car is just a heck of a machine when you walk by it. I don't think the doors open. Like, it looks like they're just welded, and then they've got a little bit of a cutout for the door sill so you can still get in and out. It's an amazing car, and JT, I'm going to go take pictures of it when I've got a moment. It's a heck of a build on this guy. Very happy to see them here. They're very successful in another series as well.
We're going 3 wide. Nope, 2 wide into. It looks like Overnight's going to have to back out there on the outside.
Oh, 701,
Yep,
4
that's
off
great.
through the apex of 10A.
As 15.
Oh, I don't know. Is he going to get that back?
They
He saved
hold
it.
That's a good save.
That was the rallycross. That's what I wrote down.
He's auditioning for the Lone Star seat just behind him.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
white bumper
that
Miata.
that funnel down into that final turn too. I thought we were going to have contact between the round 3 car that was gathering itself up and the car that was rounding it.
Yeah, the Moorhead, I think.
A lot of really defensive lines being taken down into turn 1 there. I don't know if that's by design for actually trying to defend or if that's just people following each other through, tightening up the entry.
It was
I've seen it
stressed.
everywhere.
It was stressed during the drivers' meeting yesterday that drivers cannot be impatient through the first part of the lap. Jim, one of the stewards here, he talked about you're probably not going to get a move done into turn 1 when you have cars that are this similar. You're going to be headed all the way up turn 2, 3, 4, 5, through the S's, the whole 9. And if you start to get impatient and you come out wide, you're not going to make the corner. Additionally, if your eyes aren't up, he said a lot of times what happens is people going through the S's leave their eyes at the bottom of the hill and don't look towards turn 5. And so he stressed that rather than trying to force a move there, you need to keep your eyes up and be looking at turn 5 as you go through the S's. And you need to be working with each other. So let's not make any stupid moves. Let's be really patient here. You're going to have time in turn 6. You're going to have time. Turn 7's a little rough. You can make a move into 10 if you would like. And so it was really stressed that on the first part of the lap, if you're going to make a pass there, it has to be very clearly shown and done. You can't be trying to, pull up alongside somebody in that part of the track. So nice to see that people are respecting the wishes of the stewards here as far as driving is concerned.
Come back to that with another point here in a second. We've had a change for the overall race lead.
Yes.
Birmingham Road and Race through on the number 44 from PC Racing. Just eking out maybe 3 or 4 car lengths in the early part of lap number 12. Go ahead, Joseph.
A good showing from a team that had a very rough weekend at VIR a few weeks ago. Secondly, the point about not really being able to be aggressive early on in the lap as the 164 Moorhead takes over 4th in GP2. You can kind of see in the shot down into the S, everything just happens a little more slowly because these are not downforce cars. They're basically road cars with cages welded into them for the most part. Obviously, they've had a lot of work done, but these are not going to. If you're just a casual viewer and what you're used to is open wheel racing or IMSA, everything's going to happen a little slower here, and also the margins for error are in some ways a little worse because you can run wide in the S's and you don't have any tools, you don't have the downforce to pull you back from that. So if you end up in a bad spot, you might just be going straight off into the grass.
Yeah, the knock-on effect of that as well, Joseph, in traffic is that you have to set up your passes a lot more cleverly, right, or with a lot more intention. It's not like you can run through turn 5 on somebody's bumper and just use torque and horsepower to pull away or pull alongside coming up the hill and over the crest, right? You've got to maybe lag back a little bit, allow yourself to get a run just to have a shot at making the pass down at the end of the hill going into turn number 6.
It's momentum racing.
It really is momentum multi-class racing, which is just so many layers of so many layers of intentionality to how to run these types of races. Now, if this would be a lot more chaotic if you had 60 of these cars. We've got about 35, right? So we don't have the density that we've come to expect at a track like this, right? That you might see in an IMSA race. Petit Le Mans is sort of famous for that, and that we've seen in past joint category races here in the World Racing League. So just watch that as we go through the day and as we start to work through some of the traffic. If we come up on clumps of cars, you might see real differences being made in traffic at the bottom of the SS, maybe running through turn 10 or turn 12, trying to set up a pass so that you can get alongside down the front straight and execute the pass going into turn number 1.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Looks like the open throttle Miata has just taken to the pit lane.
Yes, so that is unfortunately for Open Throttle GP3. Their two cars are tail end of that with their own issues. We saw the 65 come back on a flatbed, brought out the first and so far only full course caution.
Oh, slow overnight motorsports 191. Producer Zach said that car was off. Be an interesting place to end up drivers left, but we have seen it before. It's evidenced by a little tire mark underneath the white advertising banner back into the right side of your shot. Not sure if that's where that came from. Has that car? That car has pitted.
It has.
Yeah, it looked like it might have had a tire down.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Cause
run
or
wide
effect.
there, it wouldn't be too difficult to pick up a vibration just from picking up crud off the racing surface, but better safe than sorry.
I'm sorry, what is that off the racing surface that you pick up?
Crud?
Crud. Oh.
Well, if it's in the grass, it's not clag.
Oh, okay.
The 25 is slow coming into the S's again. That would be the MMR Mustang.
Yeah, that car is not well. Zach had mentioned, and hello to Zach Johnson, our producer this morning. I think I failed to mention him in the introductions. That car is clearly not well, fighting some type of electrical issue. A quick reset there at the bottom of the hill. Just get into the cut.
Oh.
Well, they're off.
And there's the reset.
And
there we go.
Accelerating again. So clearly some kind of electrical issue, which is going to be challenging to fix. Kind of hope that they're able to bring that back into the pit lane and diagnose that, because it's not a situation that you want to be in for the next 8.5 hours of your day.
Such a shame, too, because that car kind of stands out in GP1. It is pacey. When it can run consistently, it'll contend for podiums very easily. But they're setting themselves right up on the back foot here. Obviously not intentionally, but like you mentioned, Joseph, these things can be very, very hard to diagnose and fix, so they may just be in for a very long day here.
GP2 leader in that class, RRT Racing, has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 139.6. That's an improvement by about a quarter of a second. So track conditions continuing to improve as cars clean up the racing surface. A little bit of a dive there from, I think that's the Palomar car into the S's.
Right, so we mentioned actively passing, and being the one to set up the pass.
Yeah.
You can get moves done on the way into 4 with some cooperation, right? And that certainly seemed to be the case there, that open throttle Miata, you just hang the driver's left and breathe out of the throttle between turns 3 and 4, allow a couple of cars to scoot up the inside at the apex, and now none of you have really lost any time, right? Each of you might lose 2 or 3 tenths, but it's better than, everybody losing, let's say, 2 seconds. A little bit of cooperation there can go a long way. Now, that being said, the responsibility is always on the faster driver or the faster car to safely plan and execute the pass. But there is an art form. You hear it said in IMSA all the time in GT cars. There is an art form to being passed. Right. And so many of the Porsche factory drivers over the years kind of made their living in understanding exactly what that meant.
We've got a pass back for the lead overall. You see it there in that shot. The 44 has gone back around the 98 for Birmingham Road and Race. So that continues to be, as we've got a car wide there. Is that the 26?
That's Edge.
That's Edge, the 26, yeah.
Oh, that car is not well. Look at the steering angle they've got on that car going straight down the hill. I think that car's been in the wall somewhere.
It's at least had a collision with something. I wonder if it's made a move on the 99T that hasn't gone off well. You see them there in that shot parked up against the wall. And I don't think that car's going to be mobile. This could be our second caution.
No, I highly doubt it.
And that's in a dangerous spot too. Any car that runs wide there is going to be.
Yeah, fortunately, with the class setup we've got this weekend, turn 3 isn't much of a passing zone, but you're not seeing the flag for very long when you come up over the crest at turn number 2, right? So if you're committed to something coming up over the hill, you've got to really actively back out of that to not get caught with a pass under yellow in that turn 3 to 4 sector.
721 is has had a 4 off at turn 7.
That is the
Leader,
GP2 class leader we just spoke of.
Yes. You see the standing. It is, I think, actually a standing yellow. Interestingly, and the green flag right after. 2 cars back out on track. The 191 for overnight and the 644 for open throttle. I believe Zach is going to try to find us a replay. This will be the replay of the 26 going straight on. Yeah.
So either they've had a failure coming up over the hill there, or they've caught... Do we have anything from camera 2, Zach, down at the bottom of the hill that would show them? Yeah, nothing there at the bottom of the hill. I believe they've got an onboard.
I mean, if you were going to have something fail, turn 1 might be the place. You've got a pretty high-speed corner with compression as you come up the hill.
Yeah.
But if anything, I'm surprised that it wouldn't have gone straight on at some point at 1. You know, I'm surprised that it's carried on as far as it has. We've got recovery vehicles out on track to pick that car up, so clearly race control and the circuit feel that car is far enough out of a point of danger that they can recover that car.
I've just found the YouTube replay. It's a failure at the rear, basically right at the downshift going into turn 3. And
okay.
Whoever the driver on board that car has done an incredible job to save that car from pitching hard left into the concrete at the top of the hill. A really, really nice save. My assumption is it's a failure at the right rear, just based on what I saw on that onboard.
If you said it was under the downshift, could this be the dreaded E46, hard to find the right gear when shifting down situation, and he found first instead?
It could be, but it would have only... It looks like it snapped it's broken the suspension. The way the car hops in the air as it happens, and then carries on with, a very obviously towed out
Steering wheel.
Yeah, towed out steering wheel. That something in the actual suspension assembly has failed, rather than something like a half shaft or whatever. In any case, like I said, really nice job for that car not to end up being pitched to the left into the concrete there under braking.
Yeah, and
this is...
well done to everybody involved for assuming that we don't have a second incident that takes up the resources of the safety crew. Well done to them for at least attempting to get this done under a green flag hot pole.
Yeah, much more runoff there where that car has come to rest. Everybody will just need to be well behaved as that car is recovered, presumably on a flatbed, and brought down to the short course, now defunct short course cutout at the bottom of turn 5. Another change for the race lead. PC Racing back through on the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race.
Yes. Yeah, that happened, I think, right before this incident that we were focused in on. Trying to track a few of the other battles on track. I believe the 197 is gaining on the 164 for Harrison. They've just put in a fastest lap of the race, well, a personal fast lap of a 140.3. Harrison, by comparison, has been doing high 40s and low 41, so a little bit of a pace differential there. We'll see if that ends up being a trend or an aberration.
Zach, let's pick up well, let's hold on this camera here and pick up the battle between the open throttle number 64 and the 701 from round 3 racing. That Porsche Cayman from the round 3 stables starting to find their feet a little bit here, and now right up onto the back of the bright green, well, one of the bright green BMWs. It'll be the second one in the overall running order. So not that one, but we'll wait for them to crest the hill here. That 701 last lap time, a 138 flat. really quick time there, and
Coming into 10.
that car, do they make a move? They do make a move. I wouldn't call it a lunge, just a really nice setup pass. Showed the nose early, and good cooperation there from the number 64 to kind of let that car go through. I would expect that car to be a little bit quicker early on in the lap here. Right, the weight sits a little bit further rearward. It should be able to get on the throttle a little bit earlier here, up and out of turn number 1.
Yeah, but huge pace differential. I mean, the gap was 1.2 the last lap, and clearly through by the time you got down to 10A.
Yeah.
You want a good fight, you should be watching the battle for the lead in GP3.
We do want a good fight.
The 75
battle.
from AOA Racing had a great start at the beginning of the race to take the lead. 85 from AOA has since gone around them. But that battle has stayed easily within a second over these last 5 laps or so.
There's a third car. There's a third car in that too. Yeah.
Where the 3 fast guys and Denny, Scion has
making their way past start finish now. Just coming through the final corner. We could pick them up on the turn 1, the first camera here. You'll see 2 MX-5s come through, and then the white FRS just at the tail there. And it looks like is that the Lone Star?
I think, has the 86 already gone through on the 75?
No, it's at the tail end of this.
Yeah, the MX-5s are being split by the Lone Star Rallycross Miata there.
Okay. Yeah, so the black, dark blue AOA Miata leads that. Second place is our yellowish AOA MX-5 Miata, and then third is that the white and with the accent of like a red and dark green.
The red trim, yeah.
Yeah, that's the 3 fast guys and Denny Sound FRS.
Nice to see them back as well. It's been a minute. I know Denny Stripling and some of his teammates spent a lot of the first part of the season running some of the other events we've covered on DriversEye Live this year, the Hoosier Super Tour, the SCCA Super Tour, to some success. And I say that only to say that that is a car full of incredibly quick and incredibly consistent drivers, typically running in Spec Racer Ford, and that FRS, always competitive. I think he's got to move on here around the outside of turn number 9 into the braking zone at turn 10. That'll be past the Lone Star car.
Yeah, which is interesting because you would think GP2, you'd think that Lone Star car would have the top end being a higher.
Yes, it's a rallycross car.
Yes, exactly. Lots of extra bits on that car.
And that
not doing too badly. It's only I've got it as 2.5 seconds behind the 160 from Moorhead, but there's a big old gap up to the podium places in GP2.
Well, so there you see the speed differential. That car noticeably quicker through turn number 1, and it seemed to punch out of 10A underneath the bridge, the Fox Factory Bridge, a little bit better than that FRS did. But overall, that FRS, a little bit higher top speed, like you mentioned, has less bits hanging off it, therefore a little bit less drag. And I think that's just owing to that car being a little bit quicker over the course of a lap. There's that punch up and over the hill at turn 5.
Yeah, we're going to have basically 3 battles here. We're watching 2. We're about to watch 3 in the same shot. So it's the 160 leading this, who's sitting P4 in GP2. Behind, at the very tail end of it, is the 321 for Lone Star Rallycross that we were just talking about. Meanwhile, there's a 3-car fight for the lead in GP3, and all the while, there's P1 and P2 in GP1 and in the overall running, about to catch them. So this could get interesting. We talked about traffic playing such a big role in how these races play out at all levels of racing, and we're about to see a good example of that with all 3 classes mixing it up amongst each other.
Really good fight here in GP3. The 3 fast guys and Denny Scion really closed up on the brakes there into turn 10, side-by-side teammates for the GP3 class lead through turn number 12. Again, cooperation.
Yes, that is not a move.
Well, it's opened the door for the FRS up the inside of the number 85, and moved on. So 2 spots lost in kind of one go there for that number 85 of AOA Racing.
Yeah, we'll see if that springs free the 75 for AOA, if they're able to make a gap on that FRS. It doesn't look like it straight off the jump, but still early doors on this lap.
Yeah, and the overall race leaders just coming up to the tail end of this battle now. The 44 gets balked a little bit. This is exactly what we were talking about through the S's there. It actually really didn't allow the 98 to close in all that much. As they get through on the 85, through on the 86, at least for PC Racing. And as they exit turn number 7 onto the long back straightaway. Yeah, see, like you mentioned, Joseph, a little bit more to traffic than anything else, but just allowing that 75 to eke away a couple of car lengths for the class lead.
Yeah, I mean, the gap at the line between the two AOA cars, it doesn't mean anything, obviously, because the order has changed so much, but the gap among the top 3 in GP3 at the time was half a second, right? So all very close to each other, as the Birmingham car looks like it loses the rear just a little bit under braking for 10A and has to gather it up just a bit, making its way past the 75.
85's gone back through on 3 fast guys and Denny, so another change. This is, what, 3 changes within a lap? 4 position changes within a lap between these cars?
Meanwhile, the 63 now, P3 in GP1 and in the overall running, going around the GP2 Lone Star Rallycross and the GP3 3 fast guys and Denny.
It's amazing. You lose the let's say the top half of the field in terms of pace with the GTO cars, and the mechanics of passing and being passed are still exactly the same, right? You still lose time giving up. You can still lose time giving up, track position or the racing line to a faster car, and now all of a sudden your lap is compromised. You lose a spot here or there.
Really, it's the GTO. it's the full fat race, but at 0.9x speed, basically.
Yeah, that's completely accurate.
GTO 99 is starting to put in fast laps too. They've got just under 13 seconds to make up on the 63 in front of them, but starting to put in their first 136 of the race down to a 36.4. So that car is, and we know historically that it's got pace, but it's been quite a while since we've seen it running in this sort of trim.
I had wondered,
or at
and
all
maybe,
for that matter.
Maybe something Ryan can dive into a little bit later on this weekend, but I wonder if getting back behind the wheel of that car was like, putting on an old glove where everything just makes sense again and it all just kind of works, or if there's some atrophy there from the quote-unquote driving skill of an older car like that, right? You get your GT4 prep car.
You expect a certain apex speed, and it just can't do it.
Well, it's not just that. It's the paddle shift. It's the ABS, the traction control, although I assume the car has traction control at the very least. But I just wonder if there's some, like, it takes some time and consistent running to be like, oh, yeah, this is how this works. This is where the downshift points are. This is how it makes sense. This is, all those little things that become second nature when you run a car on a weekly basis. And I wonder if that's maybe led to their increase in pace a little bit, where they put in 20 laps, got themselves reacquainted with the car and what the car drives like in a GP1 spec, right? Because we're not running to 9-to-1 anymore. And now that car's lap times, its real potential are shining through again.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got enough spare time for many of them to get them up.
We never do.
But it would be good to know what all they've had to do to this car to get it down to GP1 spec, because it is, as you say, it was for quite a long time their GTO car until they made the move that everybody in GTO eventually made, which was to basically the GT4 spec. Well, GT4 Lite, if you like.
I love that we've seen this from some of our GTO runners. We saw it back at NOLA with Choice Racing. The old number 511. It was sort of the middle spec of BMW from Choice, right? They had the very old, I think it was an M3 that they were running. They built up a brand new M3 to go GTO racing. The car was a beast, built like an absolute tank. And then they bought the M4 to go racing at NOLA back in 2022. This is not a move, certainly one for position given the issues for the 25, but he'll be up against the 15. Very much is. But that choice car was so quick at NOLA, right? Basically a GTO car that has all the modifiers applied and then is now being run in a proper GP1 trim. It's nice to see that GTR has an interest or had an interest in doing something very similar, which is to take their old, race-ready car that was full race, GTO and race prep spec, and to detune it and put it up against the, can't believe I'm about to say it, the purpose-built GP1 cars, right? The cars built with GP1 in mind from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got the kit, right? So, unless you've sold your car off to somebody who's running it, which we have seen in the past. If you've still got it in your garage, bring it out. Or really, I mean, a lot of these are sort of smaller teams, so you wouldn't really expect them to rent out the car to drivers, because now you've got twice as much maintenance and still the same number of guys. But yeah, there's a weekend like this is perfect for some of these teams that still have an older car sitting around, still ready to be raced, but not necessarily the resources to do it, because this is very much amateur racing. It goes without saying, but we'll want to keep an eye on the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks here. Car that started at the back of the pack because they weren't able to run yesterday. Sitting in P5, obviously they're, we call it arch rival in GP1 in PC racing, leading the field by about 3.5 seconds. The pace for the two, as I start that sentence without having done any research beforehand, is advantage to the 44 for sure, but I assume that the team for Moorhead is going to continue to work on that car bit by bit over the course of the day, since they didn't really get any running in yesterday.
Yeah.
65 is back out on track, by the way. The car that we saw come back on a flatbed. So good to see that car circulating. 38 minutes lost to repairs, but still 8 hours to play.
Yeah, keep in mind that was the sitting car in GP3.
I did just want to make a point regarding we talk about these GTO cars moving down to a general production spec and exactly what that means. If you're not familiar with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty and the rule structure for the classes, it's a power to weight formula, and in the Grand Touring classes, there are virtually no modifiers, right? You have a very few small little tweaks that you might take for running windows or Lexan windows. Turbocharged engines take a little bit of a modifier. Non-production chassis will take a little bit of a modifier. That's just to help balance out the car concepts rather than specific build qualities or individual adjustments that you'll make to a car. Whereas in the general production classes that we're featuring this weekend, every little modification you make to a car, every piece of equipment you put on a car, every decision that you make in your build takes a modifier, right? So looking at the rule book here for 2023, let's say you're deciding on your aero choices. A multi-element wing will give you a negative 0.4 modifier on your power to weight ratio, basically saying you can now run less power because you are running more aero. Same with an air dam on the front. A rear spoiler on the rear will take a lower modifier than a full proper multi-element wing will, right? The same goes for brakes, and suspension, transmission, and clutch, etc.
And you might think, okay, well, why would you take less power for for a multi-element wing. Surely that's more air. The fact that it's multi-element makes it more efficient, right? It reduces the amount of drag that wing is going to produce.
Sure. Yep.
So it's a more powerful. It's basically a double dose of aerodynamic efficiency, and that's the reason why, and they've done quite a bit of data mining to figure out what makes sense for these parameters, right? It's not just kind of hacking at it. There is method to this. So if you're wondering, there is a process.
And I love it, frankly. I think it allows for so much interpretation and study for those that really want to do their homework. Oh, spinner! Is that the 160? I think it is. That is the GP2 Moorhead, the GP2 entry for Moorhead Speedworks. Yeah, he's found a good gap in traffic here, though. So easy to do. If you get the car not perfectly balanced on the run through turn number 5, it will carry on. Well, we are going very steeply uphill here.
True. Yeah.
Give it a second.
Might also still be stuck in a high
I
gear.
think our camera's frozen there at the bottom of turn 6.
I agree with that.
Anyway, the rule...
That'll be the 160 for Moorhead rather than the 147. So not their GP1 entry, but the one that was trying to hold the gap over the 321 for Lone Star Rallycross.
Yes, correct. The rulebook allows for that sort of interpretation, and you see it in GP1, right? Some very well built out cars, very intentionally built out cars. You get lower into GP2 and GP3 where there's a little bit less power available, and you don't want to be taking minus 0.4 modifiers. Replay of the spin down here at turn 5. That's exactly it.
Ooh,
car already sideways at the entry to turn number 5. And car just carried around going left.
Yeah, I wonder if that's caught a curb badly on the way in, because that was over-rotating early.
Yeah, a combination of too quick, maybe too quick because he caught the curb on the way in, would certainly make sense to me. There are so many ways to mess up a lap at Road Atlanta.
Yes.
So many ways.
There's only 11 corners. How bad could it be? They're all trying to murder you.
There are 12.
Oh, are there 12?
8 and 9 don't really count.
Yeah, I know.
Although, I will say, if you're on a motorcycle, those are absolutely corners.
Yes. Yeah.
For cars, maybe not so much.
It's always wild to watch these sort of nothing straightaways, and you've got bikes at 35 degrees of lane angle just trying to stay on the racetrack.
We talked about it last time out at VIR. It has that long right-hand curve through the front straightaway. And in a car, you never really think anything of it. You're just grabbing gears, you keep accelerating, up towards 150 before you get on the brakes at 1. But you're, in a right-hand turn basically the entire time. And in a car, in the dry, no big deal. And then we got our massive thunderstorm on Sunday afternoon. And all of a sudden, that gentle right-hand bend became a genuine concern for cars accelerating down the front straightaway.
Yes. Interesting how that happens. Reduce grip. Uh-oh.
No, uh-oh.
Nice to have this camera back, by the way. And by back, I mean here.
It's a start-finish camera. It's all Zach ever wanted. Wait till we get an ISO shot of the start-finish in the multi-view. Or of the flagger in the multi-view.
Ooh.
Barney can.
Right.
Flash of the lights there from the overnight number 191, which is back out on track, happily. The car was off track and or backwards at Birmingham Road and Race, slow out of turn number 10. Zach says that car was just off. I think they're actually pushing quite hard at the front of GP1 at the moment.
I think so too. That gap even before that incident had grown out to 4 seconds. So you don't see that happen. You don't watch the leader of your class walk away without
just trying to get by traffic.
Yeah, too much speed on the way in, trying hard not to lock the inside front, having brake that late, and just not able to get the car stopped.
Yeah,
in time.
Pretty harmless as off tracks go. That will be a 1X. It looks like you
Sure.
cut the course.
Yeah, lucky not to catch the gravel there as well. And in and of itself, like the car would have been able to power through the gravel, no problem, right? It wouldn't have been bogged down. But you do end up with large rocks lodged in places there aren't meant to be large rocks, which would have been the primary concern in that instance.
Yes. And they've lost in that. They've really lost only about 2 seconds.
And they still did a 39.
Yes. The gap now at 6.3. But the point I was going to make, you have to be pushing in this case because you're watching the leader sort of slowly walk away from you. And I know you're only in the first hour, but you don't want to lose contact with them. You kind of want to keep that rabbit in front of you. So they are going to be making an effort to keep that car in sight, and so they will be pushing, and they'll be making moves like that. Thankfully, it didn't end in contact, though it could have done. We've got a car taking the motorcycle course at 4. One of the
that is cars. One of the open.
Or is it?
Is that the Kingpin?
It could be either.
I think it is the Kingpin car. We just got the round 3 car coming through the shot at the bottom of the hill.
Race control calls it the 64.
Oh, it is the 64. Yep. Short rear wing on that car will be the identifying feature compared to the 63 out of Kingpin. Round 3 has gone through.
Kingpin reported in the pits.
Yes. Which is early for general production.
Yeah, bad couple of minutes to be a bright green BMW here.
Battle for GP3, by the way, has blown out just a bit. That gap between first and third now just under 10 seconds. So in the space of really probably only about 7 laps, that 75 has found quite a bit of pace.
Yeah, and something happened to the 86 a couple laps back. For whatever reason, it had a noticeably off-pace lap to the tune of 4 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, and I wonder. So there's a note in the race control log, which you pointed out, JT, in back channels between the 86 and the 147. It's being looked at by race control, possible side-to-side contact between those two cars. I wonder if the 86 was moved a little bit wide there, and that's actually thrown them off their rhythm quite badly.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Zach did go through the replay and did not see any contact on the 147, but we don't know how that affected the 86 going through a corner. So
it was called in by
as possible, yeah.
By corner 1. It could have happened maybe on the straightaway, but that wouldn't really explain why they would have lost 5 seconds on that lap.
Oh,
no, open throttle's moving again here. But I'm not convinced that car is under as much power as it should be.
No, it's definitely in limp mode right now, but we've got close to switching
let's
lines there.
Let's see if we can hear the engine note as it tries to make its way up the hill, if there is one. That barely sounds like it's idling.
Yeah. Oh, big wiggle out of Moorhead there, coming up over the crest at turn 5.
I wouldn't be shocked to see that car. Someone's actually locked up a little bit into 5. I don't know if that's what you just said. Is that the 98 into the lane?
Oh, it could be.
Sorry,
this would be a touch early.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, who is that? I think they will be parked up in front of us. I don't see anything that says the 98 has come
47?
in. The 40, yeah, so
47, yep.
The sister car.
Makes a lot of sense. Also in GP1 was in... Oh, the Kingpin car has fallen down the order. Have they?
Yeah, no, they've just left their pit stall. You
Okay.
can see it in the upper right-hand corner. That's the green BMW moving away from us.
I am surprised to see so many GP1 cars pitting at an hour in. I would have thought that they would the majority, I'm assuming, will make it to an hour 15 as the 64 continues to idle its way around. I mean, it's picking up speed, but at first I thought it was running on the starter motor. It was running so slowly.
I am genuinely shocked that car got over the hill at turn 5.
I agree.
We have traffic.
I don't love
You gotta
this.
pull out to the left here. There you go.
I mean, maybe they don't recognize the speed differential, but I absolutely hate seeing cars tailing struggling vehicles like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have white flags out from the corner stations, just identifying that slow car on track. And we do. You just see it in the back of the shot there. Turn 9, up at the top of the hill. The last literal hurdle for this car to clear will be the uphill out of turn 10 and into the pit lane entry. Picks up speed downhill. The car is clearly under some form of motive power, right? It's clearly not coasting, or it wouldn't have made it anywhere near this far. Mm-hmm. But these hills are steep.
Yeah.
I think we're golden here.
Now the 98 comes in.
Now the 98 is in. Is that what you just said, JT?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Overnight had just done another EB on that last lap at a 140.2, so small improvement. But they are trying to keep that Harrison car in their sights. That 721 for RRT Racing is pulling a huge gap in GP2, now just under 35 seconds. So by quite a margin now, other than the GP1 battle, which is blown out because of the number 98 pitting. That is the largest margin that we've got for a class lead at the moment.
Yeah, that is our second Birmingham Road and Race car now into the pit lane. I don't think I had expected that car to be one of the first contenders to pit in GP1.
Is that the 321 running quite wide?
Is that who that is?
The Apex.
Yeah.
Yes. Very much did not. It has to be said on that corner.
That'll be, is that 320? It's 880, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, correct.
880. That's our other Scion FRS in GP3. 2 of them this weekend. Good to see.
Nice to see Apex V2R here as well. Or Canadian representation.
Currently running P7 in GP3. Roberts Motorsports we also have in GP3. Running a reasonably quiet race for the moment down in P6. I'm now really curious to know, we're in this phase of the race where nobody, for good reason, took the opportunity to pit during the full course yellow that came out 10 minutes into the race, or 15 minutes into the race. So now we're really going to see in real time what the relative fuel mileage is of all these cars, particularly the ones that we haven't seen run in this spec in a while. Looking for my money on the 99T.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Joseph. We see so often GT4 cars are frequently the first ones to pit up in GTO, and then you find that these sort of home-built or garage-built cars tend to be a little bit more frugal, whether that's, you know, by virtue of running an H-pattern shifter or just generally being, you know, not pushed or designed quite to the limit. But now that you've got some of those old GTO cars in a GP1 spec, I do wonder exactly how they'll stack up against the, you know, the cars who run an hour 15, hour 20 with reliability.
Yeah, and remember too, there's also the variability in fuel tank allowances.
Yeah.
So there's, which is very much a first order effect. But that's sort of what I'm tracking at the moment is how long are these cars going to go? Obviously, the fact that the 98 has just come in, you would think that that would put them pretty squarely on a, albeit tight, 8-stop strategy at this point. They're going to need, I think, a little bit of yellow to make it home on 8 stops. But possibly less than that, depending on how far into the race the 44, the 99T, and of course Moorhead can go. That car has gotten quicker, that 147, now down into the 37s reasonably consistently. Still not quite at the pace of the 44, but 191 into the pits. But that 44 pretty consistently doing, well, certainly capable of 36s, but I would say averaging probably around the minute 37 range. Moorhead's still at the moment about a second slower.
Sorry, I think we all saw it there at the same time. Visor was up on the extinguisher, man.
Well, you get one.
Yeah.
You'd hate to use that up straight away, but that seems to be what they've done.
You heard the immediate yelling from somebody down in the underneath the canopy. Somebody was yelling, whether it was a driver or somebody in the underneath the canopy there. This is the stop going on at the bottom of the shot. Oh my. This camera, for clarity, is mounted on the crossover bridge, which is just a large metal structure across start-finish. It's not the most stable thing in the world.
That's Ryan we see on the right-hand side there. Hi, Ryan. Walking down the
Is that Ryan?
pit road. Yeah, you just turned around, I believe.
Oh.
Now out of frame.
Hello to all the pit marshals this weekend, by the way. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of things. Much appreciated. A little bit of a lighter field, so hopefully it's not quite so hard work. Normally covering 60-plus cars with a handful of you out in the heat is a challenge. Zach is struggling.
Oh, no,
that is your GP3.
75.
That is the GP3 class leader, also struggling. That car will not make it over the hill at turn 8.
That might be.
So a couple things to unpack here. In GP1, very long stop for the 98, right? So a caution here does not help them. If anything, it potentially traps them a lap down. So this is a huge moment in the race in GP1, because this could free up the 44 if we do go full course caution. 75 has already dropped down to third in GP3 and is sure to continue to fall. 85 takes over the head of that class field, 86, 10 seconds behind them. Number 99 has pitted out of second in GP1. So now we're really just waiting on the class leader here, the 44. The timing of this yellow versus the fuel window for the 44 could make a huge difference in how this race plays out, in particular for the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a full course yellow yet, so let's not assume that it's coming. But if it is coming, you'll want to get in. Well, so it's complicated. Road Atlanta is a short enough lap that if you can't get in and out in basically a minute and a half, you do run the chance of going a lap down. If you can get your stop done and you're not going to go a lap down, based on whatever your margin is, then you'll want to be in before the yellow.
Recovery vehicles have been sprung out of the 6-7 shortcut. So we are going to try to do this under a hot pull. I will say this is going to be drivers trying to point them around to the front, and that's where the flatbed is going.
Yep.
I will say this is probably the best visibility you could ask for here, because you'll be able to see that car all the way from the exit of 7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a long run, but you're right. You'll get the waving yellow on the way in, and then big flashing lights as soon as you round the corner.
And then this is before the crest of the hill, pivotally.
Yeah.
So there's... Really, they could not be in a better spot here, although you are going to be full throttle.
Yeah, had we been on the other side of the Yannick Dalmas crest here, or the Bill Auberlin crest, depending on your year of choice.
Yeah,
We might be talking about a different story in terms of full course yellow, but like you said, visibility quite good there.
99T, I believe, has also come into the pits. Now, that will temporarily elevate the 147 for Moorhead up into P2 and the 701 for round 3 into P3. 721, while we were going over all that, has also pitted out of the lead in GP2, which has elevated Harrison in that 164, as well as the 197 for overnight. 75 has been picked up on its tow hook and is being dragged away. So haven't needed to put that car on the flatbed. Should be able to clear it out pretty quickly. Which makes me wonder what has happened to that car. If it's just lost drive, clearly they're not worried about it dropping fluid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trailing it around the entire back half of the track.
Crossing over to the left-hand side.
And now our leader in GP1 into the lane also, and that will leave, I would say, 2nd through 5th. Basically, Moorhead, round 3, Bruce Innovations, and Flying Fur as cars that we have not yet seen take their first pit stop.
Joseph, you mentioned earlier that the 98 had a long pit stop and they might get trapped a lap down. They're actually trapped 2 full laps down.
That is, yes.
Some of that is a result of not everybody else having pitted yet, but their pit stop lap for the car that had been running second was a 5:33.
You have to believe that they had some issue that they were working out there.
Yeah, for an early a pit stop that early relative to the rest of the GP1 field, and then a pit stop that took that much longer than everybody else. That's so much time loss.
Yeah, so you'd like to think that they will have sorted that out, and so maybe we haven't seen as we see the 25 underneath.
Yeah, the 44 is in as well. That'll be the blue and white car just up ahead of them, about 10 stalls.
Yeah, indeed. So you'd like to think that maybe we haven't seen the full distance that 98 could do on one tank, and so maybe they're in better shape to do this on 8 stops or possibly fewer. But now you've got the additional complication of they've got to find enough pace over the course of the next just under 8 hours to pull back 2 laps of track position. That's going to be really difficult to do without quite a bit of help. We'll see where the 44 ends up here. They have left their pit stall as the 75 running in a bit of a stagger. I assume that's going to be taken behind the wall. Upside down anger emoji out of the 198 garage for overnight. Moorhead
we have
3 wide coming down the start-finish straight.
Birmingham's in there. Round 3 is in there. I had picked those 2 cars up out on track a little bit earlier. I think this is that charge out of the number 98 trying to claw back all the time that they've lost.
They've got to. They really don't have a choice here. I mean, they've got to be smart, obviously. Contact will undo any good work that they put in here. But that they have got to put the foot down as much as possible.
There's another complicating factor here. We know that, frequently the general production classes will try and go a full race distance on a set of tires. Road Atlanta, a lot of high load corners, right? Turn 1, turn 3, 4, turn 12, right? So you're putting wear and load into the tires that way. It's also the hottest race we're going to run all year. Projected high of 95, 96 degrees, plus all the humidity, right? I mean, if you're going to push the car to try and make up time, you're really going to have to look at your tire situation. And that is, of course, going to cost you time as well, if you're going to have to make a pit stop and change tires.
Yeah, thankfully we're looking at quite a bit of cloud cover today.
Yeah, that does help.
But you're right. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be really taxing for cool suits today. That's for sure.
And that temperature's ambient, correct? Not actual track temperature,
That is-
which
yeah,
will
that's
be
air
higher.
Yeah, ambient. Yep.
But again, having cloud cover will help that. It will still be warmer than the air above it, but yeah, the clouds will be a welcome reprieve from what we could have what we could have been struggling with today.
Moorhead Speedworks assumes the GP1 and overall race lead, 17.5 seconds in hand, ahead of the number 701. And with an hour and 15 minutes gone in our first 9-hour enduro of the weekend here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, let's take some time to thank our partners and sponsors. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. We'll go say hi to, of course, Hagerty Motorsports, Cooper Tires, and Sentinel Video Systems. And we will rejoin you on the other side here on DriversEye Live from trackside at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Be back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us this morning. Just under an hour and 20 minutes gone, 7 hours, 42 minutes remaining. Live on YouTube and Facebook via the World Racing League, and of course, trackside on the PA. Thank you if you're joining us from trackside. By the way, noticed that Bill Sullivan is watching down at turn number 10. Cloud cover is a godsend, which I 100% believe. Ryan is on site with us this weekend. Fortunately means I don't have to be in the Georgia heat. Very much appreciative for that.
Yes, although he claims that he loves humid heat. It's his favorite. So we'll see how he feels at the end of this weekend. It's going to be warmer tomorrow.
Yeah, and with less cloud cover.
Yes.
Gives Ryan a cool hairdo.
Yes. It was a bit of a lock up into turn 1, which is an odd place to have one, but it doesn't seem to have resulted in the car going off track, which is a good sign.
Also a good sign, the 75 from AOA Racing is back out.
Also a good sign, the pit board for overnight. Not a good sign, this slow
55.
Miata.
Come on, 55, you can do it.
Trying to find a gear, it looks like.
Sorry, that's the 85. Go 85, go.
Is that the 160 in the line also in front of them? Maybe because they haven't pitted yet.
Yeah. Other comments in the YouTube chat this morning. Sean Moffat saying the E46s get to carry more fuel, and that might be true relative to the M235, or the 235 that Montgomery Motorsports is running, but not necessarily true absolutely, because the 701 Porsche Cayman has gone longer than any of the BMWs in the GP1 field, and has assumed the overall and class race lead.
Yes. 701 also going very long to the point.
That's the car I'm talking about.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were talking about the 86.
Yeah.
Because they also have just assumed a class lead. Not the overall, of course. I'm really curious to see how far the 701 can go, because we're approaching the window where they would maybe need to take one fewer stop. Could maybe do this on 7. Which I should just do the math on that to see.
I was gonna say we might be close to being able to do it on 7 regardless, just by running slightly longer than an hour every time. Something like an hour 10.
Yeah, an hour and 17 minutes will do it. So they're in that window.
Yeah.
Obviously, this has been aided by that one full course caution at the head of this race, but we'll make the point that we always do, which is that they've also just had to do 2 slow pace laps to take the start of this race. So that probably balances out, but you would have to say that the 701 looks good to save themselves a stop here, which could be pretty big. We've got a slow car to the right.
That's PC.
Yes,
that is PC racing. The white and blue number 44 BMW is slow on the exit of turn number 7 and is now, as Joseph says, dead stick before they even get to the hill up over turn number 8. A quick reset of the car and they're on their way.
Control, Alt, and indeed delete.
Yes, now I didn't see any of the GP1 class cars go past it, but I have to assume that 99 has already gone through. Sorry, the 99T. I realize I've been missing that.
99 Tango.
I'm just calling it the 99.
I have to assume they've gone through, just by virtue of it only being a 10-second margin.
I think that has to be right.
Yeah.
Lock up into 10A. But yeah, you don't see the 99 in shot, so I agree with that they have to.
Yeah, they have, and now they have come through. You see it on timing. Flying Fur Motorsports has pitted, and now PC Racing crossed the line 1:59.9. So they'll have lost a little over 20 seconds in that situation there at the bottom of the hill on the back straight.
We spent the early part of this race talking about the difficulty in diagnosing electrical issues on the MMR number 25 Mustang, and they've fallen a full must be 8 or 9 laps behind the overall leader. So if an electrical issue is what the 44 crew is up against, this could be a challenging day for them. They know their car pretty well at this point, you'd have to say. So hopefully they're able to diagnose anything pretty quickly. But still a scary situation to be in, because that is, at the moment, it'll be a little bit of a black box for them. All they know is that the car's lost power.
Yeah, your concern there is that it happens again and you can't get the car refired. Right?
Yes.
You lose 20 seconds once in a race and, okay, it's a freak thing and you move on. But if you have concerns that it'll happen again, eventually you'd assume that car will just stop restarting.
And it's early in the race. It's only going to get hotter.
Yeah.
It's 9:22. We'll be doing this into the heat of the day, which will probably be, I think, the hottest it'll be. I would expect would be about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, right before the finish.
Yeah. So, that's going to be slightly nerve-wracking for that team. And really, really irritating, because they've clearly got the pace to win this race.
Well, so these are now 2.
3 wide into 1 for
PC
reasons.
Yep. Well, that reason will be the 20 seconds they just lost in the next straightaway. These are now our 2 main protagonists in GP1 that have found issues. Right, Birmingham Road and Race on basically a full pit stop cycle has fallen all the way back to 6th as a result of its slow stop, and now PC Racing falls back to 3rd. Well, 2nd, I guess, on rotation.
Yeah, we'll see.
On account of its issue.
I'm pretty pleased actually that the 701 is able to do this stint length, because that's really going to make the end of this race pretty interesting if things stay as they run.
It's making the current part of the race very interesting, frankly.
That's true too. Harrison is pitting out of the lead in GP2, so we're starting to see the last of this. This 321 is going to end up going for 2 hours, and then I'm not going to know what to do with it.
The 701, by the way, had put a full lap on the GTR 99 BMW. That blue BMW was actually just seen unlapping itself down the back straightaway. So the pace advantage obviously still goes to the BMWs at the moment, or some of the BMWs at the moment.
Yeah.
And the 701 has actually lost more time than I thought.
It's not a particularly pacey car.
Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at the GP1 car. That'll be why.
The 605?
Yeah.
The 605 you would hope would be slow in comparison to the 99.
Yeah, no, I was very concerned there for a second. So it wasn't a full lap. It's 55 seconds is the margin. That's my mistake.
Unforgivable. Yes, so the pace of the 701 is not front running pace.
Yeah.
But because they're going to be able to save themselves what seems like may well be a full pit stop compared to the cars around it, that's going to be really interesting. I mean, we're going to be approaching. I'm going to have to do the numbers again and make sure they can't do it on 6, frankly. I don't think they can. But when you start getting into the hour and a half range like they're about to, this is turning into a really interesting race at the head of GP1. Not really hurt by the issues that the 44 is having. Although, yeah. So where's the 701 gonna wash out here? Probably P3, you'd think, right? I don't think they're gonna
Depends
be able to
on how long the stop is, but yeah. Well, the 147 is quick, so depending on how long that 701 goes, they're gaining time all the time, right? And it's a second here, 3/4 of a second there, but that'll add up. Joseph, your math will have it'll be 90 minutes to cut out an extra stop.
Yeah.
Right. So 90 minutes for 5 stops, 6 stints. 77 minutes, so an hour and 17 was the number you spat out earlier for 6 stops and 7 stints.
Yeah, we only spent, I think, 2 laps under caution. If it wasn't 2, it was only 3.
I mean, you'd basically just say that offset the pace laps, right?
Yeah.
In rudimentary math.
So they're who knows if they're timing it to if they're trying to go to a number. I doubt that they have that level of data, but who knows? If anybody does, it's probably that squad.
Yeah.
321, by the way, has inherited the lead in GP2, the car that was running P5 for much of this stint, because they haven't pitted yet, and everybody else has.
The car designed to do shorter races than literally everybody else in the field.
Yes. It's a bit like asking an NPO1 to do 9 hours, isn't it? But we'll see how they do.
The NPO1 Rallycross Edition.
Oh, now there's a series.
Sounds like a real backbreaker.
Yes. Yeah. You might need yourself a bit of a lift kit for that. Is that the 321 going a little bit slowly?
Is that the 321?
Yeah, that's what it looked like, but
or is it
it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if it was going slow or if it was just, being a little bit off pace compared to the GP1s catching it.
I mean, it doesn't look quick.
Yeah, have they been called out by race control at all? Not at the moment.
So let's see if it stays to the right here. Yep, so that's coming in most likely for its first pit stop.
I wonder if they pushed it a little bit too close.
I was going to say, I wonder if they're watching the fuel pressure drop just a bit. Interesting development in GP3. AOA has been given a lap penalty for speeding in the paddock.
Which car is that?
75.
75.
That's the one that come to a stop earlier and had to come onto pit lane.
Yes, it had been leading at the time. So that car...
Right, but you say that's specifically in the paddock.
Yes.
Right, so that car not only came into the pits, but then also had to take it back towards the team trailer.
Slow car in the S's. Slow car in the S's.
Oh, yep, that's headed down the hill at... Oh, that's around... It's a 701.
701.
Wait, is that the 701 or the 705?
No, that's a 701. Black trim. Tell me they've run that car out of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like.
Oh, yep. You see it weaving back and forth.
And that's at the worst part. That they're not going to make it up the hill.
They're getting little surges out of the car, but that car is going to park itself at the apex of turn 5.
You just saw a judder.
Yeah, that car is out of fuel. We were going to have a very interesting end of the race.
No, it's frustrating mostly because it's a self-inflicted error.
Yeah.
Right. There's. I mean, I guess they're going for the hour-and-a-half mark, but that's all been undone. They'll be 3 laps down by the time that this is resolved.
Yeah. I mean, this is costing them whatever advantage they were going to have. Right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate too. I mean, they might get saved by a full course yellow just by dint of where they've parked or have come to rest, really. It's not like they chose this exact spot, but it's a nasty little spot to be stuck.
Yeah, again, you will have the visibility here because you're towards the top of
Yeah, if you come through here unsighted behind a string of cars, though, you're in trouble. There is the double yellow. I wonder. So we don't know here exactly what the root cause is, right? If they got math wrong, yeah, fully self-inflicted, no excuse. Should have pitted a lap early.
I wonder if they missed a call, to be perfectly honest.
Right. Radio issues would be the next question, right? Have they been trying to call that car in and drivers not hearing it, or something to that effect?
Yeah, the result of it at the moment is that the 99T has taken the lead in GP1, and let's see. This is going to be kind of interesting. I kind of expect everyone in GP1 to take advantage of this and come in for their second pit stop.
Yeah, I think it benefits Birmingham Road and Race, right?
I think that's right. I don't have a gap to the lead for them. They are less than 2 laps back at this point. So if they are just on the cusp of being 2 laps down, it's huge for them. I haven't been able to spot them on track relative to the 99. There's the 44, obviously. Frankly, it'll help the 44 out with the time loss that they had. Temporarily stopped on track coming out of 7.
Sarah Vlitu asked in the YouTube chat if this car can make it back to the pits. We never really addressed that in WRL. I think we just kind of take it for granted that everything is fair game. You get recovered to the paddock, fix your car, and you're good. But it is a departure from some international motorsports, particularly Le Mans, where if you're stranded, you're done. Not the case here, right? That car will be recovered to the pit lane or the paddock. They can throw some fuel in it, and that car will be good to go through to the end. Well, if they can keep it running, it'll be, there's no penalty or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, other than the obvious, the self-inflicted.
Right. Yeah.
Obviously you see in this shot the recovery vehicles coming up to the 701. I don't know. I'm curious to know whether or not they pull them through the shortcut, because that will probably save them a lap if they do that. And there's a part of me that wonders actually if they've let it coast down the hill just a bit in the hopes that they can get pulled around to the right instead of to the left.
I would not want to be anywhere near the racing line at that part of the racetrack.
No. Let's see. Where are our leaders here?
They are under the control of the safety car now at turn 12.
There's the 99. And where is the 98? Is that them here?
Yes.
Okay.
They've not pitted.
Not pitted. 605, I believe, in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to pit, you do it now that the field is under control, and you're not going to lose. Well, you wouldn't think you'd lose the lap anyway, right? They're only a couple of cars behind in the queue.
No, there's really no. I mean, unless you think that a quick yellow is going to come out and the 99 might pit in front of you. Actually, frankly, I'm a little surprised that everyone hasn't pitted straight off the jump here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that it'll save. You know, in terms of immediate terms, it's not going to save you a pit stop, but it gives you flexibility in case another yellow comes out later. You know, maybe that then saves you a pit stop worth of track position.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that if you were going to try and do this on, or if you were committed to doing this on 6 stops, basically running 77 minutes to a tank, if you were falling short of that number, you were going to need a splash somewhere, or a partial stint.
Yeah, that's true.
And I feel like this would be the opportunity to do that. It's about, I mean, since PC Racing pitted on lap 41, 42, we're at 54 now, so 12 laps.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a quarter tank, right?
But they're rapidly losing the opportunity to make that stop because I believe that the 701's been cleared away. I'm not sure where they are on track. They're still coming around 7.
So,
they did take the shortcut. Okay.
I will say this: if you're in the 98 camp, I think a pit stop would probably have been a better move. However, that is the quickest car in the field. It certainly was our pole sitter, this morning, quickest in qualifying yesterday, and holds our fastest lap of the race thus far. If you think you're the quickest car in the field, you could probably get this lap back on track. A good half a stint to running at full speed, and I think that'll be the play here.
Interestingly,
and then just hope that the cautions fall in your favor in the next hour and a half or so.
Yeah, interestingly, a huge chunk of the GP3 field has come into pit. Interesting to me that we haven't really seen that from the GP1 field that have shorter stints. Lights are off on the Pajero, the Pacero.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for GP3 to shake out. Some of those cars are just making their first stop now.
Yes, they were due.
I think that'll put 3 fast guys and Denny into the race lead at number 86. The crossover pulls into the pit lane, and the green flag waves with the 99T from Team GTR leading the field back to racing action. The orange Mustang there from MMR gets past the number 511. It's a big old bottleneck on the way into turn number 1.
That 44, by the way, that's P2 in GP1. So even though there's about what looks like 8 cars separating the 99 and the 44, those are all cars that are either a lap down or in other classes.
He's going to get passed by Birmingham Road and Race around the outside of turns 3 and 4.
Not for
position, but it does help the 98's case, trying to get past these next 5 cars or so that he can bridge the gap up to the overall race leader. Wide for the number 511 out over the exit curb at turn number 5. This number 25 definitely down on power.
Making up for it in sound, though.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. Even if you're a little slow in straight line, as long as you sound good doing it.
So the
44's gotten back past, and now they're side by side again. The Birmingham Road and Race and the PC Racing cars
down the back straight.
Interesting. I wonder how that got done. I wonder if the 98 got balked there at the bottom of turn 5, and it allowed the 44 to sneak on through. The 98 just draws away down that long back straightaway.
And the 99 squad loves to see this because this is giving them a lot of opportunity to make up ground on the 44. Because we know that 99 probably doesn't have the pace to compete with the 44. So any opportunity they can get to make up track position will be helpful.
Yeah, it makes good use of that clear. Puts in a 138 flat from a restart lap. Be a little bit quicker than that, corrected for full race pace. That 511, by the way, is in this on position. That car was being passed by Moorhead and a couple of other cars, but that car does still sit 4th overall on the lead lap. So don't discount that black and red BMW.
I don't remember if we've talked about this. I assume from the number plate that it's probably an old choice car.
It is, yeah.
Okay. That 25 is slow again coming out of turn 5. So yeah, that car is definitely still ailing. So part of the reason it's falling down the order is because it's not quite at full song. Yeah, that doesn't sound healthy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a handle on what's happened in GP3. Oh, has that just? No, it's still going. The audio dipped for me a little bit, so it threw me for a loop. How the 86 came out of that caution so well. We know they didn't have to pit, but they did pit earlier. So have they just found a really fortunate break in terms of where the pace car caught them?
I don't think so. I think they were just one of the only cars to pit under green.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, is how does that work out so well for them? Because they've gotten nearly a full lap now over the 85. Thank you for validating my confusion.
No, they were 50 seconds quicker in the pit lane than the 85 was. Oh, the 85 had an issue, remember? It was a long in lap followed by a long pit stop lap.
Yeah, remember the 85 did kind of buckle as it was coming out of turn 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they... no, it was 75 with the paddock speeding penalty.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the car that needed to be pulled in off the back straight.
Right, yep.
Okay. I'll take that explanation.
If anything, I think Three Fast Guys and Denny has actually lost a little bit of time under the safety car.
Well, that would make sense to me, which is why I was kind of confused as to how they came out on top. I guess round 3,
I think the round 3 car was in the class lead. They pitted under yellow, so they've benefited. Okay. But overall, Three Fast Guys and Denny has come out of this whole pit stop and caution rotation better than anybody else in GP3 has, largely just owing to having a quicker pit stop. Eyes on the battle for second in GP1. Moorhead Speedworks has caught the number 44 from PC Racing. That's the black and red and yellow BMW headed down the hill at turn 12, and the white, blue, and black BMW that sits just up ahead of it. Headed down into turn number 1. Margin at the line just under a second.
I've got a minute 47 gap between the 99 and the 98, which would put them just over a lap behind. So I think they've benefited in a big way, because at one point they were 2 laps behind the lead. It's obviously helped that the 47 had their issues. But I think they've effectively made up a lap off of their slow pit stop. Reminder: it is a spectator event. If you can brave the heat, and if you're local to the area and you're watching on YouTube, it is a spectator event. I believe tickets are gate only. Someone more informed than me can tell you what the face value is. But if you want to sit around and
It's
watch race cars go
$25
by.
for a weekend, $15 for a day.
Okay, and there's
Kids
still
12 and under are free.
There's still 7 hours left in this one too. So if you want the weekend ticket, it's still
goodbye.
up for the taking. Yeah.
Yeah, featuring live PA announcers, by the way.
Yeah. Wonder who those scrubs are.
Crazy. Thanks for all the fine comments on
6
YouTube.
to 5
by
back
the
in
way.
the pits.
Huh. That's odd.
That is odd. That's not where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, round 3 having a rough couple of minutes here.
191 has gotten around the 63 for Kingpin. Is that legitimate? Or no, they don't owe us a stop. 191 now tailing our overall leader. 44, or sorry, not our overall leader, our one-time overall leader, now sitting P2. And that car making advantage of the full width of the track. And then some. No notes in the race control log since we went back to green. Which is good news. No contact, no. A handful of pit infractions on our first round of stops. The only lap penalty being given out to that 75 car for speeding in the paddock, which is a straightaway lap penalty rather than a warning followed by a lap penalty. Warnings given to the 880 for Apex B2R, 85 for AOA, which is important for later on in the race. That car running what will be P2 in GP3 means that they are done with what I refer to as their joker. Basically, you get one slip up on your pit stops, and then the next one is an automatic lap penalty.
701 is back out on track, by the way. Just saw it come through the turn 5 camera.
Yeah.
Nice.
How much time have they lost in
6
all that?
laps.
6. Okay.
Yeah,
So that
13-minute in lap.
That is fully out of contention, obviously.
Yeah.
So they will be on a recovery drive trying to pull back spot by spot. Basically, next one up the order will be the 64 for open throttle racing, and then 2 laps ahead of them will be the 946 for Flying Fur. This will basically turn into a race of attrition for them. After what, frankly, should have been fighting for the victory.
Yeah, let's stay on board here, Zach, if we can. This is on board the 191 from Overnight Motorsports, following the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. Up ahead of that is PC Racing. These are cars in the same class, but the battle that we're seeing, the sort of the bird's eye view from, is the battle for second on track.
Yes, tailing the battle for second.
Yeah. PC Racing car was passed by this number 191 in a straight line last lap. And then the 44 went back through on the brakes down at turn number 10. Oh, locks up there on the way into 10. A little bit wide, didn't cost it too much time.
I'm still showing the 605 as being in the pits. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost certainly a problem. They were in too early.
I don't see them on our pit lane cam. Maybe I do. I take that back. There is a car down there, but I do wonder if the 605 has gone behind the wall.
May have, because I've shown the 63 Kingpin on pit road.
I see that, yeah.
Tell you what, this Moorhead car has got a little extra pace over the 44 at the moment. The 44 isn't slow, it's just a foot or two off an apex here, a little lock up there, and it's all adding up over the course of a lap. Could be worth a car length or two. How slow RRT number 721? That was your class leader in GP2. That's no longer the case.
Yeah, they were earlier, but I don't know if they had a really slow pit stop or what, but they had been relegated to third.
Yeah, cumulative time loss after the driver change. Lap times that were 39s have kind of gone out into the 44s, 46s, 47s. Either that or they've been nursing an issue. Either are possible, but that car is not well. This will be the silver, black, and red BMW as we get a pass for second. Moorhead through on the brakes at turn 10. Does the crossover. Side by side under the Fox Factory Bridge at 11, and we'll pick him up down the hill. 44's got the line up the inside at turn number 12. Moorhead's got to breathe out of the throttle, and they'll go single file under start finish.
147 will have a slightly better run into turn 1 there, but not. I don't think it'll be enough to actually get any kind of overlap here. No, not even by a little bit. Car around.
Big spin.
It's the 191.
It is the 191. Gets into the gravel short of the tire barrier, but that car is going to be beached.
That was early on in the corner. That was like that got a load of rear brake and nothing else. Locked him up immediately and came around.
Yeah, the other thing it's easy to do there is to clip the grass on the way in by the support pit exit. If you just try and open that corner up too much, which is very tempting, occasionally you can drop a wheel there and it'll snap the car right around. Very lucky not to make it all the way to the wall there. You hear the car running, but...
That will obviously need to be extricated from the gravel trap.
Yeah, at one of the fastest corners on the circuit here, we get a replay.
That
car's really not anywhere near the grass, is he?
Well, that doesn't mean that's not what put him there. Full course yellow.
Full course yellow. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's. I'll try to hunt down the onboard for that, but that obviously straight away, and that car was sitting P7. Basically, anybody still running at this point. Well, not quite. All but one car still running will pick up points in GP1, as long as they stay classified. Flatbed already deployed. Will be the third time that now probably fifth time. A couple hot pulls in there. Time that we've seen this tandem come back out. That is, we're gonna need your longest tow rope for this one. I'm afraid. That is deep in there, and you don't want to put the truck in there also.
Just caught the replay for that 191 on their YouTube feed, and it looks like they just maybe kept a little bit too much brake in as they started to arc into the corner, and like you said, maybe a little bit too much rear brake dialed in there as well, and it just sent the car around before they ever really got anywhere near an apex.
Yeah, that is felt analogous to a MotoGP crash where you grab the front brake, that locks up, and then very early on in the corner. In this case, obviously the car's gone around backwards. That is a rear brake lockup, and as you say, if they haven't hit the grass, that is straight around all of their own doing. The car will have pitched forward a little bit under braking. You dip the nose there to get the car turned in for one, and if you do that just a bit, keep the brakes on it a little bit too long, that car will run a little bit of risk of going around on them, and then you end up playing in the kitty litter.
Yep, the full cavalry down there now at turn 2 with the waving yellows and 27 8x10 color glossy. Anyway, gentlemen, I am going to take my leave from you under this full course caution.
That's pretty rude.
Yep. I did it last time at Road Atlanta as well, although I had other racing commitments. Thanks for being with us, everybody, from Trackside. Thanks for being a part of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I am going to leave you in the capable hands of Joseph Woodrock, JT Tammy, and Ryan West when he gets back from resetting a camera. Enjoy the remainder of your 7 hours. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. It's been a really solid start to the day.
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's been a lot of intrigue. It really is one of those races where nothing quite. The 44 is in now, as is the 98. The thing that will be interesting, actually, about the 44 and 98 pitting, as we cut to the 191 being pulled out of the gravel trap. The thing that'll be interesting about the 98 having pitted now, and in particular the 99 having not pitted, nor have the 147, nor the 511T, that old choice car being run by Bruce Innovations, is that it puts them at a little bit of a stagger. The 99 last pitted 25 laps ago, so they're actually more than halfway through their fuel run. This 191 will probably, as we unhook them from the tow hook, they're gonna drag an awful lot of debris out onto the racing surface, I'm afraid. But with those two cars having pitted, they're going to be on a pretty big stagger in terms of pit strategy, which opens things up a bit if we get another full course yellow, or really at the wrong time for our leaders. 99, 147, 511 have to pit under green flag conditions. 44 and 98 don't. Alternatively, if the 44 and 98 can get packed up, while the 99 and 147 and 511T choose to pit now. Smart move by the 191 to, you see them actually weaving back and forth a little bit to try to get some of that gravel cleared out before they get back on the track. You can hear it still coming out of the car, so it's going to be pretty dicey coming into turn 1 here. I wonder if we're going to actually have to sweep turn 1. You hear the gravel pouring out of the car. So if this does end up being a longer yellow and the 44 and 98 are able to pack back up before the top 3 cars, it's only getting worse. And everyone's still going to run over this. We're not going to have time to get a sweeper out before the rest of the field comes through. But if those 2 cars that just came in pit before lights have got to be on, and they are, before these top 3 pit, then they'll actually come back around. The 44 would take the lead, the 98 would get their lap back, depending on whether or not they've beaten the 44 out.
Yeah, I think it was a good call for the Birmingham Road Race car to pit this time by, especially since the 99 and 147 and the 511 were staying out.
Yes, I think that's an 880, 147, white BMW, who I can't identify. PC Racing is in. No, I'm sorry, that hasn't been updated. PC Racing came in last lap.
We just need them across timing again.
Yes, 147 is in, as we saw. 511, who I had missed, is also in. I'm really curious to see how the 44 and 98 cycled out here in terms of track position. I haven't seen them come back through yet, I don't think.
So I'm assuming the 511 is the car we saw trailing Moorhead into pit lane there. I'm not sure the colors on the 511, but I could have sworn it was white or silver.
You may be right. I understood that it was red and black, but I would buy that because those are the 2 cars that are in the pits. Yeah, actually it has to be. Yeah, so that white car has got to be the 511.
Yeah, the red and black E46 should be flying for motorsports.
Yeah, I'll take that. 98 has come back through. 44 has not. Either that or they've come back in again. But I don't have them as no longer being on their outlap. 99 obviously heads the field here. Just scanning through the list, there's the 44, so we know that they're back out on track. Where's the 147? Or sorry, the 98. There they go, and the 147 right behind them.
And
so
this next one should be the X-Choice car.
So if we don't go full course, or sorry, if we don't go back to green flag racing this time by, you have to assume that 99 is going to come in. They're not going to get the full advantage of a yellow flag pit stop. Although the pace of the pace car here looks like we're going to go green soon.
Yeah, it looks like the lights are out.
Yeah, they are. So 99 is going to lead us back to green flag running off of our third pit stop, or third full course yellow of the day, rather. '99 back to full throttle, and the green flag will be out. There you see it at the flag stand. 147 obviously has pitted, so we'll have to look for an updated listing as they cross start finish. You hear actually some of the gravel being kicked up by cars coming through turn 1. That'll clean out pretty quickly, but it'll be a hairy moment for the cars that are experiencing it first time through.
So about 12 seconds is the gap to the lead in GP1.
Yeah, 147 back up into second place in GP1. 44 has fallen back into to fifth in all this, by the looks of things, which is... Have they lost a lap somewhere? That feels... that they've had an incredibly long pit stop. So we weren't actually wrong about having seen them in the pit lane for longer than we expected. It was a 6-minute lap. It's almost as though they weren't scored for a lap, because I did think that we saw them. But maybe we did just see a really, really long pit stop from that car. Wouldn't be terribly surprising as we go 3 wide through the turn 8 bend. Looks like that's the 644 open throttle Miata. Little down on top speed coming out of 7. But not unreasonable to think that we might have seen a really slow pit stop from the 44. Remember, we had those odd sort of electrical looking issues out of that car when it came to a stop, so maybe they took a little bit of extra time to try to diagnose that. Maybe they were seeing more symptoms of that they needed to work out. You see the car coming through final corner here, so we know that it's running, we know that it's basically up to speed, but they've lost a full lap, basically, during that yellow flag period. If they did have some kind of issue they were trying to sort out, fortunate for them that they were able to diagnose it or at least work on it under that full course yellow. That much time lost would have cost them probably 4 laps under green flag conditions. We crossed into the third hour of racing, and that 44, we know it's the fastest car on track in that class, but they've got some ground to make up now. 3 fast guys in Denny, by the way, have made out like bandits on another full course yellow. They've got nearly a full lap lead over the 85 for AOA Racing. And the 55, that team car, for the 85, sitting only, I've got them as 10 seconds behind the team car, the number 85.
Yeah, so that's still relatively close after 2 hours in GP3 for those 2 cars.
Yeah, obviously the couple of full course yellows that we've had will have helped that a bit. But as you say, GP3, which we sometimes worry about being a little bit of an undersubscribed class, this being a general production only race, we got a slow, I think that's a slow Boxster. 191, the car that we saw around. Oh, that's had an issue. That's just blown. I thought it had blown. Yeah, Zach, our producer, thinks he was trying to pit, and I don't think that's a bad assumption, because what I thought was a puff of engine smoke had to have been tire smoke. That car does not look like that's healthy, and what I wonder now is that maybe it wasn't driver error there, but it's actually maybe they've had some sort of failure in the suspension on the rear, because you can see that car wobbling around quite a lot on that onboard, and I don't think that's going to get any better. We might come back to that later on in the lap, but that car does not look stable at the moment, and that won't have been caused by being pulled out of the gravel trap. That most likely will have been the reason that car ended up in the gravel trap in the first place.
Looked okay coming through the S's there, so it's not sure what it is at this point. It does move quite a bit under braking though.
It looks incredibly unstable. We've got one of the... Is this the Kingpin car in front of us?
Which one has the big rear wing? I think the Kingpin is the one that does, so yes.
Okay, yeah, that car seems a little bit slow through 6 and 7 as well. So, and we know that that car's fallen down the order quite a bit, so they may be nursing some mechanical issues also.
I believe if it's the one with the big wing, I know that that team has some different drivers this weekend available, including Cole Lofsgaard's in one of those M3s as well.
I've heard that name before.
Yeah, so he is happy to be here doing that kind of stuff. 1 second here.
It's been a minute since we've seen Cole Lofsgaard in a
191
class car.
It has.
Moves all the way to the right and does pit-ish. Yes.
I almost wonder if that car is so unstable that they tried to pull it into the pits and actually couldn't make the turn quickly enough and had to bail out. Which I think was partially the read that Zach had gotten as that car crested the hill. But, ooh, new pit camera.
Nice.
But that car looks like it's down a little bit on the right rear. I'm not totally sure, but it didn't look like it was properly aligned. It's going to go straight behind the wall.
Yeah.
Harrison, leader in GP2, has just put in their fast lap of the race, 139.6. So the track will be opening up a little bit with the attrition that we've had. I think we've lost looks like 5 cars at the moment. That 721 for RRT Racing that we saw slow, it was down the front straightaway, has made it back to the pits, but that's where they stay. So looking to see that car come back out. It was leading its class for quite a while, and then really had some mechanical issue. Roberts Motorsports, that 109 has overtaken the 55 for AOA Racing. 160 into the lane for Moorhead. That is the P4 and currently last running car in GP2. They had a minute and a half gap up to the 321 for Lone Star Rallycross, and I think that's early for them. So if that is that car, then they've got a potential problem as well that they're looking at.
Or is it possibly a drive time thing? Just 2 hours for the first driver in the car. Maybe it's time to put in the second. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. We'll look to see if it ends up being a normal-ish time stop. That'd be a pretty good indication of that. Possibly, could have a tire going down or feel like a tire's going down. We know that there was quite a bit of gravel down at turn 1. These are basically road legal tires, so it shouldn't be that sensitive to gravel left out on the track. It's not exactly racing slicks, but they won't be bulletproof by any means.
No.
Joseph, check Discord.
Yeah, was it the 880 gotten a little bit crossed up coming out of 10B? Looking at a 4-second gap between the 511T, that old choice car, and the 147 from Moorhead. Neither one of those cars doing the sort of pace that they were running earlier. Not sure if that's because they're caught up in traffic a little bit. You can see the 511T certainly is right now, right behind the 701. But the number 99 taking advantage of the clear track and continuing to put a gap on the 2 cars behind it. Now nearly 26 seconds at the head of that field.
I did see the Palomar 14 being driven about at one point. Has that made its entry to the track yet?
It has not. At least it hasn't done a time lap.
Okay.
The 15, however, is having an excellent race so far. Currently 4th overall.
off into the Georgia Clay, left-hand side of turn 7. Uh, 644 for open throttle. That open throttle Miata continuing to turn laps, but also continuing to nurse mechanical issues. Looks like they've lost about a lap, unless it's... No, that's definitely not a scheduled pit stop for them. 160 still behind the wall, so I think that's a proper issue that car's run into. It always scares me when Moorhead brings 2 cars to a race and one of them falls away, because that tends to mean that one of them is about to have all of their attention thrown at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how separated the team is for running both entries. It might be completely different and they're just working on that one separately, or they might be working together to operate, you know, these 2 cars that are in separate classes. Not sure.
Yes. 197 has just been, I think that's probably an overall position. So number 98 continuing to work their way back up the order in the overall. Yeah, that's exactly right. So that car sitting P7 in the overall, P6 in GP1. Really, I mean, the 2 cars that are probably the paciest in the field are the 2 cars that are really out of position here, which could set us up for a very interesting finish. That 44 and the 98, we were worried that the 44 might fall away entirely, but it seems to have just been a minor glitch for that car, and they've been strong since. Cue your commentators' curse references now, but only 10 seconds separating them by the looks of things, helped a little bit by yellow flags and being able to pit off rotation. There goes the 44. Behind them is the 25, which has been nursing issues and frankly doesn't still quite sound all that healthy. Yeah, and then there was a huge hiccup coming out of 5 there, just to prove that point. But managing to accelerate, it almost makes me wonder if they've got some sort of transmission issue going on, if they're maybe having trouble finding a gear. And that, when you're working on finding a gear, it makes it a little harder to find an apex too.
Yes, it does.
Leaves us at the moment with 3 cars in GP2. The rule in terms of scoring points here is that you've got to run 50% of the laps that your class winner does. Obviously, falling away 2 hours and change into the race makes that really difficult to do. So you basically just hope that you're not stranded for 5 hours, and you're in with a shot of scoring good championship points. Everyone in GP3 still circulating, which is a great record to have. We know the 644's got issues, but they're continuing to push that car along. '65 also still circulating, which is a welcome surprise, but we saw that car being pulled back on a flatbed earlier. I'm not sure what the issue was with that car, but they seem to have sorted it. Fingers crossed. But obviously lost a lot of time in that. I think the better part of half an hour in sorting that car out.
Yeah.
looking at gaps, the gap in GP3 between 3rd and 4th holding pretty steady in the 2-second region. That 109 car for Roberts overhauled the 55 5 to 10 minutes ago, but haven't really been able to pull much of a gap. That held last time by at 2.8 seconds. Harrison doing well at the head of GP2 with a 24-second gap over overnight. GP3, though, that gap is actually fallen. It's still a huge gap, owed in part to how the yellow flags have fallen for them. We go 3 wide down the back straightaway. I think that's 3 different classes all chopping and changing.
Yeah, this is that battle for 3rd in GP3 here, with that red car being the 109 from Roberts Motorsports, and at the tail end here, the yellow MX-5 from AOA.
Yeah, let's track this for a little bit while things have kind of settled down out of the yellow flag. The car that's just gone through at the head of this pack will be your race leader and leader in GP1, the GTR 99, having just finished there. I believe that'll be 75th lap. The car that's gone ahead of them will be one of the open throttle cars. It'll either be the 64 or the open throttle 63 that's being operated by Kingpin this weekend. I think we've decided that's the lower wing car, which would make it the 64. And they are running... is that right? They're running 4 laps behind their nearest competition, the 946. So the tail end of GP1 has strung out quite a bit already. Started to see those cars being pushed to their limits. The GP1 class can be very interesting for that reason. We tend to focus, when it is the full fat 4 or 5 class field, we tend to focus on GTO because there are just so many cars in it there. But GP1 can be a really interesting class because there's a level of attrition that is sort of still that classic endurance racing. You get that a bit in GTO, but as those cars are a bit more professionally built, you don't get quite as much. GP1, you do still have the you have the situation of cars that are not exactly professionally prepped, well prepped, but not engineered to the level of, say, a GR Supra
or a GT4, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd point out the 64 open throttle there. That is the car we had that stopped at top of turn 3.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That did slowly rejoin.
Yeah, and I don't know that we ever saw... no, we haven't yet seen the 26 for Edge Autosports return. That car we saw go straight off at the top of the hill here, and come to a rest up against the concrete barriers. But that car still behind the wall. No update as far as I'm aware of what's happened to that car, but hopefully we see them out at least for the start of tomorrow's race, if not at some point today. But I do want to make sure that we keep our eyes on that GP3 lead battle, because even though it is separated by a full minute and a half, it is continuing to fall. That 86 is not running the same sort of lap times that the 85 is doing. I don't know how long it's going to take to get there, but we're talking about a pace advantage of, depending on the lap, it maybe on average a half a second to the 85. Maybe being a little optimistic there, looking for a battle to tighten up. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that race get a little interesting depending on how traffic falls, especially because we know that 86 is a little less likely to run long on a fuel run than the 85 for AOA is. So that could tighten up for a few different reasons later on in this race.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, with the 86, you also have to remember who's in the car at the time. Is it one of the 3 fast guys, or is it Denny Strickland?
The thing is, right? The thing that's irritating is that, as Brendan mentioned earlier, we've seen Denny racing elsewhere. He's not that slow. So it's 3 fast guys and 1 slightly less fast guy. Or either that, or it's a complete bluff, and it's just Denny and 3 not very fast guys.
That's true.
So
he was quick enough to race at the Nürburgring.
Have they, or are they trying to?
So Denny was there this past summer.
Okay.
Running in, I believe, an M2.
To go back and watch that. The problem with watching the 24 is a similar problem to what we've got in a lot of our races where we've got GTO. Is it's really easy for them to focus entirely on SP9, and so you don't get a ton of the Palomar car is a little slow through the S's. You don't get a ton of coverage for the other cars unless it's the Opel Manta or a Dacia that's been caved in by an SP9.
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, it wasn't the 24 he was running at.
Okay, just one of the NLS races.
Yeah.
That 25 is continuing to... It almost seems like it might be a fuel starvation issue, because it seems to happen an awful lot coming out of turn 5. I'm not sure where their pickup is, but it's... Well, they're losing speed now over the crest of the hill, which is not where you'd expect to lose speed. Just holding at 80 miles an hour, you see the speed estimates coming off of GPS readings rather than data coming off of the car itself. But you saw that car just holding basically at 80 miles an hour. Again, maybe just struggling to find that next gear.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just lifted to let the traffic by.
Maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea. They're not exactly racing for anything at the moment, so it's not a terrible idea. But it didn't. It's tough with this car because it does sound. It sounds so raw, basically, that you can't really tell when it's having an issue and when it's just running rich, basically. 65 for open throttle. The car running... Oh, no, that car is not well.
Yeah, it seems to be struggling in the corners with rotation, especially getting back on the throttle on the exit.
Well...
This is puzzling.
I could go either direction. I still think it could be starvation. I still think it could be them trying to find a gear and not being able to. Either one of those would be a good reason to basically hold the same speed.
Here at exit 7 normally, and then
no, that's a transmission issue for it.
Yeah.
You hear it shift up and then immediately lose power. Immediately lose revs. Actually, well, it's losing revs because it's shifting gear, and then it just cannot accelerate through that gear. Fine. Now, I wonder if they're missing a gear. I wonder if he's having to skip one.
Yeah, like if I don't know if it's third gear they don't have, maybe. Because it looks like the car's going to go ahead and come down to pit lane.
Yeah, that is probably for the best. That you can tell from the body language of the driver how frustrating this is. I don't know if that is Michael Moore behind the wheel at the moment, but that car is really in rough shape. They're going to try to take a look at it over the wall here rather than taking it behind. but I'm not sure. Not sure they'll be able to do much here. How is that going to shake out? So that car was already the last running car. Sorry,
Well,
I thought for a second we had a waving yellow on the start finish straight. I don't think we did. We do have a note of contact under investigation between the 85 and the 65. So the 85 would be your second place car in GP3. 65 would be the 9th and last running car in that same class. But that'll be a car that we know has had mechanical issues. And that is contact under investigation, with the note being nose to tail contact. So I wonder if the 65 has had a recurrence of some mechanical issue.
So I had seen that out of the corner of my eye. Basically what happened is they were coming out of 10B, and it looked like one of the cars was positioned driver's left, but there was still room on the left, and the car behind had a better run. It was kind of looking to pass on the outside for some reason, and it was very close. I'm not sure if there was contact or not, but I was worried that the car attempting to pass was going to put a wheel off on driver's left going into 11 as they crest the bridge. But showing the turn 12 cameras show that they did not go off track. They tucked back behind. But yeah, if there is possible contact, that could be a separate issue.
63 being noted as slow. That'll be Kingpin. There they go through turn 5. They're being noted, or were being noted at the start finish, as appearing to have a flat tire. So they're going to have to carry that all the way around the track. They're doing a pretty good job of doing that by the looks of things. Probably not as at risk of delamination as you would with a racing slick, but still not something that you'd want to be completely thrashing. You see them coming through shot now, coming around turn 7. That car has had pace, but has been hit by seemingly issue after issue, and that will probably take them back behind the 701, you'd think.
Well, that was the 64 passing them right there for position on the back straight.
And another 10 seconds behind them should be the 701, so that they should lose both of those. They will still, because we've had so many mechanicals in GP1, they will still be in point scoring position. Rounding 10B, and we'll expect to see them right as the Roberts 109 locks up the brakes into 10A.
And GTR's been on pit lane.
That 109's got issues, actually. You see them being rounded up by the flying fur car. That doesn't quite seem like the right pace differential. Maybe it's fine. It looked slower than usual coming out of 10B and rounding 11. Wait, JT, did you make a note about the 99 pitting just now?
Yes, out of the lead in GP1 and overall.
Yeah, and that'll temporarily at least elevate the 147 for Moorhead and the 511T for Bruce Innovations. That'll put them up into P1 and 2 respectively. That Victory Lane car, which we've seen have so many issues, has come back out on track. And they do that having lost, it looks like, about an hour and a half. So great to see that car back out on track. And they will be looking for really to just put in laps at this point. If they do that, if they continue to do that and the 721 and 160 can't be repaired, then there may be a 4th place on offer for them. So there's plenty of reason, if you're able to get that car back on track, not just because you'd like the track time, but because there might be a result in it for you.
Also good to see running out on track right now, I caught coming across our finish line, is the 14 of Palomar Racing has started the race. They've completed 4 laps now, so they are down by 79 laps.
Let's see what has happened. It's the 25 has stopped drivers right. It looks like coming up the hill. We can't quite see it in our shots, but it looks like the 25 has come to a stop drivers right, rounding turn 2.
Yeah, we can see the waving green flag here at the top of the hill, which means the car stopped is just before this Marshall station.
Yes, and I'm not sure that the post at turn 1 is aware of it, because there's no yellow flag there. It's a little bit of a dicey situation.
Ooh.
3 clearly thinks that that post 1 has seen it, because they're waving the green flag, as you point out, and as Zach points out in our ear.
There goes the 14 Palomar.
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of confusion here, because the 99 was being held up behind. I'm gonna say that's the 64 being held up behind the 64, maybe for different reasons. Actually, that car looks like it's off pace too. But I don't know if we could cut back to the camera at the bottom of the hill at turn 1. But if we do that, I don't believe we'll see a yellow flag there standing or waving. But you see in the shot here that there's a waving green flag. Okay, now we've got a waving yellow at 1.
Yeah. So most likely that was MMR leaving pit lane after trying to figure out what their issue is and just coming to a halt there.
Yeah, I think that's right. So so this, in a way, I suppose, is a good place to have a local yellow, in that you're not likely to see anybody trying to make a move after the apex of 1. The only thing that might be dicey is if somebody's trying, because I don't see a standing yellow. Maybe there is one now, a standing yellow at start finish. No, there is not one yet. So basically the yellow flag zone starts at the apex of turn 1. So the only thing that might catch people out, as we've sent the flatbed, our terrific tandem of the flatbed and basically the blocker truck, white flag for the recovery vehicles to let drivers know that there's a slow car on track ahead of them. Those two will go pick up the 25. And the only sort of danger in terms of passing under yellow violations might be anybody coming through trying to set up a pass before turn into to turn 1. Then you get 2 cars side by side, which you don't want entering a yellow flag zone. Warning to the 63 for Kingpin, as they were trying to replace the flat tire in that car. 6 people over the wall. That is going to be their first warning. Remember, we still have the incident under investigation between the 85 AOA and the 65 open throttle. If that was indeed incidental contact, that would be a lap penalty to the 85.
Yeah, that's a weird case. You could argue that the 65 was slow on exit. Possibly unpredictable from 85's point of view, so I have no idea how that's going to play out there.
Yes. Okay. So we are at the bottom of the hour, about 2.5 hours into this one. So let's set up what I think will be our second commercial break of the race. while we get the situation down at turn 2 sorted out. Another hot pole from the Road Atlanta crew, which is going to keep us clean and green for the moment, which we're very thankful for. And I believe they've already got that car under tow, and there it is. So well done to them. That car will take the shortcut down at turn 5 to bring that car back into the paddock. And that will, thankfully, keep the race at full speed. So we'll go to a commercial break here, and then we'll be back on the other side of probably about a 2-minute break. Thanks to our sponsors, and we'll see you on the other side of that.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And welcome back to the first of 2 races, general production only, an experiment that we're trying here with the World Racing League here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You'd never be able to guess from the advertising signage who sponsors this racetrack. This will be a 9-hour race. Tomorrow will be a 7-hour race, basically split into 2 parts. I think it'll be 1 or 2 hours to start, and then the remaining segment coming after a scheduled red flag tomorrow. So a very different dynamic to that race. And we will hopefully get some of the cars that we've lost today, get them back and running for tomorrow.
I hope so. Joseph, I figured I'd come hang out and do the thing.
Sure, why not? You know, the more the merrier. 65 has been pulled in for unsafe driving. That'll be a mandatory driver change. Unsure what has precipitated that change, but the 65 running last after their mechanical issues in GP3. The 85 has come into pit. Don't remember if I've said that yet. That is slightly ahead of schedule, but not so much so that I think we should be worried about it. But watch that space, because that is P2 and GP3. If they run into issues, that would elevate Roberts 109 up to P2, but they are inching towards being 2 laps down. So, really strong run so far for the 3 fast guys, and Denny, number 86 in GP3 at the moment. One car taking to the escape road at turn 5. Waiting for identification on that. That is being noted by race control as the 918, that car that we were missing for so long, for about an hour and a half earlier. Looks like they may have had another mechanical issue and have needed to cut back through to get off course. At 5:11 for Bruce Innovations, starting to put in some fast laps. They've just done their fastest of the race by about a half a second, dipping into the 136s for the first time today, and that has drawn the gap down to the 147 to about 3.3 seconds. That is a fight for the race lead. Both of those cars are due in about 13-14 laps, so roughly 2/3 of the way through their fuel runs. The 99, on the other hand, due in 34 laps, so quite a ways to go. We've got a little bit of a stagger among some of our runners in GP1, which will make the projections to the end of this race kind of interesting. In that I'm not totally sure who is going to be in a better position to make it to the end here. 85, having pulled into the pits, will relinquish second and third places to Roberts and their team car in the number 55. Looks like the open throttle 65 has come into the pits, and that may be...
That's a mandatory driver change.
Yes, because that hasn't happened yet. And I assume that there was a black flag out for that car. Unsure if that was the first time that had been communicated to that 65 car. But either way, they are in now. These two open throttle cars are actually kind of in a battle for position. 644, 6 laps back, 65, 7 laps back. So even though they are going up the rear in GP3, they are still fighting at least with each other. Neither one of those guys... 65 actually may be a championship contending car, or at least a championship running car. 644, I think this may be the first time we've seen that car in action this year. 44 has come through on the 15, because the 15 for Palomar Racing has pitted.
Well, Bruce Innovations goes faster by another, 4/10 last lap? As it comes across the line.
Yeah, it sure does.
Off its fastest.
Yeah, and that's drawn the gap down to 2.4 seconds on that last lap. So there's some legitimate pace in that old choice car. Who would have guessed?
1.7 now.
That's drawing down. What is that? It's basically 0.7 of a second every lap at this point.
Well, this last lap, Moorhead has responded by having a very slightly quicker lap by, a handful of hundredths of a second.
Yes, that last lap, the gap grew very slightly from 2.402 to 2.484, so about 0.08 of a second between them. Advantage to the 147 from Moorhead. Not sure, I've got the list in front of me, so I suppose I could and should check. If we've got Johan Schwartz in the 147 this weekend.
He is here. Well, yes. Okay. I have seen him here in a race suit. I don't know if he's in that car.
Yeah, he was offering coaching yesterday, I believe.
And so, yeah, he is listed in the car, as is Ari Balog, Jerry Kaufman, and Dakota Dickerson, as well as the team owner, Chad Moorhead. So I mean, that is a pretty stout lineup. Certainly a seasoned lineup in that 147. So if it weren't for those mechanical issues, you'd expect that car to be really walking away with this one. But obviously, they lost a full day of running yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've still got tomorrow too. I mean, it's early in the day, I think, to start talking about tomorrow, but we do still have tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. And I tend to think, as that gap now has gone underneath 2 seconds for the lead in GP1, I tend to think that they've actually done a little bit of work on that 147 during the pit stops, because I felt that car had actually picked up a little bit of pace between the first and the second. I don't know how much they were able to do. There you see them coming through what is called turn 8, sweeping left-hander. That red, yellow, and black car in front, the 147, the white BMW chasing it, is the 511 for Bruce Innovations. Gap at the line was 1.5 seconds.
As they come into turn 10 now. Up the hill to the bridge for 11.
Yeah, under the Fox Factory Bridge.
Yeah, and you can see the gap is roughly at a second.
Yeah.
Slightly over.
65 for open throttle, in and out of the pit lane. Slightly longer stop at a 233. Flying Fur in GP1 has also pitted. A little bit of a longer stop for them also. That is at a 341. So they will be trying to stay ahead of the 701 for round 3. Who we noted earlier and actually brought out one of the full course yellows, I believe. Did they bring out a full course yellow? Yes, I think they did. Running out of fuel on the run up to turn 5. Now, I'm sure there's a little bit of a story behind that one, so we'll try to get more details on that. They ran out of fuel very early in the lap, so we kind of also suspect that they may have missed the pit call or delivered the pit call too late. But that gap now between the 746 and the 701, under a minute by the looks of things. Gap in the head of GP1. We're on board now with the 147 for Moorhead, who leads the race and that class. Gap to the car behind them. So we're looking for a white BMW in that rear view mirror. You see the headlights as they go under the Fox Factory Bridge. Gap just under 2 seconds.
Now a little bit of traffic separating them.
Yeah, that's now cleared out. And we've got I think that's the 65 having rejoined the race behind them, which would have been the traffic that they were dealing with. And that'll be the 605 as well. So those are both GP3 cars, but they're not in a battle with each other. Yeah, continuing to oscillate a little bit between the 147 and the 511. That now down to 1.6. Remember, had been as low as I believe it was 1.5 at one point. That is, by some margin, your closest battle on track. So we're going to continue to chase that, not just because it's the battle for the lead, but because it's the most interesting thing that we've got happening flat out at the moment. There's Palomar and Flying Fur going past our position. That gap looks much more compressed now.
Oh yeah.
About a car length between them coming out of 10B, and they'll swing through the final corner. I wonder if the Moorhead car had a bad run coming out of turn 7, because that is well tightened up. That's got to be under a second. Possibly under half a second. No traffic to get in the way here. This will be a 1v1 fight for quite a while yet. We'll be looking for pit stops from the two of them in about 8 laps, so there's plenty of time for this to play out. Just about a second on the nose that last time by, which represents a compression of about, actually exactly 0.6 of a second. Next time we see them will be right here. I think it's actually, it might well be coming through turn 6 that 511 is finding so much speed. And it will not hurt them to be in the toe of the 147 all the way down this long back straightaway down into 10A. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do anything with it, though. You need a really strong toe, really good exit out of 7.
Yeah, Moorhead can be quite good on the brakes.
.511 looks tidier at the moment, you'd have to say. 147 for Moorhead, looking like they need to use a little bit more turning radius coming out of 10B. Get on board with them here as they come up on slower traffic that I said wouldn't be in the way. Now it's in the way. And that's going to hurt them quite badly. That's up against the MMR 25 that's back out on track. No, that's not right. That's a BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Flying Fur, currently sitting 7th in GP1.
Yes, of course. Okay, that was one of the cars that we saw a few seconds up the road earlier. I think that's actually worked out pretty well for Moorhead because you cannot see the 511 in the rear view window. The 147 has cleared that lap traffic, and when we see them coming around turn 7, you'll see that the gap is now going to be north of 2 seconds at this point. So yeah, they've lost quite a bit of time. A little bit of a tire squeal coming through, is it turn 12 officially? 11 being the Fox Factory Bridge?
Yeah. That can be definitely a bit of a high compression area.
Yeah, certainly won't be a brake lockup. There's really no brakes to touch in that corner. It will be at most a lift of the throttle. Maybe some of the production cars would drag the brakes a bit just to dip the nose, just to get a little bit of weight on the front tires, but that would be about it.
Flying Fur Motorsports comes onto pit road.
Palomar, that number 14 has come back out, or has come out, I'll say. They've turned 18 laps so far.
Yep.
Doing 139, so pretty respectable pace, all things considered. And
yeah, that's the one with the blue mirrors and blue wing plate.
As opposed to, I think it's green on the other car, is that right? Red, excuse me, okay.
Yeah.
That car has come out early enough that could well be classified at the end of this race still. As a reminder, you need to finish 50% of your leader's lap. So if that car doesn't run into any major mechanicals, they could very easily get 5 hours of running under their belt. They've got 3 cars ahead of them that are either completely disabled or in some strife. The 47 went away. The 191 hasn't been quite right since they had their off at turn 1, ended up backwards in the gravel trap there. And the number 25, well-documented electrical or transmission issues with that car. We just have not been able to sort out there. 147 makes their way past the number, I believe it's number 86, leader in GP3, to clear that traffic. They will have a gaggle ahead of them in pretty short order. Coming up on the 644, that open throttle Miata. Open throttle car's pretty distinctive in their use of
green.
A solid green livery. The Kingpin car will be the odd one out there. That is basically an open throttle car that is being run by the Kingpin squad. We saw here earlier this year in a Ginetta. That GTO only race, which saw, it has to be said, quite a few Ginettas go off in mixed conditions. This would be the second Road Atlanta date on the WRL calendar, of course. Getting that second date, allowing the series to experiment with format a little bit. The first time that we've had a general production only class, as a complement to the first time we had a GTO GTU only race earlier this year, which was fascinating in its own right. That one fascinating because you didn't have the great pace differential between the GTOs and the GP classes. Jorge's going to get a good run here, and I think they'll be able to clear the 64. Yeah, quite easily into turn 1. And that will be another feather in their cap in terms of track position, because the 511 behind them is not going to be able to clear that car, and they're going to be stuck behind them at least through turn 5. But yeah, a very different dynamic here than what we're used to. Sort of akin to the GT only races in IMSA, the ones I'm thinking of VIR and Lime Rock in particular, where you're the GT1 or GP1, not GT1, GP1 runners have the opportunity to look in their windshield more often than in their mirrors for the first time in a while.
Yeah, probably a bit more preferable for them as well.
Yeah, I think I don't know what the expectation is going forward for days like this, but it's something that I've been rooting for quite a while, is to let the GP cars be the stars of the show, because they are well prepped cars. They and they sort of have become the best non-professionally prepped cars in the series at this point, because so much of GTO has gone the race car route, basically. The purpose-built race car route, with so many entries going over to GT4 cars and then basically taking them out of GT4 spec. Which has been really fascinating to see. But this kind of takes us back to the Halcyon days of not that long ago, when these sort of cars would have been, you know, with a little more grunt to them, would have been the top part of the field. The 99 car, obviously we talked about earlier, was a GTO car in was it as recently as 2020, maybe 2019? So not that long ago.
It would have been the first time that Brendan and I went to Road America. I think was the last time that we saw it. It was there, and I think it had been at the race before, but that was the first race that they did the new GT4 car.
Okay, so that would have been 21?
Nah, I think it would have been like 19 or 20.
Were we at Road America in 19?
No, then it would have been 20, because it was, yeah, because Brendan was there because he picked me up from the airport. That's right, yeah. So it would have been 20, I think, was the last time. So I think 19 was probably his last full season. And then they ran a couple races with it in 20 before upgrading. Right,
okay. GP2 is threatening to be sort of more interesting than I think we assume. Both cars, the 164 and 197, I think are both due for pits. That 164 has a lot of pace behind it, but I am curious to see that overnight cars tend to be fairly stout.
Yep.
And we've seen reliability issues out of Harrison, so I don't consider that race to be anywhere near done.
With 6 hours to go, you're not willing to call it?
No,
The
but
decision desk has not determined the outcome?
no, we are firmly stamping the GP2 race as too early to call in Georgia.
Oh no, that was more on the nose than I intended for it to be.
Anyway, but it actually reminds me quite a bit of the when we have classes that turn into attrition classes like this. It reminds me a little bit of the late stage ALMS prototype classes where you really do only need 2 cars to make a race.
Right.
And
it wasn't always, and like there would be a big gap, and then over the course of 2 or 3 hours, it'd be like, oh, now they're on track together again.
Yes,
somehow.
yeah, crazy how that happens. Now, it does help that we don't have. This is not a code 60 or code 35, depending on your units of measurement. This is a track where we will just go full course yellow, and that will compress the field a little. It obviously, sometimes does have the reverse effect of splitting up classes.
Yeah, you trap people a lap down and stuff like that.
Sure, but every once in a while, and I would argue more often than not, something has just, I think, come off of the car in front of us here. Maybe a piece of vinyl has come off that slower class car. The 511 is going to get balked again by traffic. That gap was under a second the last time by, and it's going to be slightly more than that now.
Yeah, just watching the rear view mirror is they're just taking it pretty easy through traffic, giving lots of respect on the other cars, not doing anything overly aggressive as they get around the 164 Harrison Motorsports there.
Yeah, and they are right back on them, though. That's the thing that's kind of interesting about this dynamic is we can tell that the 511's got a little bit more pace than the 147 at this point in time. And so they don't need to push the issue. But, of course, the earlier they get around that car is they show the nose a little bit. I think that's more of a half measure to get the 147 a little unnerved. They don't need to make this pass now, but the earlier they make it, the more that they can make up track time because, as we've talked about, there's a lot of fast drivers in that 147, and we know that they're still, they're probably actively working on setup for that car. There are things that you could maybe work out with a tire pressure adjustment at the midpoint of this race if they choose to change tires. There are a lot of things that could go the way of the 147. So if you are the Bruce Innovations 511, you'd kind of like to make that move sooner rather than later, even though there's a lot of time left in this race.
Yeah, the argument could also be it's like, let's just take it easy right now, not really push, save a little bit of fuel if you can. Just him back there, though he definitely has a run now.
Yeah, he sure does. Oh, I think he's actually
through.
Yeah, he's let him off. He doesn't want to fight that battle.
Good call for the 147.
Yeah, and the 511 will assume the lead of the race. About 5 laps away from their pit win. I take that back. Actually, we're right about due now for both of these cars. So that'll be track position advantage on the way into the pit lane. You have to wonder if that factors in at all into that decision to let that car go. If you say, well, I'm almost done with my stint. I'm not really interested in contact on my in-lap. I'd much rather let the car and the team and my teammates live to fight another day. Let's see if either of these cars come into the pits. Kind of looks like the 147 is looking, but they are not.
Stays out.
They'll do another lap. Both of them will. Confirmation in timing. 511 takes the point in GP1 and in the overall. Cars behind them, next car in line will be the 1 minute and 6 seconds behind will be the number 99 for Team GTR. The thing, I'll continue to harp on this, the thing that will be interesting about this is they are offset by about a half a stint from the 2 cars that are leading this race. So they'll assume the lead of the race after these 2 pit. The 44 is pretty much on the same rotation as our top 2. So they'll be in very shortly also, as will I believe the 98 has just pitted. So this will be interesting also. Harrison has fallen down the order, which I think probably they've pitted. Okay.
Yeah, they're just coming back out on track now.
Right. Okay. That'll elevate.
Go ahead,
yeah, just really quickly. That'll elevate 197 briefly, but we also expect a pit stop soon from them. So that should right itself pretty shortly.
I have a guest here. I don't like doing the Brendan thing where he tries to make it all professional, mostly because I don't like that. But also it's Justin Ford, who's a heck of a guy. He's not a stuffy guy. We're not doing formal introductions. What's going on, man? I hear you're swapping motors on Palomar cars. How do you get paid for that? How does that work? Aren't you renting the seats?
And there we are. Yeah. We are renters this weekend officially, but they did need help as far as mechanicking as well. So yeah, the 14 car back out after, like I said, a 24-hour long motor swap. They don't take that long, but we sure made it take that long. Yeah, special shout out to Bo Brannigan from our team. That he is a BMW technician by day, Stecker Performance in Chattanooga, who we get a lot of our parts from. Wasn't really expecting to sign him up for that, but that's pretty much all he did yesterday and all last night. So working on other people's stuff is always a challenge, and our tools, their stuff, they got it done. It's back out there. Matt Million behind the wheel now. So
sweet,
turning some good times. Yeah.
So good to get back in the car. Good to get back in the swing of things. How's the new car? What's going on with that? Because I don't assume that you're just going to be with Palomar forever, flying back and forth to San Diego.
No. As nice as they run a great team. They've got a great rig and all. Definitely excited to get the Chattanooga car back going. Again, everybody that saw it yesterday, we're pretty proud of how it looks. Hopefully we can get it to drive as well as it looks, and get back out there. We're in a weird GP1, GP2 place right now. We're trying to figure that out exactly where we'll land. But I did the math. I think today is 274 days since Sebring, where it died. So it can definitely, that can also be done much faster than we did it. But we didn't do it that fast.
I think we're seeing that a lot from teams, and I don't know what it is, if it's the economy or whatever. But like, I think we're seeing more now teams taking their time putting motors back together. Do you have any idea what that might be? Because it seemed like last season, like if you lost a motor, it was like gotta do it, we gotta get in the race. And now it's like, we're taking some time and we're figuring out the motor stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of us were getting older and family stuff, but then there was just full depression after Sebring and the old car dying. We just didn't even want to be around it. It's actually, half of it is in our shop hanging on the wall. So we do get a little reminder of it, but it was, didn't want to be around a dead body there at first kind of thing. So we all kind of stayed away over winter. Meanwhile, we're watching Birmingham Road and Race make a car in like a month.
Right, exactly.
We're still definitely in tune. We're coming out being y'all's pit marshals as in between there, which is the least amount of fun I have at a racetrack. By the way, that's not what we enjoy doing. But so it's been a long road, but we're here. Still some teething pains with the new car. But excited with the E36 chassis. There's a lot of old car bits in it. It's the same motor from Sebring, from the wreck, even all E46 suspension bits, things like that. But yeah, again, shout out to Will Choice. That was his old chassis. Doesn't look anything like it today, but he and another team, again, not involved in the incident there at Sebring, came together and provided that for us. So gave us a really good starting point. Might have actually been easier to just start from a car that ran E36 from the road, because mainly there was no wire in it, not a single wire. So team owner Zach custom built a wiring harness for it. It's awesome, mil spec, looking just great.
Nice.
we can spend a lot of money making a wiring harness, turns out. But
well, it's one of those where like it would have been more convenient to start with a running car, right? But now you're not locked into just old E36, not even like racing problems, but just like, oh, the wiring's messed up, it's an old car.
Yeah.
You know, you're probably a little bit more future-proof in that regard, I would imagine, at least.
We sure hope, yeah. You know, it was like we were struggling to maintain the car before for a whole WRL season. That's pretty intense, you know,
right.
with families and one race a month. That was all we could do. And then, yeah, to throw in a rebuilding one, definitely jammed us up pretty good there. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of lessons learned that we've implemented into this car. So fuel systems, you name it, it's all we took our time and we did it very well, and we spent a lot of money doing it, but it's going to be nice. Yeah, we look forward to get back to that maintaining stage and kicking some butt back out here. I'm thinking Sebring probably will do a test between now and then. Sebring, and not huge expectations for the rest of the year. Maybe Coda. We'll see how that falls on the calendar thing for us. But yeah, it's really just gonna focus on next season and figure out how we get this thing to land. Hopefully in GP1. We want to play around with these guys. It's just so competitive. But we love Harrison and the battles we had there in GP2. But I just don't think it's realistic to get the C36 down there.
Down to that level.
Yeah, we can't detune. We've proven that. We just can't tune, period. But and I think we can throw enough weight at it. So we do have triple adjustables. We're taking a little hit with that.
Okay.
Which we also have no idea how to adjust the tune.
Right, might be a little bit.
Definitely needs work. Yeah, I learned yesterday that I'm in charge of the shock program. So
that's good.
I'll figure that out.
We'll get you some time on the shaker rig.
Yeah.
You know, we can figure that out for you.
Sure. Yeah. That's, I don't know that any of us are good enough to even know if we're improving. It's just like, car's fine, I guess. I'm just driving it.
Drive good, whatever.
Got to drive as fast as I can with what I got.
So what's the day rate, or maybe not even the day rate, but like the hour rate to be like, Johan, can you please come do one stint in my car and like tell me what's wrong and then tell me how to set the shocks up?
Yeah, I don't know. We need to figure that out. It's, you know, we're big friends with Pat Wilmot, who's here this weekend. AOA car, did well with it. Great friends with those guys. So yeah, we may bring him out. Just can't break anything, you know, as long as he doesn't do that. But now we'll have to do something like that. We're hoping for a good test. AMP does some, actually, even with Ron, their Discovery parts, you can hook up with AMP, do a member day, and it's open lapping for like the entire day. So we could even simulate a race if we need to. So we're hoping to grab something like that.
Okay.
Obviously, any WRL race we're not racing in, we'll drag it out for the Friday test, since we're probably going to be pit marshalling anyways. And yeah.
Well, that's why you got to keep those Palomar cars going this weekend. Otherwise, you're getting sucked in, and then you're standing in the pit lane in the heat.
And I don't know if it's us or if it's Matt Million. He made a cameo in the 348 several times, and it always went bad. No fault of his own. You know, leading VIR by like a lap, and as soon as he gets out, the thing's just done. Lifter died, so we did a motor swap overnight there as well. And then he was at the Sebring race when it all went bad. He wasn't in the car. He put in a flyer the day before. Made a really cool like tribute video for us and stuff. So it was cool to keep the relationship going.
Absolutely.
With him there, we got a wiggling splitter. Our front left splitter is not behaving, so the tape has come off. But
so you pay extra for that in F1 to get your splitter to flex down like that. You know, I think that's a feature, right?
Definitely, yeah. They're moving arrow. Yeah, don't tell some other series that you have moving arrow.
Right.
So we argued that show me some arrow that doesn't move, and I don't know that I believe that, but yeah, I think we got a rule written for us in the other series on a moving wing we made one time. So
it's just thin and it would flex?
No, it was
on a hinge?
It was a Fox body chassis, and we had it basically on a hinge from the rear end, so that as the nose would dive, you'd get an air brake, and then it was split in the middle. So even as you're cornering, you would get you'd plane out on the inside and max out the angle on the outside, and it was really cool. You know, a rear facing GoPro. I don't know if it did anything, but
looks cool.
Yeah, it looked cool, but immediately got a rule written for us, and that was the end of that.
That's super fun.
We love these 3D printed wings. That's what we do on the new car, the old car, and it's been great. So we like playing around with that stuff.
I always wonder if Brad has done any wind tunnel testing on these Boxers, or even Pellegrini or Overnight, if they've done any testing with because like it's factory stock, It's got that splitter thing that
the little
comes
splitter
up.
that raises up. Yeah.
Like, I wonder if that's like you just leave it up because that's how you do it, or if there is like a practical angle where you can lower it. Because in the one that I drove, you could hit the button and lower it if you wanted.
Yeah, it's
so
funny.
it was like maybe there's an angle there. I don't know. I was looking at that in tech the other day, and like I'm sure they just leave it, but like I'd play with it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Might as well. And straight away, you got time here, especially. Yeah, I showed my daughter in traffic. Boxster this week, and I was like, "Hey, watch! This wing's going to go down here in just a second." They got the stoplight, and yeah, she was blown away by that.
Have you seen the ones on the Panamera now?
No.
On the new Panameras, they come up and then they split out, so it's the width of the car.
Wow.
So it's like two pieces. I was like, that's cool. I'll take one of those. That's awesome.
Gosh, I wonder how much that is when it breaks. But
tons. Too much.
Yeah,
too much. So can you talk a little bit about this Palomar car? My impression when I watch it out on track, especially versus some of the other GP2 stuff, is that the car appears lower power but lighter, and it's a little bit more nimble. Can you compare that to your old car and how they kind of drive different from one another?
Yeah, definitely down on power. I think it's a similar place, kind of a weird in between GP1, GP2. You know, they are in GP1, but definitely not optimal. Matt can throw down a pretty good lap, but yeah, I mean, we saw the Harrison time. Of course, that was Alex driving there. He's crazy fast here, but we were like, man, I don't know. So yeah, it's definitely lighter. There's the one we're in is just super neutral, which is great for sprinters. I think they've got their 14 set up a little more with the preference on alignment stuff there. But it's interesting. And our new car, the biggest problem with our new car is we don't have power steering right now. We're attempting to do it without, and then we threw 285s on it.
Ooh, that's a lot.
It was rough. We would not make it a stint here, I don't think, doing that. But it's interesting. I don't know. The old car was just so freaking good, and we didn't even know how we did it. But we had Alex from Harrison drive it, and we had Matt Millian drive it, and we had all these faster people than us drive it, and they're like, this thing's magic. I don't know what it is, but your E46 specifically, I think I credit the wing quite a bit. I think the 3D printed wing was a lot of it, but it just did whatever you wanted it to do. It was fine. And again, we weren't doing any crazy setups or anything like that. It was just always seemed to work. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be some tuning challenges for us on this new car. The copy paste from the old's not necessarily getting us there. So it's gonna be interesting. I think we'll do another E46 someday. I mean, it's clearly the thing.
Right.
So we're not sure in what capacity, but yeah, that's definitely in the works. At some point, we'll see. But we've got several E46 worth of parts, but we'll see how the timing and money goes on all that. But,
well, they're getting harder and harder to find too, as I keep looking for them. Like, you can buy, and of course my buddies at North Loop, like I think they're selling their orange one that won all the championships and stuff. But it's like, you're either spending that much money or you're getting just the worst $2,000 17-year-old kids beat the crap out of it constantly. You know, like, just awful car, automatic. 2.5 liter, like,
auto, all the Spec E46 and us, consuming them all, grid life, all the rest of the guys. But it's interesting. I think the aftermarket's still really strong. Luckily, if that doesn't, that's not a thing that's going to be really really bad. But and the motor stuff especially, and we're good at finding the limits of the motors. RPMs. So we're definitely being super mindful of that this weekend with the Palomar folks. We got the
if it's their motor, you don't want to. It's like
they have a contract. There's a contract there. There's a number you cannot hit. So we're just out here to make clean laps and hope between attrition and it's pretty good on fuel too. I think the lightweightness is helping us a bit there. Again, I think the 14 maybe a little more turned up. It's not as good on fuel. We're like, okay, that's fine. But Andy, team owner, they're awesome so far. They just got a brand new rig to them. It's the old Autotechnic rig who fields a bunch of GT4 M4s and in the IMSA series there, they were Matt and a few of their guys were actually helping support them at Lime Rock. That's the home track for Autotechnic. So they're the car stayed there between I guess Road America and this. The car did not go back out west. So
Gotcha. Okay.
It stayed up at
that's good.
Autotechnic.
Well, that's Lime Rock's not short from here, but it is better than being in San Diego.
They drove it. No joke. Yeah, they drove it straight. Ryan, who's one of the drivers of this 14, he'll get in at some point today. Hopefully, he drove straight through in that. And it's an old school rig. It's the 13-speed high-low Jake brake. Yeah, poor guy. Yeah, our old hauler was that way too, and it was miserable. But worst part about racing is the towing. So
yeah,
it's just part of it. We had a blowout on the way down on the trailer, but. It was a 9-minute swap. It was
that's pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah,
that's working. That's working good. Fortunately, I would imagine it wasn't an inside tire then.
No, we're no dualies for us.
Dualies.
No, it was on our 2500. It was one of the tandems on the trailer. So
got it. Okay,
it was a nice quick swap there on the side of I-75. But this is how's the race going?
The race is going to absolutely.
We're going down the order a bit, but that's all right.
I mean, it happens, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think we go a little bit farther on fuel than some of the others. We were getting an hour 15 there the first stint.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't gotten any of the help from the cautions yet for us, but
right.
We'll see how it plays out.
I think it's going to play out a lot greener than it usually does, just not having a big class here. Joseph, do you remember when we were doing the GT race? It didn't seem like there were a ton of cautions for that unless they were like rain related, right?
Yeah, I mean, once the rain hit on whatever day that was, it got pretty hairy. We ran through our Janetta supply pretty quickly.
Yeah, I got Janetta spinning all the way down the hill and recovering and all that stuff. But it ran that first day when it wasn't wet. It ran pretty clean the whole time, and you had people like Will Troy saying like, "Yeah, I got in the car and didn't see anybody." Just kept driving and it was whatever.
Yeah, I mean, there is still for sure. There's traffic here, right?
Yeah.
But I think this is a good density for this track. I think you're getting to see people stretch their legs a little bit. You're also seeing them have to navigate traffic. I think it's a pretty good balance for most of the cars out here.
Right.
But yeah, it's been pretty clean. Haven't seen a ton of notes in race control. I think we've only got one notice of contact under investigation. Two.
Nice.
And the first one was cleared, was contact, but nobody wanted a penalty out of it. And the second one's still under investigation. But for being nearly 3.5 hours in, for it to be this clean of a race is really good stuff. I don't know if we'll do this again, but I sure hope we do.
I hope we do too. I like this a lot. It's I think it's cool to see the 99 just pick right back up where they left off with that car. Like, it doesn't even matter. They're just like, yep, cool, we're here. I understand they've got an Australian guy running the car this weekend too. So
right. I was blown away that was the same chassis. I asked him yesterday. I was like, same chassis from Middo? And yep. And I was like, no way. Because I was in our car when that happened. I was just gutted, man. That was terrible. So,
yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, awesome to see him just pick right back up. I mean,
well, they had it. Where were we? I think we were talking about this earlier. I think it was at Road America. It was like one of the first times they came out with the M4. They had it on the hauler, like ready. And he was like, well, we're not sure how the M4 is going to go. And, it's like, oh, okay. And like it was there.
Pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, especially all the work they've done to it. Like, it's a heck of a car now. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, it's I know RJ's not, super happy with the car count here, but it's an experiment. I definitely hope they continue this split, especially some Middo, Barber, some of the tighter technical tracks. I think it'll even the benefits will be that much better, and the racing will be that much better.
Absolutely.
What I hope this ends up doing for both this and the GTO GTU race, what I hope ends up happening is that people see this and they recognize that it is a good product, and people are excited about it, and talk to the league more and encourage them to do more of these things, and say, I didn't go to this one this year because I didn't know how it would pan out, but it went well, and I'd like to do it if you offer it up again next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's hopefully everybody shares the story of how well it goes. Nobody ever. You only ever hear about the bad. It was a terrible event. You don't really hear a ton of just no problems. It just was a race. It was perfect. But hopefully they can get that out there. Yeah, I wish there were some more cars out there. Some of the KES 2000s and those. Missing seeing some of the other cars that I think would do really well this weekend.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, hopefully hopefully not July heat in Atlanta and a few other factors. Get these other dates and try the experiment again next year. We'll see.
I think, I was standing around in Tech on Thursday, and I saw a lot of cars, like a lot, with other sanctioning body stickers on them. And I think that's really the sign for me that it's like, this is, again, it's light this time.
Yeah.
I think if we do this a second, a third time, people are going to, it's really cool running WRL, because if you're in that GP1 class, like, you're in the show.
Yeah.
It's one thing to go to do one of the other series, and like we've heard stories about entrants in this paddock going down and doing the other ones, and just blowing people away, and like it wasn't close and whatever. And so your ability to come and do this and really test yourself at, I think, a higher level of competition.
Yeah.
I think people are going to be more and more on board with that.
I think
for
so.
sure.
And then the rule set is just so much better here. You don't have to build that certain car for some of the other series. You can go be successful on track and all, but it's so much about the car you choose up front. And if that's not the right car, it's all going to go bad. Or if the rules change and makes your car no longer the right car, it just destroys it. So hopefully people see this and then realize you don't just have to go buy a GT4. You can still do this. And use up all the rest of the E46s.
Yeah, exactly. There won't be any left. Now, I was looking around those one of those E92s for Open Throttle the other day, and like I was astonished at how much was like left over from like the old car. But it's like I bet you got to leave a lot of that in there so the car will run.
Yeah, probably. It's going to be interesting to see if that series takes off. I know they're trying to do the spec stuff. I think
there's going to be like a spec E92. The problem is because they want you to run that 330 with the naturally aspirated motor, which is fine. There's not a lot of those out there.
Not really.
There never was.
No.
So I don't know how that's going to go for them.
Yeah, and again, we found the limits of that plenty. It's about 7,600 RPM.
Right.
That's what we found. But like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I know, I'd say they would probably consider this more of a level year. Definitely massive amounts of growth prior, but they're still doing it. So super glad that. Kurt and the ACI guys are still at it and doing this stuff. So that's luckily we also got to bum their shop next door.
I was going to say, was that included in the shop rate? Was you got to pump Kurt a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Please let us go next door. Actually, we need to go over there and clean up soon. And there's probably tools we'll never get back in our toolbox, but that's all right. We know those guys, but definitely.
Car in the gravel, maybe to the wall here in this shot.
That is a Palomar.
Oh no!
Oh no! Not Joe Ray.
That looks like
red or black.
It looks like it's the blue mirrors.
15. Yeah.
So the 15.
That was the car that was up in P6 and GP1.
I think it's actually 14.
Oops. Yep. That's our car.
He's moving it. All right.
I think he might be high sided.
I was gonna say it looks like he's high sided on the verge there. But if he's able to back it up, like that's. You're still in business a little bit.
Hopefully, hopefully, man, that splitter is so low. There's no, that one's probably gone, but he might have just bought a splitter. They have a very fancy front bumper too,
if it wasn't flexing before.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't have to worry about more tape. But, and on that note, I better go.
Yeah, probably go figure out what's going on with that.
Yeah, my team caught on to me of letting me come up here during the last stint and then just avoid putting everything away is my normal strategy.
There you go.
So they're making me finish the race.
Now I got to ask, because I'm not up to date on the situation. We're not going to see that 369 out this weekend, are we?
Nah, not really planning on it. It flat spotted the crap out of the tires, no ABS. Between that, no power steering. And so we found the gravel yesterday because of the flat spotted tires there with the no ABS. So now we'll I don't know if this all goes terribly. Maybe we'll just come out and turn a few laps. But there's really nothing else for us to learn. I guess we could play with shocks, but without ABS and no real ability to fix that here, it just I don't think it would help us. I think that would be our lowest hanging fruit. So. All right,
man. Well, go fix some more front ends.
Hopefully, come back tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. So,
absolutely. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you. That was Justin Ford with Palomar this weekend, but usually Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterkraft. They've got their new car on the way. He is off to go repair a Palomar car, which is currently, I do think it's high centered, Joseph.
It is the 15 because that car has gone missing on my monitor.
Yeah.
And there goes the 14 through our shot.
Yep.
So
I meant to get a picture for you, JT. That Miata just went through that shot, and you could totally see it. It's super tight. Anyway,
we've got the trucks on the way here. I was gonna say I do think this is probably a car that could be pulled out in a hot pole pretty safely.
But what's the deal with the splitter, though? Like, is the splitter half stuck and dragging, and then you can't turn? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that going to need to be flatbedded back because the front end's all messed up? Do you just rip the bumper off and tell them to get going?
I really think it's just in the gravel. I mean, we'll see when it comes around, but I'm not convinced that car is. Well, maybe it has got that mark was there before. That's not.
Yeah,
that's
mark's
not
a little bit too far up. No, I can see you getting a little loose coming out of the corner and then trying to catch it, not quite, but you're not going that fast, and you get into the sand there.
Horner has called it in as light impact with the wall, so hopefully that car is all right. I did kind of think it had just barely gotten there. Everyone is being very well behaved into 10A, it has to be said. It's going to slightly, I almost said concertina, accordion things up a bit.
Can prevent code 35.
Yeah, that's
supposed to be Smokey the Bear. But like, that's what that is, honestly.
That's what that felt like. I don't mind that because they can't actually see where the recovery vehicle is. So all they see at this point are waving yellows.
Yep.
And they don't know why, because I don't think you can see. Maybe as you're cresting, you can kind of see the yellow lights of the trucks, but you don't actually know what's over the crest there. So I don't mind the level of caution that people are showing here.
Yep.
As we've got the 25 stops.
Again as well.
It had just come back out.
It had.
Yeah.
Now that we've got the double here.
Yeah, Zach makes a good point in our ear. They've got two cars that are out. I don't know that they have two crews able to service the track at the same time. So unless that car can get rolling, so this would be the first time that car has actually been completely immobile.
Right.
Every time we've seen it run into issues previously, it has been.
No.
It's basically just been stuck in gear or looked like it's needed to skip a gear. This is the first time that we've seen it actually dead stick on track. And
remember the safety car we had earlier when it came to a stop exiting pit lane? It had stopped before the turn 3 marshal post.
Yeah, so I guess this is the second time that I do wonder if race control will be on the horn to them, asking them to please not bring that car out unless it's actually fixed.
And I do think we're going to get a full course yellow here as the man in the flag stand picks up the double yellow thing, but hasn't yet actually unfurled it. He puts it down, goes for the white flag.
They don't have much of a choice, I'm afraid, unless that 25 can get rolling again.
There is a second set of, oh my goodness! The 98, I think, trying to not pass the safety vehicle, slows way down right under the flag stand.
Full course yellow for that.
People swerve out of the way. I don't think anybody hit anything, but if we have a replay of that from either the start-finish camera or the other one, we could show that real quick. That was scary. I think that's trying to check up to not pass somebody, and there's not enough room for everybody to slow down there.
We caught that live on our cameras.
Goodness.
But yeah,
it was a great save, absolutely. So we've got Rob Jackowitz up here in the booth with us.
I figured I'd come spend a few minutes with y'all, and I've been listening to your broadcast for quite a few years now.
Thank you.
We enjoy it. Obviously we enjoy it a lot. And I just got out of the GTR car about an hour ago, ran the first 2 stints. We are just so excited to be back in the old girl. She's treating us really well, and she's still able to do her thing.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but we were talking about it, just a moment ago, where it's like you just picked up where you left off with that car, like it just did. It's like nothing changed.
It's amazing. Yeah, look, that car was in pieces 2 years ago after an unfortunate incident at Road America.
Yep.
And we were about at the time we were beginning to transition to the new GT4.
Right.
And it was an unfortunate demise, and we kind of thought we'd be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
And over the last 2 years, we've slowly pieced it back together.
Okay.
And it's that car has been wrecked more times than I can possibly recount. And every time it goes on the frame machine, it comes out better balanced than it did before it went in.
Okay, so, I gotcha.
It's really a fantastic machine, and it is really well balanced, really easy to drive at the limit, very forgiving, and we have a really, really good time with it.
Well, you guys do a great job, and we see it with the M4 as well, where you've got the magic working somehow. You've got the secret sauce somewhere. I'm not going to ask you to divulge that, obviously, but it's clear that you guys are doing what you need to do to get those cars to be where they need to be. Because, we were just talking to Justin Ford earlier with Chattanooga, and, they talked about it too, where it's like, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with ours, but, like, it worked really good. And so it seems like you get these instances of like, oh, we've got the good one, and then there's this one that's like not so good. So I would just be so interested to know there's got to be one or two.
I think our biggest philosophy is really, we've been doing this car was a purpose-built endurance car. I don't think it was ever a road car.
Okay.
I think it was the history was, if I'm not mistaken, and Harold will correct me, but I think it was like a body in white that was delivered to a race team like Ball Line or Tech Mark back in the early 2000s. I don't think it was ever actually raced, and somehow he got a hold of it and built it into a purpose. A purpose-built endurance car, and he had been running 24 Hours of Thunderhill.
Yep.
Charge of the Headlights Brigade, VIR. All the big endurance races that used to get run 10 years ago with great history. I had raced against that car in a couple of endurance races, maybe 10, 15 years ago, so I remember it well. And of course, we got, when I got connected with Harold, I was overjoyed to get an opportunity, and it was fantastic. And look, our philosophy is really take care of the car.
Yeah.
Like what we've learned is, it doesn't matter how quick a lap you can put down. If the car doesn't make it to the end, you're not going to win the race.
Right.
Simple as that. So I'm sure you've seen, we go out and we kind of take it easy for certainly for the first stint, maybe even for the first two, and kind of just get a lay of the land and just kind of hang around the hoop. Right. Stay on the lead lap, maintain a good pace. You don't have to charge for the lead. I'm sure you guys have seen many, in the first hour of the race, people just driving the wheels off the car.
Yep.
And it's probably pros and pro coaches who are we're pitting, and we're pitting under double yellow, which is fantastic.
That's the right move. Yep.
So, and as you know, we put ourselves a little off the fueling strategy.
Yeah.
Last double yellow, we were in the lead. We kind of felt like, let's hold track position. We've got good pace. Let's not give that up and just start the race over.
Right.
So we kind of held that and took, stayed out front, had some clear laps, and obviously we had to pit. Went back into third, but now we've caught a double yellow, so we're kind of playing the leapfrog pit stop game, and for now it seems to be working out well for us. So let's see how things go.
So the one thing we've been trying to clock really closely recently is there was at one point, Joseph, which race was it? Was it VIR or was it Mid Ohio, where we were seeing you guys pull 30 seconds out of people in the pits?
So, our crew, who's also, our crew's been with us 5, 6 the entire time, same, essentially the same core team. We've grown now, but and I can't. It's obviously disingenuous to compare them to pro race team, Formula One for sure, right? I'm not going to go there, but they've all been doing this job for so many seasons, for so many races. The execution is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And they come over and they check our fuel jugs pretty much every time we fuel,
Right.
Make sure that. But they've got they've got it very choreographed, and they're just very quick with, we're pulling in the right place. They're very quick to get the fuel in, and we've got our driver changes down, to the point where we can actually beat the fuel, which is not that easy. It used to be they'd be waiting for us,
right?
Us old men, the three of us. And we've got the same. I know you've met Harold. He's been with you guys before. We've got the same core drivers, the same three of us that come to every race. We don't think that driver order really matters too much.
Right.
Ultimately, it's average pace over the life of the race. So we kind of, we'll change it up here and there. Sometimes I'll start. Sometimes Harold will start. Sometimes Jeff will start. It's all good. And so we try to take it easy at the beginning and then really get dialed in and just maintain a good quality, consistent pace.
Right.
And I said if we can go out there and just do 37s all day, I don't think we'll have an issue.
Fine.
Right.
I really enjoy, and we can mark this off on our bingo card now, where I always talk about what was it, 2009 or 2010 Peugeot at Le Mans. And it was the third car the third of the factory cars that had all the old goes David Brabham and whoever else in it, and they just said, "Oh, we're not going to run the curbs."
I think lights are off, by the way, Ryan.
The lights are off, and then we are going to go green here. Coming down the hill, it's going to be the 721 leading the field through.
You didn't expect that.
No, I did not, and then I couldn't see from behind the monitor and everything. So they're going to go 3 wide into turn 1 here, and I think they're going to keep it clean all the way up. Everybody's been very patient and very respectful in the first part of the lap. Anyway, to finish up the thought there real quick, that there was that year, I think it was 2010, and all the old guys said, we're just not going to run the curbs. Just straight up, that's how we're going to do it. And we're going to lose 3 seconds a lap, and we don't care. And it does not matter. And they ended up winning the race.
Yeah. Look, I was out there the first 2 hours. I didn't. I'm trying to think which curb I might have touched. Probably the inside curb of 7 for sure. Maybe the inside curb of 10A. Probably it.
That's it.
Right. I don't jump the curb in turn 3. I'm not two wheeling it through there because you do that over and over again. Guess what? You're going to break a rear suspension part, or something's going to go, a rear axle. Like, don't do that stuff.
Yeah, I think we see a lot now, especially in like professional endurance racing, where it's a 24-hour sprint race, and you have to have Jose Maria Lopez wrecking the car, trying to go too fast, and you've got F1 guys trying to do 1,000 miles an hour everywhere. And it really makes me happy to see a team, and like you guys are doing it to a T, where like we're just going to do pit stops right. We're not going to get silly penalties in the pit lane for speeding and fuel jugs and all the other stuff. We're not going to get any of that, and we're going to run a consistent pace. We don't have the hot shoe pro driver here to get set 34s and do all the crazy stuff. And like you just do all the right stuff and keep the car clean, and then you get a win. And it really makes me happy that there's still endurance racing out there where you can do that. And if you guys have something happen outside of your control, it usually doesn't end up being the second fastest car or the fastest car that ends up winning anyway.
That's right.
It's I think recently they've got Laura Hayes driving that Supra, who's insane.
Look, Laura's just, and I've been racing, against Laura for, probably five seasons now, back when they were running the E46.
Right.
Or even their own, the 350.
The 350, yeah.
And she has, continued to progress. I've just seen it. And now she's obviously matched up with a car that is, I used derogatory terms to describe those Supras, but just they're just quick. Their handling is great. They're making enough power. They're slippery. They're tough to keep up with, and in the hands of a good driver like Laura,
it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, we just can't seem to get the pace to stay with them. And look, we were at Road America. I mean, I was right there, and I can't remember the last time that I wasn't able to catch and pass her.
Right.
And this season seems to be the season where, like, you know what? Either she's getting quick or I'm getting old, or maybe a combination of the two. But she's fantastic. We really enjoy racing, and also she's so clean. And we just, it's great to race against drivers who you can really go get close and personal with, and trust each other and know that either one of you is going to do something silly.
And she's patient too, and it goes back to what I was talking about. Like, they've got the car that's the right mix right now. I'm convinced. Like, it is what it is. She's really fast. I never see her making lunges and diving because like we have their on board a lot of the time, and they're at the front. Their car's easy to follow with the colors the way it is, and she's patient. And will just follow people around.
And that's key.
Patience
is okay. Yeah,
we're going to wait until there's the right spot, and then we're going to do it, and then we'll check out.
Yep. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's the smart thing to do.
I will say, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's easier to be kinder in the car when you've got margin.
That's true. No, you're absolutely right about that, 100%. But there's another team, Joseph, and I think JT has some stats on this.
Yes, sure.
That should probably be leading the GTO championship right now.
Well, they don't have the commitment from the pro drivers that are running with them.
Well, there's that, but then they've lost a tremendous number of laps in penalties.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, yeah,
like
passes under yellow and whatnot.
And the pit lane and visors and the whole lot. Like, it's...
Yeah, and that... Excuse me. That also speaks to team execution, right?
JT says they've lost 9 laps. He was telling us about it the other day, and I'm like, you've been keeping track of that. Like, that's fantastic.
Right. And yet they're still battling for the win, even with those penalties.
They're still up there. But it's not. They're not doing something right. Go ahead, JT.
I'm just saying, I've been counting infractions and laps lost with the exception of contacts. So any speeding under code 35, any pit lane stuff.
Just I've been
penalties. Yeah, I've had to miss a couple races, so not a complete picture, but from what I do have, it's 9 laps lost.
Well, those are the cars. Those are the teams that are really interesting. We saw this with JTR last year and the year prior, right? Where they were a really, really fast team, but they would lose races on execution. And then once they finally got the execution stuff ironed out, they were unstoppable.
Yep.
So
you know who's always there at the end? You know who we're always talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, look, we try to let the race come to us, right? Just run your pace, and over time, it seems like either we're moving forward or everyone else is coming back towards us. And then, look, in that last stint, that's the time, and then it's go time, and you do what you can to push it a bit. But look, and obviously it's great to be running a GP1 field. We're stoked to be back in the old car. The GTO field is just, not to get into the GTO stuff because it's clearly a GP1 race, but it's so incredibly competitive. And there's some great drivers there, and the starts of those races are just a little ridiculous. Like top 10 cars, and seven of the starters are pros or pro coaches or whatever they are, and they're out there having a good time too. And so it's they've got FIA licenses and IMSA licenses. I'm bringing a CPA license to the table, so that's what I have. But it's fantastic, running with those people and even trying to maintain a close enough pace to be there at the end. It's super.
So I don't have the numbers in front of me. My gut reaction right now is that the front of GP1 is as fast as GTO was back when this car was in the GTO. I'm sure there's a little bit of a there because power's power, but I think the level of development that's gone on even in GP1 at this point is up there. I think there's the 2 or 3 guys at the front that are moving.
I think you're right, because even when we had this car in GTO trim, I don't really recall us doing better than 30, maybe 35s. Right. Maybe a 34. I'd have to go back and,
you have to go back and look,
but that's my guess.
Yeah.
And, we're only a second off of that pace, and we're down probably 70 horsepower to what we used to run in the GTO with this car. So, and look, this would be great to continue to run our car in GTO, but we recognized where the series was going. That was when tons of gas was going up, and the Cayman GT4 Caymans, and we were just really pushing this thing to the limit to try to keep up with that. We just didn't have the torque off the corners, and we were doing our best. We were trying to win on handling, and anyway. So this seems now a proper class for this car.
Absolutely.
And it'll be fun, as more GP1 races, if they do this or more, I suspect we'll be back. And
that's good.
Yeah,
I hope we do more of these a lot. I've been pitching this idea quietly and just trying to get vibe checks about it. I want to see a split race, but it's GP1 and GP3. And then GTO and GP2.
It's not a bad idea.
You've got clearer on the traffic.
Right. So you still have the multi-class, but you've kind of compartmentalized it a bit to make it. That's interesting. What I'd like to see, and I like this, but obviously there's about 30 cars here, which is a light field, lighter than you might expect. Certainly lighter if this was a full all classes.
Right.
What I'd really like to see is certain tracks be GP1 specific. Barber makes a fantastic GP track. Right. GTO cars running at Barber, you're not even getting out of fourth gear. Top speed is probably 110 or something like that. It's almost like those cars are too fast. They've got no bit. So I could see certain tracks like Hallett or Barber being GP only, and then maybe some of the. I'm trying to think of bigger tracks.
Like Road America. But
maybe.
The thing is, everybody wants to go to the big track.
I think so too. Yeah, agreed. But the series is fantastic. We really enjoy it.
Good.
We really enjoy listening to you all.
Yeah, of course.
I know my wife does for sure.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I'm going to say hi to my wife, Jill. She's watching from home, and nice to meet you all. And
of course, not a problem. Thanks for coming up and talking. Hopefully you have good luck the rest of the day. But I think I know that you don't need the luck. You guys you make your own and you do everything solid.
Continue to hit our marks, and let's see how it plays out. We'll do what we can do, and hopefully at the end we're right there. And if not, hopefully we'll be close.
Yep. And you got tomorrow too. So there you go. Perfect.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Awesome.
Thanks again. I appreciate
you having
me.
Of course, not a problem. Rob Jackowitz here with the GTR 99 team.
Yeah, I think the point about making your own luck is really the key, right? Because Rob was pretty upfront about it. I mean, that is the stuff that you need to do when you are not dealing with cars that are engineered to the 9th degree.
Right.
That is the way that you have to play it. You have to make your own luck. You have to preserve your machinery. It's you cannot play IMSA driver here. You have to take care of the thing that is keeping you on the track. So I think that's exactly right. I think we're about to pull up a replay here of a car running wide. This would be the 191 running wide earlier. That is a Bronco going over the runoff there, cresting turn 3.
I'd love to know from somebody in the 191 pits. It seems like that car has been tail happy all day, and like it's a Boxster. That's what they do. But like you got the wing and stuff on there. Is there something going on? Is there like an alignment issue? Do you have like a weight balance thing going? Like what's the deal with that? I'd be really curious to know, because it seems like the rear end of that car isn't getting nearly planted. It's got a big wing on the back, and they've got a decent front,
I wouldn't
front
be
end arrow to kind of balance it,
I wouldn't be surprised if it was too soft on the nose, because we saw that car whip around on the way into turn 1, which is not, and really early in the corner too. And when it came back out, it seemed unstable. So it feels to me like it's a little soft on the nose personally. But I'm also not in the car. Maybe that's the way that they feel like they have to drive it to get the pace out of it.
Right.
But the net result of that at the moment is that they're an hour and a half behind the leader.
Right.
So, there's two sides of it, right? If we're going to talk, bring it back to the discussion about GTO, which is where I think, we think about some of the entries that we've lost to greener pastures, which would be JTR.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things they talked about pretty openly is that they felt that they could run a more aggressive setup. They could run a setup that was more on the nose because it was faster.
Right.
The downside of that is if you can't keep the car under you, if that's not within a margin of safety for you and the ability that you're able to drive the car at, you will throw it off the track. You'll put it in bad situations. So there's it's a bit of both, right? It's the car and the driver, and it's and the setup that is the bridge between the two.
Mm-hmm.
You can set the car up fast, but if you don't have the right feel for the car, if it's not giving you the right information to drive it quickly, there's not a ton that you can do with that. The 98 has gone back around the 44 for PC racing, and that seems to have happened on track.
Yeah, that would be very, very recent as well.
And here they go, actually. They're exactly a lap behind the leaders. They're actually right in between the 99T for GTR, with whom we were just speaking, and the 147 that we're on board with now. They're now looking at the rear bumper cover of the 44 for PC Racing.
So keep in mind that is GTR retaking the lead in GP1 over Moorhead. That is a pass for position on track 2 laps ago.
Yeah, that gap now up to 3.8, in part because of this traffic, because the 99 has gone through and the 147 has not. These are all cars that are in the GP1 class, I believe. I think that green car ahead is the 60
something.
Yes.
3 or 4.
It's one of them.
I can guarantee it's a car that starts with the number 6.
Yep. And it's got a V8.
Yes. Well, I don't know if the Miata's got a V8.
That's true. That's a heck of a build on that Miata, though. I think that's a car that's built for a different series that they've now decided they wanted to get it into this one for this weekend. So I think that car's got a lot of potential, and it's been reeled in a little bit.
Honestly, if they're even if they're just trying to get that car, if they're just showcasing it to sell it, it's good to have more. I feel like we've kind of run out of Miatas over time, and now we
Right.
really just have AOA.
Mm-hmm.
And those cars do still exist. You can still run them, everybody.
Yeah. No, and we're seeing it. I keep, if we can find it on track at some point, I'll have to see if we can pick it up somewhere. Next time it goes by start finish, I'll mention it. We need to see this NC Miata with the bodywork all awesome. Like it's.
Oh, you're talking about the Lone Star.
The Lone Star car. Yeah, like that's the coolest car I've seen in WRL in a long time. Where it's like, yep, we're doing this. This is the car. We're running it. It's awesome. I'm totally in.
Yeah,
Lone Star Rallycross GP2. They're not even that far down. It's like not a road racing car.
Yeah, they
They're
just
in
went
third.
through shot. Yeah. It's a Now, they were helped out a little bit by how cautions fell, but yeah, I mean, they're still out there. They're still running. If it's a rallycross car that's been running non-stop for almost 4 hours, that's a pretty well-done car.
I mean, they've got a lot of stickers on there from, like, having been successful in other endurance series. So
Sure.
I'm guessing it was a rallycross car at one point that they've now developed this direction. But I was talking to the guy whose car it is, and it's like, yeah, no, just 2-liter car, just normal. He was like, I wish I had 2.5, but like, no, it's just 2-liter. And it's so cool to see it sitting there because it's just, yep, this is the car. This is what we're using. And I don't think we used to see a lot more crossover from other series with people who are running at different budgets.
Sure.
And you've got teams here that have, you know, it's an E46 M3, but like they've got a wrap on it, and their trailer's really cool, and they got all the tools, and they got all of this, and they got a crew guy, and somebody doing strategy. And we used to see more in WRL. You've got these cars like this that were like not pretty, but they'd show up because like, yeah, no, we like racing. This is our thing. And I think we had one team show up to run in GP3 at Sebring that for the 24 JT. Do you remember it was like an Accord or a Civic?
For the Sebring 24?
For the Sebring 24, yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can look it up.
There was definitely a Honda front-wheel drive car that ran in GP3 that they usually ran in other series. And that car was more the vibe of like, yeah, no, we're just buddies going racing. This is our car. It is what it is. And I like seeing those guys come to WRL. I think a lot of times the degree of pace and prep and stuff in WRL really makes those types of cars and outfits not as competitive just because they're not spending the same level of money. But being able to see a team do that and not spend that much money and, you know, be running third right now is awesome. I love seeing that. I love seeing that there's still opportunity in this series that you can run a car on a little bit of a budget and still be successful. The open throttle guys don't have a giant hauler. I know a lot of them are like dealership affiliated-ish, so I'm sure they've got people who are mechanics working on cars because the builds are super nice, but they're not spending a bajillion dollars on everything. So it's really, really cool, I think, that while, yes, especially in GTO, you can spend $300,000 buying a race car at this point, you know, with the Aston Martins and stuff like that, but you can also be in GP2 or GP3 running a reasonable car and still having a good time, I think.
So that was a 94 Accord from Fat Crack Racing.
94 Accord. Yep. Okay, that's about what I thought. Yeah, and as I recall, they didn't do super hot.
No, they finished 12th in GP3. But it does make me remind myself, I do miss the Pressure Tech Porsche.
Yep, that was cool.
The 944 with a Mercedes engine in it? Question mark?
Yeah, I think so. And then they had a Z4, I think, too, or a Z3 with some other weird engine in it. It was kind of a, you know, from like a consolidation of your parts supply standpoint, I don't know if that was a good idea. But like, as far as it being cool, like, sure, yeah, let's see it.
Shall we talk points for a little bit?
Yes.
Is this remind me? I think the GTO race was East and West. Is this also East and West?
That I do not know. I think so. That's a good question for RJ, who I saw in the pit lane at one point, but he is no longer in a spot where I can see him. So I don't know if he's hearing me or not.
I'm sure someone will tell us at some point.
Yeah.
We'll focus on the national for the moment.
The natty.
Yeah. This one's for all the Tostitos. The national championship, your top two by a mile are the 44 and 147. That will come as no surprise to anybody that's been around the paddock in the last like 5 years.
Yep.
So like, for example, this 99T, for example, that's running around, this is basically an exhibition race for that car.
Right.
It's not fighting for points. It's really just going to play spoiler here.
Yeah.
The 98 for Birmingham Road and Race has been around a bit. JT tells me it's national and Eastern only, which helps my tiny brain out. The Birmingham 98 has done a couple of events, but they're down in 8th in the GP1 national rankings. They will, at this rate, assuming they can keep the car on track for the next, we'll call it 40 minutes, they will overhaul the 26, who we lost early on and haven't seen them return. The other cars that are relevant here would be the 701, who are still circulating in 6th. Now, we know that car is pacey, but had bad luck with the fuel. They sit P4 in the championship, but they are quite a ways away from our top 2 here. Not taking drops into consideration. That may change the picture a little bit, but they've had a few results off the podium, which is not going to help them. Teams that run the full plate or close to it, like PC and Moorhead, can afford to drop a couple of those.
On the subject of drops, before I forget to mention this at some point,
sure.
RJ mentioned in the driver's meeting there's been a rule change, and that if you work on your car during Parc Fermé tomorrow, you don't get DQ'd. You instead get a 50-lap penalty. So you don't get penalized for, penalized in the championship.
That's interesting.
For, trying to get your car back out there so that you can run the race.
That's a comically large penalty, so I don't mind it.
Right.
But that's an interesting angle. It does kind of make me wonder. We've gone full course yellow because, he says, scrambling. A car has gone off at turn 7. I don't know if we've got an onboard that can track that, but a car has gone off at turn 7.
Actually, the 147 onboard should be coming up on that shortly.
And has connected to the tire wall there. I don't know if that's been called in by 7 or if that's at 7. We'll be on board here and we'll be able to see what's gone on there. Expect it to be to driver's left because that's where the tire walls are.
Yep.
Or to driver's right.
Oh, it is driver's right.
All right, I lied.
All right, there we go. Is that the other Palomar car?
It might be the other Palomar car. No, I believe it's the 65 because they've gone missing to me.
The 64 did just come down the pit lane. Or, yeah, I was going to type in the chat because I had figured out which one was which. There is an M3 in the pit right now. I don't know if we have the pit camera still, Zach. That was a no?
That was a no.
Okay.
That looks like a blue nose to me, which...
Well, the nose is bluish on the Palomar.
No, I know, but I'm reconciling that with the fact that the 65 has also gone missing for me at the same time.
Gotcha.
And I don't believe they've pitted. And I don't have either of the Palomar cars missing at the moment.
The 15 is missing, but it hasn't come back out to my knowledge.
Okay.
Because that was our previous full course yellow.
Right. Okay. The 47, speaking of cars that we were missing for a while, has come back out 3 hours later. They are... If they can keep that car circulating, they're still on for a classified finish. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. I'm guessing. I don't think this is set up for... No, we're not set up for a replay on this camera, but to end up there, you would assume that they've run it wide coming out of 7, and then... Yeah.
And you can see, and again, maybe I'm just seeing stuff because I'm sitting here and I haven't been paying attention, but it looks like there's some dirt extra versus what there ought to be on the left side, driver's left side of the curve there.
I mean,
that's always there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not too difficult to induce oversteer on that exit.
All right, I'll take it.
Real quick, it does look like a green E46.
Okay, so that's
the GP3 65.
Yes. Okay. That all tracks to me. The 44 has taken the opportunity to pit. As has the 197. 44 is relevant in GP1. Overnight is relevant in GP2. They're pitting out of 2nd. That is slightly before when they would have liked to pit, but you would take the opportunity for them. Been 29 laps since their last stop. They can do about 40. 164 is about 30 laps through their stint, due in about another 20. So I would expect Harrison in as well soon. 321 for Lone Star.
Here's the 14. The 14 is still circulating under safety car.
Yes.
64 and the 63 are here. Okay.
Yeah, we're thinking it's a 65. That's what it looked like from Moorhead's on board.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Sorry.
All good.
Let's see. Okay. So Moorhead has also pitted. That's elevated, and we're seeing that now. Has also pitted. That's elevated to 511T of Bruce Innovations. 511T because 511 is still being used by Choice Racing. Likewise, 99T at the head of GP1 because GTR is still using 99 for their GTO entry.
Round 3 did actually just use the fire hydrant on their front left tire. Presumably for the brakes, obviously. That's the first time I think I've seen somebody actually take the fire hydrant over and blow out a brake fire.
That is really odd.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've collected bits of rubber in there.
Maybe. I mean, I would assume so. It's the front left, so that's the one that's getting hot, obviously. Because you're putting all the pressure on that side as you go through the corner. I can hear the brake squeal on their GP3 car as they pull into their pit lane through the plate glass. Are both of those cars defending champions in their respective classes? I feel like they are.
Good question.
I think the GP3 car it definitely is, and then the GP1 car it won last year, right? The whole shebang.
GP3 was won by the 605 last year.
Yep, and then GP1.
GP1 was won by the 701.
701. Okay, cool. So both of those cars are the defending class champions for their respective classes.
Yeah, 701 I don't think will repeat this year. Just
it's
as a function really of how dominant this car and the 44 have been. Basically just trading blows at the top of GP1.
Well, it just hasn't been entered in enough races.
Well, that's part of it, but even the races that they have done, they haven't. I mean, if you do a partial season, you basically need to dominate everything, and they haven't done that. I mean, meanwhile, I'm looking at the GP1 East Championship, and Moorhead, they haven't finished outside the top 2 in the East. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, VIR was not a good round for them.
The 65 is under its own power into the pit lane. I would say that there's some smoke or something coming out of it. It might be tire smoke from something rubbing. But I imagine that we will go green here shortly, if that's the only vehicle that was having an issue. And then the 98, that car that was having the issues as we went to the last full course yellow, they come into the pit lane now. That's the Birmingham Road and Race car.
Yeah, safety car's entering 1 here, so they've got roughly 2.5 minutes to take their stop and get back out.
Yep. And we did just see the 65 pull into the paddock. So they'll take a look at that car. Had a couple issues with it today. Unfortunately, that's usually a pretty reliable and stout car. Lately, I think they are near the top, if not the top in GP3. Speaking of points. One thing I've also enjoyed seeing this weekend is kind of the return of the 86. There used to be, a small handful of those. Sometimes you see like 3 or 4 of them in WRL and GP2 trim, typically. And then they kind of went away for a while. And I think now, this weekend, we're back to having 2. We've got the 3 Fast Guys and Denny, as well as the Apex V2R car. It's got a little bit more aerodynamic stuff on it. So I think I'm happy to see those return. I also start to wonder if that will become a more popular platform as more attention is being given to the GR Toyota Cup thing. that the SRO runs. I still am
Yes.
holding out hope that we'll get to see those cars in WRL, but I think until then, people might be trying to get into that kind of vibe, because my understanding is they drive pretty similar to each other. So I wonder if that's just a platform that's going to start to come back around, potentially.
Sorry, I'm setting up on the thing. What are we talking about?
The Scion FRS platform.
Yeah. It seemed like we had a lot of those, and then they went away, and I think now they're coming back.
I'm seeing an awful lot on Marketplace, but the problem with it is the way that they are. My question, my curiosity, I guess, is the way some of these are being modified. Kind of seems like they're not going to be fit for club racing consumption. Yeah,
Here we go.
So they're out there
consumption
for club racing consumption.
There's a lot of, at least in California, Joseph, there's a lot of stock ones out there.
Okay.
There's a lot where people have like changed the wheels and done like a lowering spring and like left it alone. Like I have also seen stupid ones with too much stuff on it, and like I agree that those probably aren't it, but there's a lot out there that are like, yeah, I have a set of Chinese coilovers and tires, and it's like you can fix that.
Sure. I'm open to it. I think it's a good looking car. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't. That is one of those questions. I mean, maybe that's a question for Denny Stripling and and really for the Apex guys too. Is would you ditch this platform? If you were going to start over from a clean slate, would you drop that platform and do something else, or does it make sense? Is there a reason why people haven't really adopted it?
I mean, my understanding as we see that Apex V2R car go right over the curb there, a little bit aggressive. I have been seeing that car actually. They take a lot of curb. When I was up there adjusting cameras, a lot of those slower cars take a bunch of curb on the exit of 5 there. I worked in a repair shop for some time with a Subaru master technician. We were an independent shop. We had a Subaru tech on staff, and he talked about the engine that's in those is like good if it's been immaculately cared for. And the second you start letting stuff go or leaving oil in it too long or whatever, like it's over. And because it's so common that it's the FA20 engine are abused, there isn't a ton of them out there that are in good shape. So if you have the ability to rebuild them yourself, or you have a spot where you can get them in there clean, then it's not bad, because Subaru engines are designed to come out of the chassis really easily, because they know that you can't service, because the heads are down by the suspension, you can't service any of that stuff in the car. So Subaru specifically makes it so that you pop the engine out, easy, do everything, put it back in, and that's simple. So if you have those on a shelf, I can see that, especially for an endurance racing thing, where you may want to be swapping motors, once a season or at the end of the season, it's not going to be the same process as it took Palomar, 24 hours to get that race motor out of that car. A big straight 6 and a small sedan body. That FA20 is pretty small, so I think for serviceability in between races, it might be a better call. But yeah, it's interesting, and they got the lower center of gravity too. I think the longer wheelbase probably means it's a little bit easier to push it a little bit harder versus like a Miata that's got a short wheelbase. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to, because the base weight's going to be different, right? Between a Miata and that BRZ platform, I assume. I know it's different.
It's different enough. It's not a huge difference, but it's I think the power to weight ratio is very close, because it's more powerful than a Miata.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess here that should also be better for fuel economy, but that really hasn't been the case today, I don't think. I think the 86 has had it's also not totally fair, because the AOA cars they're all running NCs, aren't they? So
yes, yeah. Well, I mean, they're running NCs, but that's still a 2-liter 4-cylinder. My NC did not get that good of mileage when I owned it, so I don't know. Granted, I was driving it around like a fool, but
Sure.
Like, it wasn't a particularly efficient engine, I would say. Not any more so than anything else. How much does that also play into, at least for WRL's rules, that I bet you can have a bigger fuel tank with an 86?
That was the direction I was going to go with it, and I walked it back because the 86 hasn't. It has been out-sipping the out-guzzling.
Out-guzzling? All right.
Yes, the Miatas.
Gotcha.
But again, very different. You know, I guess they're similar. No, there's probably 5 years between them, isn't there? Between that 86 and the NCs.
I mean, they're the same. They're the same model age, roughly. Like the NC started in 06, but these aren't 06 NCs. These are late models.
Sure.
And the first 86s were like 13, 12, something like that.
Yeah.
So
okay.
they're close.
Yeah, I think AOA runs. I think an 09, a 10, and an 11. I don't remember what numbers.
I'm sure, but I am willing to bet that they all have the latest the later engine. I don't think any of them have the mid-cycle engine. They probably all have the one with.
They all have the facelift ones.
Yeah, because I think 09 is still pre-facelift, but they all have the facelift body and stuff.
Right. Okay. As I try to make conversation, actively setting up VMix. Don't mind me.
Yeah, no, not a problem at all. I do believe, I think the Three Fast Guys and Denny car is an 86 and not an FRS, which means it's the facelift of that one as well. I think the Apex V2R car might be the old body style, the pre-facelift one.
So that makes sense to me just on the basis of they run the 86 number plate.
Yes. No, I checked it because it was in Tech on Thursday, and I went around and it does have the 86 like fender. Like the fender on the 86 is like different.
Well, so okay, that was going to be my next question. How many of these are when you go from? Well, I guess all three of them. When you go from the Scion platform to the Toyota platform to the Subaru platform, how much is basically not plug and play?
Most of it is. Like a surprising amount of it is like straight across. I know on like the new ones, for example, the Subaru uses a like aluminum knuckle, and the Toyota uses a cast iron knuckle, I believe. Either cast iron or steel. They wanted one that like wouldn't flex as much but was heavier, and Subaru went for the lighter one that flexed more. So I'm sure there's little tiny differences like that, but my understanding is all of the parts are transferable.
Okay.
So it could have Subaru part numbered stuff on it, and I mean, technically you could change the fenders if you wanted to, I guess. But my assumption would be if he's the number 86, that it probably is a Toyota VIN car. But they don't. Nothing is really. The only differences would be things that would have been removed in the course of making it into a race car.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but all of a sudden. Well, yeah, alarm. All of a sudden, we're in a situation where we only have one GP2 car that is off track at the moment. Of our starters, obviously.
That's cool.
Yeah. 721 has made it back out. Victory Lane is in the 918 is circulating again. Only one that we're missing is the 160 that we saw pull into the pits and hasn't resurfaced. But really, I mean, it's actually a really good showing. We talk so much about how about the prep of the GP1 cars, but they're all, I think, save for maybe 5 or 6, maybe 7, and we're halfway through this race at this point.
Yep.
We've done a really good job of keeping these cars on track.
Absolutely. And the problems that we've seen, I think, have been largely self-induced.
Yes, I mostly agree with that. I don't, like, for example, I don't know what's happened to the 26. I don't know what failed on that.
Or the 25.
Well, yeah. Yes, the cars that are still circulating and that have fallen down through the order, I would absolutely call those self-inflicted wounds. Particularly, the one that sticks out in my mind is the 701. The 98 is really lucky to. Who's slow?
PC Racing. Yeah,
that is not up to pace coming into pit lane.
No, they were just in on that last yellow too. So this is not a planned stop.
Yeah, when were they first noted as being slow. Let's take a look. They actually haven't even shown up in the race control log.
It looked
They're
like
coming
just out of 10.
very slowly down. Like they're using the middle lane slow on the pit lane.
Yeah, and that is not a stuck camera. That is a crawling BMW. There, you see it better there.
These cameras do not look as good.
Well, there.
I'm glad I put them in a less important position.
The thing that's funny about it is, like, you could just claim that these are like security cameras. You just be like, oh, we got a little bit of CCTV.
This shot's okay, but like like even the color is wrong. Like the contrast is goofy.
It looks fine.
Yeah, it's all right. It's different.
Yeah, it's different. We'll put it there. Hi to my Android users at home.
Quick reminder, it's been a minute since we had an ad, actually.
Has it only been 60 seconds?
Yeah.
And away it goes, huh?
That was weird.
Maybe a flat. I could see something. Although, did either of you see the car actually get jacked up? Because I'm not sure I did.
See the car. I wonder if there was just like a noise, and they looked at it and were like, that's fine.
Or belts. It could have been loose belts, frankly.
Yeah, because they do open the passenger side door, and that was basically it.
Or maybe the cool suit was. I mean, it's a hot. I know you know this, Ryan. But if you're not trackside and you're not in the paddock, it's tough to actually convey through picture. That car's still not healthy. It's a 90-degree plus day out there.
Yeah.
So it's. I mean, it is cooking.
It is warm. It is a warm day.
Let's see. Yeah, 87 says my weather website.
I will say that it is not much colder today than it was yesterday, but there hasn't been direct sunlight.
That car's dead stick. That's not going to make it up the hill, and that's the same place that we had to bring out a full course yellow for earlier. We have seen a hot pull there. It's at the right side of the track to be pulled away, but that's huge for the GP1 championship, obviously.
Yes.
Because the advantage that the 147 had, as they go through shot now, the advantage the 147 had is going to blow up. The 44 has been on a recovery drive since basically 2 hours ago. Control-Alt-Delete. Remember we saw this car stuck coming out of turn 7 in the first couple hours of the race with what we figured was an electrical issue that we worried might get worse, and I think we're at the point where it actually has continued to flare up.
Yep.
And you just worry that car may suffer the same sort of fate that the 25 has, where you just have this recurring issue that you don't really know how to diagnose.
Right. Well, you do. It's I can tell you that at least in the shop that I worked at, if you have an electrical issue, it's you start the clock, and then however long it takes the mechanic to multimeter every wire in the car is how much you pay. And that's not really a fun thing to do at a racetrack. It's not a good use of your time.
It's not ideal. You'd much rather be
over again.
You'd much rather just be racing.
Yes, that's correct.
Car was just shut off again. Now it's turned back on again.
Did they get the M4 ECU installed in this?
And gets moving.
All right.
Same place that we saw it reset earlier in the race.
918 is in the pit lane. Just want to say a big hello to all of the spectators out here at Road Atlanta this weekend. Thanks for coming by to watch some fun racing here. Midsummer. I know it's a little bit hot out there for y'all, but I know a lot of... one thing I did notice, Joseph, is the people that are here watching they've set up like compounds with like multiple giant tents, and they've done it under the trees.
Now that's a smart move.
Yeah,
that's the way to do it, for sure.
So hopefully today, if we get a little bit, it looks stale out there right now, if I'm honest. If we had a little bit of a breeze going, if you're not in the sun, and like this is the thing I maintain about it's a dry heat, it's not as bad.
It's literally physics, right?
If you're in the shade and it's only 90 degrees and it's a little bit windy, it's fine. Versus if it's 115 and you're in the shade and it's windy, it's still miserable. So anyway, if it got a little bit windy, it would actually be quite a nice day to watch racing. And like as I said, it's a little stale right now. I'll give you that. But
sure.
Hopefully everybody around the track having a great time. If you've run out of food or you don't want to cook, don't want to warm up the inside of your RV or box truck as it may be. Somebody has a box truck that I presume is a RV conversion thing. I was very impressed by that. I'd like to tour. If you don't want to cook and warm up your box truck, you can be down the 44s in the pit lane. You can come on down to the Paddock Club. The restaurant's open. Got burgers, chicken sandwiches, the whole nine. Drinks, alcohol, etc. You know what I'm starting to see, Joseph, that places are starting to carry more and more are these Cutwater canned cocktails.
Yeah,
that is really my speed.
Sure.
That's that is my vibe, as the kids would say.
Right. Okay.
I can see Brendan rolling his eyes right now.
That's all well and good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The key really is to not drink, take longer than 2.5 seconds to finish it, you know.
Okay, but see, the thing is, Joseph, if you do a cocktail and it's full of ice, right, or it's really strong, or both, you can't drink it super fast. If a cocktail is too sweet, you don't taste the alcohol, and it's like, oh, it's just like drinking a can of juice or something, and you just drink it.
So
these Cutwaters are in a can, which artificially limits the flow rate coming out of the can, so you can't just slam them in 2 seconds.
Well, let me introduce you to the concept of poking a hole in a different part of the can.
No, right, but I never do that. I understand that that's like a strat, obviously, but I don't do that.
Okay.
In the same way that I would do bottled alcohol if I could, and do I know that if I put a straw in it, I can make it come out? Yeah, I've been to college. Okay, all right, but I don't do that, and it makes it so I drink it slower. So that's the answer, and that's why I always talk about when we're hanging out. I drink nice whiskey that's strong, and I don't drink it very fast. Or if we go get $1.25 mudslide shots from the Sebring Walmart, then of course I'm going to drink that in 5 seconds because it's small and it drinks fast. What do you want from me? Anyway, racing.
Alternate water.
Yeah, I do that usually. I drink a lot of water. Anyway, if you'd like a Cutwater, they're down at the Paddock Club. My goodness.
Fascinating.
Not if you're driving, obviously. And if you're in the pit lane, you definitely can't have one until the race is over.
Let's play a fun game called Why Does My Computer Hate Me?
All right, that's fun. I like that. Joseph, would I be putting a hat on a hat of your stress right now if I asked for irresponsible math?
Well, you can run it. I sent the link. It doesn't have to be my thing. That's the whole reason.
It is your thing, though.
The whole reason it's on a server is so other people can use it.
Yeah, but that's not as cool as having Joseph run down it in his Joseph way. It's part of your brand at this point.
I don't. Do I want a brand? Seems like a little.
Everybody has a brand, Joseph. Everybody has a brand.
Yeah. Well. Hold on. Right now, my brand is figuring out what onboards are working.
Yeah, that's fine. All of the links that I found are in the Discord. I found a bajillion of them.
I got one going. We might be good to go.
Oh, just one?
Well, no, but I mean.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know if that's good to go. Per se.
Yeah. Well, it's one more. Sure. It's one more than we got the headroom for currently. So in that sense.
All right, that's cool.
Honestly, there's quite a few. The 26 is onboard is looking a little worse for wear, but
that's the overlay. I don't want that one.
Can't win them all.
Well, the 26 isn't really running right now.
Yeah, all the ones I found, Joseph, are in the Discord. I found probably 7.
This is on board with the number 98, the car that is running P4 in GP1. and was leading for quite a while until they had their very, very long pit stop.
Here we go. I feel like I need a chat GPT generated thing in Joseph's.
Oh, are you have you done the math?
It says loading. I'm not optimistic.
Okay.
There we go.
Why not? Okay.
And this auto pulls the time remaining now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. I was like, I have to do math. Oh, I don't know. Okay, cool.
You just click a button and
yeah,
it's
no,
the
I know.
future.
It loaded now. It wasn't loading before, and I was starting to be like, ooh, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So, JT,
I'm him.
Who do you think the computer favors right now at this time?
This is the content that people crave.
I would probably computer. Probably 99.
It is the 99. So the 99 is up in the 70% range as far as coming in first position. So the computer says right now, the intelligent predictive software powered by Joseph.
Powered by me.
Yep. Says that the 99 is going to win. We're pretty 75.51%. We're going to do. Who do you think is going to come in second, though?
I'm leaning to 147.
147, also pretty high confidence for second place. They've still got 12% shot at the dub, but their second place is a much bigger deal. The one that's interesting to me is the 164, which is all over the place.
Okay.
Like there's it's in the 85th. This is percentile, right, Joseph?
Yes. It's basically I run as many passes as I can get away with.
Right.
And then it's just the output of where people finished in those simulations.
Is this for overall or by class?
That was overall.
Okay.
But that being said, I don't know how to make it go back to overall now that I put GP1.
There's a different plot, either above that or below that has the overall.
Okay. Anyway, the 511 is so the second place is really up for grabs between the 511T and the 147. So that's going to be the Bruce's. Let's go over here.
Innovations.
Bruce Innovations, and Bruce, for those of you who don't know, is one of the big honchos at ACP. He is running that car with Bill Joyce. That is the team there. They have a third driver as well. It eludes me right now who that is, and I've got too much stuff open, so I can't open the entry list. Oh my gosh, final lap count. Oh, I didn't even know I could scroll down. This is finishing class position, finishing position.
Is it Steve Weber?
Yes, it is.
You know, there's a fourth name on this, which scares me. It brings me fear more than anything else.
And what's that?
Glenn McGee.
Glenn McGee.
He's not listed as confirmed, but I see that name and I fear it.
If Glenn McGee is here, and if you can hear me down at the Bruce's camp, send Glenn McGee on over. I want to talk to Glenn McGee about how his pro racing career is going. I would love to be in touch with him.
In a Lamborghini?
In his Lamborghini, in his Miata, the whole gamut of all the things. I think there's a strong possibility, Joseph, of some passes occurring.
I agree.
If he's here. If Glenn McGee is in the 511, they're going to see car, pass car.
It's the only way to be. The only way to do it, honestly.
Oh, man. Excellent. So, yeah, it's pretty much as one would assume in GP1 as it sits at this time. The 701's got a shot at the podium here. They're more likely going to be in the sort of 4th, 5th position. But they do still have a chance at the podium here. Kind of like a 10% spot. GP2 drama for a BMW. We've got somebody off the pace here.
Is that the 47?
Is that the road and race, the Birmingham road and race car?
Yeah, it might be the team car. I don't believe it's the 98.
Okay.
At least the feed that we've got of it has it in the wrong part of the track. Yeah, that's the old Ginger racing car, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So that would be the 47. That makes sense. Okay.
Copy. You have to say that if you're in amateur racing. You gotta say copy.
What's your vector? Yeah, that's definitely the old Ginger car for sure. So that'll be the 47.
Another car that has had quite the life in WRL. A competitive life.
A lot of GP1 onboards available. And by a lot of, I mean exclusively.
There was I had a... Oh, no, that was the 64, huh? I thought it was the 65, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it might just be GP1.
That's all right. Hey, we got onboards. We got what the people have been clamoring for.
I want to thank all the people behind the scenes who made these onboards possible.
Me, myself, and I. And
Joseph,
what?
Are you controlling the onboards right now, more or less?
What I'm probably going to end up doing is just setting them on an auto timer so that we have some
variation available.
Some variation, and then I'm going to go back to helping with commentary.
That's fine. Could you, for funsies, when you have a moment...
No, thank you.
Wind back on this 98 onboard. I would like to see the O blank moment under the flag stand. Because it was an incredible
I could probably do that. Oh, we've got a car. Car is
really
just straight line turn 5, by the way. I don't know who it was.
To the escape road?
No, well, turn 4, I guess. We might be coming up on them on the 191, which I don't have ready for Zach yet.
Is that the 701?
No, I don't think so, because I'm on board the 701 and they're going through the same dust club.
Okay.
It might be...
Ooh, the 197.
I don't know who it was. You know what? It might be. Yeah, you might be right. It might be the...
Black and green boxer.
Yes. Because that car is not quite up to speed.
Main report is slow, exiting 7.
Yeah, and right before that, actually...
Heading into the final chicane, yes. Leaving the chicane now and going driver's right, so it's going to be coming down pit road here in a moment.
Well, race control is saying that the 197 has actually hit the wall at 4. It's gone into the tire wall.
I will have eyes on it. The wing looks definitely hanging back.
It did a little bit. I'll be honest, I was eating some Pommes frites while that was going on, so I wasn't aware that the 701 was coming until too late. So I can't speak definitively on
197. Green and black box are on
the 197. Okay. I thought we were looking at the 701 still. All right. Let's see. I actually... Oh, that's too bad. I can't see right there because the Michelin bridge is in the way, and my camera can't pick it up.
It can pick up half of the car.
Yeah.
Just the wrong half.
Well, there should be 3 pit lane cameras. So, Zach, is there one more or did we already try that one? Because there's one that's far away, and then there's one that's a little bit closer. Yeah, that doesn't really help, does it? Because that's the... No, I think that might be the last one. So, there's one further up, Zach. You can actually see it in this... Oh, nope. All right, well, it was a good idea anyway. There's a little bit of a blind spot right there.
But fine while it lasted.
Anyways, that is the second place GP2 car. Had a few laps over the Lone Star Rallycross Miata, but most likely it will be on pit road for a little bit here. BMW directly in front of us is the 47 from Birmingham Road and Race. Released off the jacks, but not in a hurry to go anywhere, unfortunately. Meanwhile, our overhead camera on pit lane.
Oh my gosh!
Getting
oh my gosh! I didn't know they had earthquakes on the East Coast.
Yeah, severe seismic activity in Brazelton, Georgia.
That, or I put it on the handrail for the stairway. I'll let you be the judge.
You can see. Yeah, what's funny is you can like see what the pivot point is. Like you can see that it's mounted from the top.
See, I'm hoping it's because the box fan down there in the 197 stall.
Sure.
It's just sending the only moving air. Lone Star Rallycross is now in the lead, now on the same lap as the 197. So unless the Boxster gets out this lap, that's going to be a change for second in GP2.
We've got five functioning onboards.
Hell yeah.
This is one of them.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something fun, right? Here's another one.
Nice.
And watch this. Oh wait, that's the same one. Hold on. All right, this is a different one. Some of these are a little spicy in terms of volume level. I'll bring them down a little bit.
I'm not getting any volume with the overnight onboard. There we go. Handling looks a bit better than it did earlier. Relatively stable going into turn 1.
Yeah, I agree. Well, a little loose into 3.
Yeah.
But it's still a pendulum, but at least it looks like a more stable pendulum.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's, you know, you're coming up over a hill while all the momentum of the car is going forward, so it's understandable that the rear gets a bit light there.
Yeah. Zach's onto my games. Not into it. Yeah, that's the 191 loose coming out of 10B.
The 55 from AOA pits from 3rd in GP3.
Okay. I've done all the things that I'm supposed to be doing. Now we're on a trackside merry-go-round. Woohoo! Which means I can watch the multi-view again. Isn't that fun?
I think we're gonna be... Sorry, go ahead.
918 listed as being 4 off coming out of turn 7. That car is now... Is that right? That can't be right. I've got them being listed as 3 laps off of the 160. Which if that's the case, that is... I know they're only on 64 laps, but that's a pretty stout run for that car with the amount of reliability issues that they had earlier. The fact that they've kept that going is a pretty commendable level of persistence.
Yeah, because we haven't seen that 160 since, going in after the 2nd hour of the race.
Yeah, that was the early pit stop that we were trying to figure out what the cause of it was. I don't know if we know what the cause of it was, but we know that it's not come back out since then. Overnight 197 in the lane. That's early for them. That would be the car that we think made contact with the wall at 5 or at 4.
Yeah, and they haven't left yet.
Okay. That's Lone Star Rallycross is going to end up winning this class. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. They're only 2 laps off Harrison, which is a fast car, but as we've noted, they do sometimes have mechanical issues on that car.
Yeah, they can. They seem to be a car that's either definitely going to be on the podium or they've ran into a problem. I think we have the 109 of Roberts Motorsports due in relatively soon.
Relatively, yes. They run long enough that I don't have them for another 13 laps.
Really?
Yes. The longest stint was their second one. They pitted on lap 51 at first and then extended to 109. So I've got them in at, I guess that would make it a 58 lap stint. Palomar Racing in the, I'm gonna say, Party Parrot blue car. That number 14 running, actually both Palomar cars circulating now. That was the car that came out very, very late. I think it was the 15 that we saw nosed in at 10B.
Yes.
Well, between 10A and B.
So I'm wondering if that one has a red parrot Motorsports
Yes,
logo?
yes.
Because this is the one with the blue mirrors, the blue wing support, and wing plates.
That was kind of what I was thinking. Does the parrot color tell us what trim we're running? What trim color we're running? 'Cause I don't know that we have. The 65. No, is that live? I don't know that we have an onboard for the other one. For the other Palomar car.
.644 doing a driver swap.
Yes, that's another one of those cars that was having a lot of issues early, but they have stuck with it and have actually climbed up into 7th as the 85 has fallen away.
18th overall. So
yeah, which is basically nearly halfway up the field, right?
The issues they had were early and relatively light.
Closest battle on track that I'm seeing is between the 63 for Kingpin and the semi stablemate in the 64 for Open Throttle. That gap on that last lap went from 7 seconds down to 4. Lap prior went from 11.8 down to 7. So those two green BMWs rapidly drawing closer to each other. Zach's picked them up. The second car through was the 63 for Kingpin. They're going to be within a couple seconds of each other. Actually, that move's already happened. There is such a pace differential that the first car through with the higher rear wing, that's the Kingpin number 63. The second green BMW that you're going to see here is the 64 for Open Throttle. They look similar because they come out of the same garage, operated by different teams. At the same time, on the same lap, the 918 for Victory Lane has overtaken the 160 for Moorhead. So that 160 car is still stuck in the garage, opposite, or at least differing fortunes for the 147, who still in outside contention for the race win. Certainly looking good for a podium at the moment.
I missed it, but the 197 from Overnight Motorsports has come back out after quick repairs from their spin in turn 4.
Yeah, I've got the... Yeah, I'm very curious to know what kind of shape that car is in. The nearest competitor there is the RRT number 721, who are due for a stop, but they are many, many laps behind at this point because they had their own mechanical problems earlier. 3 fast guys and Denny in the lane out of the lead in GP3. That will, I believe, I think it'll elevate the 109 into the lead. There may have been enough of a gap. Actually, no, I don't think it will.
No.
I think they'll hold that.
No, they had about a 3-lap margin over second in GP3.
Yeah, I think that's right. The 605 has fallen to nearly a full lap behind the 109. And then the 55 I've got them as 1:16 behind them. So that GP3 field's starting to stretch out a bit.
Keep in mind the 55 just did pit 5 laps ago as well.
Oh yeah, good call. Okay, so they will probably retake that spot. Well, okay, they're off. They're on a stagger from the 605. So I take that back. We may not see that play out for quite a while. Yeah, 109 doing in 9 laps, so not as aggressive as stagger with the 86. We're coming up on the end of our 5th hour here, past halfway in the race. We'll run some projections in a little bit. I think we're expecting pit stops soon from the 99, the 511, and the 147 question mark? No, really just the 99, the 511, and not even the 44 because they pitted with their mechanical issues. So we're waiting on a couple pit stops from some of our front runners. I think we'll take a break now, and if we don't catch those stops, we'll at least catch the effects of where those cars come out. So stick with us. We're going to hear from our sponsors for the 3rd time today. Been running basically interruption free. We've had, I think, 4 full course cautions. Make that 5 due to mechanical issues, but it's been a remarkably clean race, and hope to see some more of that on the other side of this break.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Road Atlanta. I almost said Road America. It's not that. It's a different Road A. Back at Road Atlanta, approaching the sixth hour of our 9-hour Saturday race. We followed up by a 7-hour race, split in 2 parts tomorrow. So it'll be a very different dynamic to tomorrow's race, hopefully with all the cars you see today and hopefully a couple others that we've lost by the wayside. I'm Joseph. JT is virtually alongside me.
Yeah.
But on the wrong coast. Ryan is somewhere out there. He'll be back. He's managing some technical difficulties. Brendan was here earlier. He's gone now. We'll
Yeah,
never
he
hear
had
from
this-
him again.
He had the pedicure appointment.
Sure. I heard he was going to spring for the mani-pedi, which you know what? I think self-care is so important.
He should treat himself. He
Yeah.
works hard.
I agree. I don't know what on, but you know, good for him. GTR 99 and Bruce Innovations have pitted.
First and second.
Yes, and that has given the top spot. Ooh, we've had someone run
Little wide.
a couple wheels off. Yeah.
Was that Moorhead?
Was it? No, it was a 6 or 5, I'm told.
Okay.
Moorhead 147 up to the point in GP1, at least for now. We'll expect them to pit in, we think, 11 laps time. And what does that mean for the running order, you ask? I have no idea. At some point, I'm going to have to check the irresponsible math myself, because I have no idea what we were talking about.
We'll let you know at an hour to go.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We'll let you know who will win when we know who will win.
Right now, it's still a 50-50 that the 25 MMR Mustang will win, but
Yes. Yeah.
it's trending south from there.
Listen, it's always a 50% chance of rain, you know? That's definitely how percentages work.
Yay, math.
Yeah. We have crept up into 88 degrees. I'm told that it feels like 100 degrees out there. That sounds uncomfortable.
Thoughts and prayers to Ryan.
Yes, thoughts and prayers to Ryan. Thoughts and really great news for any cool suit manufacturers out there, because there is not a single person out there, I'm pretty confident, who does not have some kind of active cooling system in their car today. Unless that active cooling system is just, you know, rolled down windows, which I guess is a possibility. Birmingham Road and Race have also overtaken the Bruce Innovations car. So that's a long stop from the 511.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how they would be on pit lane compared to GTR. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't initially favoring them for the win, just based on outright times being so close. A lot of it might just come down to pit stops, and I just don't know enough about them. Whereas we know GTR to be pretty consistent.
Well, I mean, as we talked about earlier, the thing that GTR has going for it is it's a crew, it's a group of guys that are pretty well drilled, right? And they know each other pretty well. You have a working choreography with people. I don't know with this 511 car if they've just taken the choice crew, or if it's a mix and match kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't know the specifics of the nature of the rental.
Yes, so, if you're in a situation where you have a bunch of guys that haven't really worked well together, or rather haven't worked very much together in the past, well, now you're looking at a situation where the fighting producers. Now you're in a situation where you're kind of working out each other's operating rhythm in real time. Obviously, you will have drilled it a little bit in the days leading up, and particularly on the Friday. But in terms of, the real action of the race and the real pressure of putting in a real quick pit stop, this will be the first time that you've really had to deal with that.
So just circling back on that cooling system for everybody. Daniel Hobson's actually at the track today, and rented a truck to bring out a bunch of chill out systems cooling stuff. So if anyone starts to get a bit too hot, track him down. Unfortunately, I can't quite justify getting a chill out system for the sim racing rig. .191 Overnight Motorsports using quite a bit of curb there on the exit of 5. The Palomar car in a stark contrast, not using as much.
So who all are we waiting for to stop? The 147 we know is due in about 8 laps.
Yeah, that sounds right. The 109 in GP3 looks like the 86 only lost 1 lap from their pit stop, so they still got a 2-lap lead in GP3.
We lost an onboard. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Which one?
the 191.
Ah.
But I know they're still circulating. I see them on another car's onboard.
Yeah, they are. Our 3rd place GP1 car, 98 Birmingham Road and Race. So far the fastest car of the day.
I'm going to switch off of that because I just noticed something very goofy. Don't mind me. I said, don't mind me.
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. I'm told the grill is open until 2, by the way. If you're trackside.
Showing the 15 Palomar back on pit road.
I was talking a big game about how GP2 had revived itself. And the 720. Oh, that might be, okay. Those might be scheduled. We might be okay.
Yeah.
The 721 and the 918 both came into the pits at the same time, and I hadn't noticed. And I was scared. Honestly, I was afraid for GP2. GP3 is basically as it stood earlier. The 109, I don't think I'm wrong in saying. I think the 109 is pulling in some of the gap, although they do owe us a stop. So maybe they haven't actually, and maybe that's an illusion from a pit stop rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll lose a lap and say they come back in.
Right. Okay. And then let's see, what's our nearest? We don't have a ton of battles on track, which means time for irresponsible math. That's how we're gonna make time here. Okay. So, wow, it's so weird to only see 3 classes. Okay, so actually the 99's chances have kind of been shrinking a little bit. I feel like the 147 might be clawing into them because well, Ryan was saying it was estimating it at like 70%, right? Something like that for the 99.
Yeah.
That's since slipped to like 60, which is not the end of the world, but it does mean that things are kind of trending away from their direction towards Moorhead, towards the 147s. So those are your two competitors for the win, which I mean historically just makes sense. GP2 looks pretty straightforward, but there is basically the only chance that Lone Star has of overhauling Harrison is if something happens to Harrison, which is also not going to be much of a surprise. Same thing in GP3. Something has got to happen to the 86 for the 109 to have a shot. The fight in GP3 is probably going to be for second between the 109 and the 605. Really, actually, the 605 has the most variability. They could end up second, third, or fourth the way things are going. So it's kind of a 3-car fight, kind of, sort of, between the 109 and the 605, and then the 605 with the 55.
Yeah.
And then GP1, there's a lot more variability, particularly in how far up the order the 511 can get, as well as the 98. I would say the 511 and the 99 are basically on parallel paths at the moment. In terms of they have a decent amount of upside. They should both be competing for P2, basically. 701 in the lane. You see that there.
Yeah, just keep in mind that the 511 lost over a minute on pit lane compared to the GTR entry.
Yes, actually, really, the 511 and 98, they really are in parallel paths, more so than I was thinking, because both of those cars are back where they are because of a couple long pit stops.
Mm-hmm.
Seven and one stop seems to be going smoothly. I don't see any sort of panic, anything that would indicate that that's not a scheduled pit stop.
Nope, they've been doing a pretty good job, basically, since their fuel issue earlier, clawing their way back, running consistent laps, staying out of trouble.
My only thought is that it is a bit early for that car, so I don't know if they're, as you suggested with the 160 earlier, maybe driving to a driver schedule. Obviously, you don't want to exhaust a driver, and that wouldn't be too hard to do in this kind of heat. But there goes the 701, so all seems to be in good running order.
Yeah, it's only going to be getting hotter inside the cars.
Yeah.
So if your driver's starting to get tired, it's good just to pull them out for a bit, get them hydrated.
Yeah, obviously the last thing you want to do as the 98 also comes into the pit lane. Looks like a routine stop for the 98 also. I think they're doing a little bit of work with the cool suit, actually. Maybe replacing... maybe replacing a drinks bottle.
So it looks like both GTR and the 511 are close together on track as they head into the chicane. With one lap between them, though. Coming across start-finish line. Looks like Harrison, GP2 leader, just behind them. Running 5th overall. And it looks like the GP3 leader also just behind that tail as well. So all of our class leaders running close together on track.
Don't worry, I'm almost done hanging you out to dry. Almost.
That's
Not
mean of him to
quite.
do that while I'm not there. That's rough.
I know. All right. That was painful.
Love how long that gear is in the 701.
Yeah, this car running P5 at the moment. Just about 10 minutes behind the overall leader in the 147.
Great recovery.
Yeah, it is. Tomorrow's race is going to be really interesting with this car because this is a car that really should be competing for the win. I think it would have lost a lot of its advantage because we've had so many full course yellows. I think the handful that we've had, because I think they were going to be making a lot of ground up in not having the pit basically, which has kind of gone away. 147 in the lane. Oh, the 191. Is this right, or has that just wrapped around to an old feed? Yeah, the 191's been taken behind the wall.
Okay, yeah.
What was that smoke coming through the final turn there? It looks like the Birmingham Road and Race car. The smoke's pouring off the front left of the car. I think they're slowing down now, going up the hill. If we could catch that on like the turn, probably the S's camera now, Zach. Depending on how far behind we are.
Yeah, that's been noted by race control actually in turn 2.
Oh, is that them pulling off just behind the tower?
Yep, turn 3. Right by the Marshall post.
Yep.
Yeah, that is flat tire and then car stopped in that order. That drive that was going so well.
Absolutely.
Coming back from that slow pit stop earlier on. So we'll see. Do we know where exactly that car has parked up?
Yeah, it parked at the flag stand.
Yeah, so if we went to the turn 3 cam, we should see
okay.
it.
No, I see it in multi-view. Well, that's going to be challenging. I mean, at least it's past the apex, which is going to make it going to be tough for that to become a dangerous spot. I'm surprised that's.
So it is off track. It is in the grass.
Yeah, so it was called in as a flat tire, but for that to have just stopped there. That tells me that it's probably broken something in the suspension.
Well, it was smoking all the way up the straight. I think when they turned into turn 1, finally realized that it was cut down, and then wanted to find a safe place to park it.
Well, yeah, but going along Joseph's line here is it could be, the shock or whatever going out, and then the tire rubbing all the way down the front straight.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because we've seen a couple people with flat tires just kind of, at reduced speed, obviously, but bring the car home. The fact that they've parked up there suggests to me that it's something a little more severe.
Gotcha.
Recovery vehicles have been scrambled and are headed down pit lane.
We have not picked up the... here. Flagman is reaching for something.
It's a Coca-Cola.
It is his bottle of water. No, that was not water. He keeps the double yellow flag on the right side. So the left is like where all the other flags are, but the right side is where the double yellow is. So whenever he reaches down with his right hand, I'm always like, he does. It is the yellow. He put it back down.
Yeah, I'm really hoping he just kind of like looks over at you and just kind of teases you.
I don't think he knows where I am.
We've got to. I think we're going to go full course yellow because there's a second incident at Cam 8 coming out of turn 7. 197 is stopped, smoking out of the rear of the car.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, any kind of smoking on the grass on a warm day is going to be something that's looked at very closely.
We now firmly have the double yellow in hand, but it is not deployed. And now it is. The double yellow is out. We are going to go full course yellow here. We're going to bunch them all up, get our stuff safely taken care of, and then send it away again. It'll be fun. Looking forward to it.
This changes every... I don't know if it does.
Well, allow me to consult the thingy.
Do not. It's going to be worthless right now until this shakes out.
No, it's okay. I got it.
So the 147 just pitted. They've just gone through shot. This might... Well, it'll help the 511 for sure.
I don't know if you saw, but the 511's long stop was for tires, everybody. I got multiple messages about that while I was out and about.
Okay, sweet.
Sure, that makes some sense.
For the longer stop, yeah.
47's in the pit lane. 99 is coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, that makes sense. 321.
605, the 44. The round 3 and then PC racing cars, respectively.
So this should promote the 147 back to the lead, I believe, because it just pit.
Look at that pit lane cam.
Yeah, and the gap was only 20 seconds. So they will easily clear the 99 here. But that does mean that the 99 will, I think, pick up a little bit of track position here.
Zach, how many more cameras could you manage? Like, if we had 20, could you do it? Because, I feel like we're pushing it right now. I guess 3 of them aren't working, but... Zach's dead.
He's not dead.
To be fair, you did say any audio coming through your computer is going to the PA.
It is, but, Zach can talk on the PA. That's fine. Him saying, this. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Just, during the breaks, I don't want to, talk over the ad or, whatever.
He doesn't want to be on PA.
Oh, gotcha. Aww. Well, I can't do anything to fix that.
Zach, think of it as a bonus for being there live in person. They get to hear you.
Exactly.
It's worth the trip alone. Worth the price of admission.
Unfortunately, Zach, I literally can't do anything about you being on the PA thing, unfortunately. There's just nothing that can be done for that. Well, I guess technically if I had a spare computer, I could run just... No, because then I'd have to use 2 sets of headphones. Yeah, no, there's not really a way around that.
I've increased my sugar intake.
Nice.
I've rehydrated.
I've actually done none of that today. I've had no sugar and no caffeine.
Oh,
so
well,
far.
that is a mistake.
Oh, I feel pretty good.
As long as you keep drinking water.
Yep, there's that.
And then there were 3 onboards. Oh, you know what? You know what would be smart? A smart thing to do? What if I went through the 98's onboard and worked out what just happened?
Sure, man.
Wouldn't that be intelligent?
That'd be a great.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be intelligent money, British GT?
Intelligent money, British GT.
I don't get the reference.
Title sponsor. Intelligent. Don't worry about it. Or maybe, is that BSB? I don't even remember. I'm in a complete shambles.
.511 back out of the pit lane here. They're going to be departing. The safety car is nowhere in sight, so they should cycle around to the back.
Okay.
I believe turn 6 is where the safety car is right now.
Oh, okay, cool. So
I'm going to direct Zach to this onboard. So this is around 6 and 7. I haven't actually watched this to see where it happens, but this is the lap.
All right.
That it goes south for them.
I like that.
Now remember, this is on replay.
Mm-hmm. I of course have no sound, so you'll have to talk me through that if you hear something.
Sure.
They appear to have the iRacing issue where the brake is inverted, and it thinks the brake is fully on right now. You run wide here?
No.
Not really.
But certainly won't be before pit in.
Well, it was smoking like right here. I saw it. Maybe it's the next lap?
Yeah, there's a little bit of thumping noise.
Yeah, it feels like it's out of the left rear.
Stays in 5th going up the hill.
Yeah, because he slowed way down going up the hill. Like I could hear it from up here. Him not get on it. Yeah, see the smoke immediately comes out of the front left.
Yeah.
I think the drivers had left rear.
Both Palomar cars are back circulating. I don't know if we saw that yet or not.
It's good the 15's back out then.
Yep.
The 14 has been making its way back up.
14, of course, on the fresh motor. Putting in them hours.
Yeah, the 98 is going up on a flatbed, or was last time we had video.
So 3 hours and 32 minutes remaining here. Oh, definitely a new bumper on that. Did you see the 15? The bumper is like black instead of the traditional blue and green color. You can just see at the bottom right of the screen there. Somebody who placed this camera did an awful job of positioning it.
Zach's got you.
Yeah. But like I can't, especially like right now, I can't see it. I cannot see the screen. It's too bright.
Let's see. So the 197 is the car that was parked up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have we cleared everybody out? Are we?
I think we're good.
Okay.
I think we're Gucci, as it were.
As it were.
Yeah, the flatbed was just coming on pit lane after the safety car was passing start finish.
Yeah,
so we get to go around one more time.
We got to do the Le Mans wave around procedure, where everybody gets a wave around 1.5 times.
And the points don't matter.
Right. What a nightmare that I remember reading that procedure when it came out and sending it to people and being like, this is not going to be good. This is going to be terrible.
The thing that's upsetting about it is it works really some of what they're doing works really, really well for shorter tracks.
Sure.
And then there's just it's
got green flag here,
wow.
Joseph.
Wonderful.
We got that beautiful Miata leading the way.
321. Which, by the way, I want to make the quick point. That car copped a lap penalty for its second pit violation. So, newcomer to the series, not surprising that they would run into issues, but it is going to make it tougher for them to capitalize on any issues that Harrison might have in front of them.
Right.
So that's actually their third violation, so the second lap lost.
I don't think I realized that. Okay.
Their warning was for fueling when the car was on, I believe, and then their first lap was for fire bottle not being ready. So this time was the visor.
Ugh.
Yes. Okay.
That's a hat trick. They've done them all.
Sure. Have they sped? They haven't sped yet. They could get the Grand Slam.
Yeah. They don't care about their personal safety, but like the pit crews, everybody else is of the utmost importance.
And I respect that. You know. I don't care what they say about you. I'm glad they're here.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to see you.
Yeah.
Pleasure's all on this side of the table.
Exactly. Let's see. None of those are on boards at all.
What was that?
I'm just looking for more onboards.
All right.
And they're not there.
I had found them all, dude. They're in the thing.
Yeah, and they're all they don't work anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that, but like I did the research. I did the work. I have the receipts.
Uh-huh. Well, I think there were a couple returns in that.
Oh, okay. Well, you know.
Any hoozle.
Any hoozle.
See, 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, leading overall in GP1. With a 9-second gap over Team GTR. 99. Third place, the 511 of Bruce Innovations.
Pull up Joseph's app.
Yeah, the 191 and the 197, both in stripe. I'm looking at their onboards, and both of those cars parked up in the garage. It has not been a great day for them. Hopefully, tomorrow will go a little more smoothly.
I think Moorhead Speedworks is our U-Haul biggest mover right now.
Other moving companies are very much available.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that.
Which part?
Yes.
Okay.
Moorhead having started 15th in GP1.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that was a possibility. A car that wasn't able to turn laps yesterday, but they never show up with an uncompetitive car.
Let's see, they declined at one point. Trying to see who else the big mover might be. The 64 open throttle. They're a big mover.
You know, I'm gonna say it's the 86.
The 86.
In the overall, I would buy that.
Yeah, it's 6th overall, and it had started 4th in GP3
and 20th ish.
Would they be running? Do I have this right? Would they be running 2nd in GP2?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah, they've got. They're on the same lap as Lone Star. I should say Lone Star's on the same lap as them.
You know, something that's interesting here.
Or no,
that
two laps
Moorhead car. That Moorhead car's pulling a gap on the 99.
Do you think there could be one Jay Schwartz at the wheel?
I don't know who's at the wheel, but it does make me wonder how the end of this race is going to play out, because we were giving so much. I mean, we knew that it was going to be kind of between those two cars, but I wonder if this middle stint is end up going to. Wow. It's going to end up swinging it in favor of the 147.
I believe that.
Do we see the? Oh, sorry, no, just fixed itself. Never mind.
All right.
Timing issue. We're good.
Good chat.
No such thing as a timing issue, JT. Everything's perfect.
You know, Joseph, the more I click around on your little app thing, I like it.
Yeah, it's actually useful. Isn't that crazy?
With this size of field, when there's only 3 columns, like
Yes.
it's. Like, huh? Who'd have thought?
Yeah. The one thing that's working against the 147 is somebody hopped the curb. Is that 321? Hopped the curb pretty aggressively at turn 3. The 99 has a better chance of making it on 2 stops. And I think that could get interesting.
So they need another yellow. Is that what you're saying?
Are
we in a situation where anybody needs a thing?
Well, that would require me to do some back timing, and I
haven't automated that yet. I thought you had a thing for that, actually.
I mean, I could. I'm looking at the pit stops remaining, and I'm looking at the final lap count. But
okay.
So like, if we go green to the end, I think we're looking at maybe 309 laps for the 99.
Mm-hmm.
Well, does that feel plausible? I don't know. Yeah. 306 to 309. It's a pretty wide range, but basically the 99 has more upside in terms of possible laps, but there's a pretty interesting spread in terms of scenarios where the 147 outpaces the 99 here, and I think we're starting to see that in this middle stanza. So I guess watch this space.
Watch all the spaces.
Yes. Double space.
Guess you'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Uh-huh.
Trying to figure out
the
what
winner of the lap time is Don. Commercial.
Uh-huh.
Looks like somebody ran a little wide. Delay. Oh, I'm very behind. How did I get so behind? There we go.
Oh, welcome back.
On the YouTube. There we go.
So, Joseph, just an update in GP3. Roberts Motorsports did come in.
Yes.
They also came in 2 more times.
That's too many times.
It is. Not sure why, but once we've gone green, they've been fine, so carry on.
That's
Beautiful.
really interesting. I
mean,
wonder if they think they're marginal to make it to the end and they're just trying to extend.
It could be that. Maybe, making sure they get more cool water for the driver. Maybe they decide to change the tire. I'm not sure. It didn't affect them in terms of position. They still got a couple laps behind the leaders in class in GP3, and they still have a good margin over the 605 Round 3 Racing in third.
Everybody watch out. I've just been handed a matcha latte, and there is...
Wow.
There is... I cannot be stopped at this point.
Wow. Shout out to Jess. Your boy.
I don't know where it came from, so I might be poisoned, but you know what?
That would be really unfortunate.
Yeah.
I didn't strike her for that kind of person, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, you just
like if she handed me a beverage, I would not assume that it was poison person.
No. I'm not saying that she did it. I'm saying that I don't know where it came from.
I mean, I feel like she has good enough judgment to not go somewhere that would poison your beverage.
Well, we'd all like to think that, wouldn't we? But the 65 is back out. That might be a new onboard, actually.
Ooh, spicy.
That was an onboard that had gone by the wayside, the proverbial wayside.
As it were.
As the proverbs say. Are they? No, it hasn't come back yet. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they had more interesting things to think about.
That's probably fine.
Yeah.
We'll get Gino Manley on the horn. See if he can sort that out for us.
I'm trying to find out what BMW is running ahead of these two Palomar cars on track right. It is Flying Fur. Okay, Flying Fur is back out. Excellent.
Yeah, they sure are.
Because it looked like their car, and then I'm checking timing, and time's like, nope, they're still in pit lane.
So that must have been their outlap, basically.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Timing tells us that 2 hours and 47 minutes in the pits.
Welcome back, boys.
They are still. They're already. Oh, not quite. They haven't quite held above the 50% threshold. Zach just got caught out by the fact that I'm on a. I have these on a auto rotating timer.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you do. The brake light on the 644.
Is it a brake light, or is it just the light that they're running?
I guess it.
I thought it was like a license light or something like that. That's just constantly flashing down an orange light on the back.
What if it's like a rain light?
Yeah, no, it's the it's the regen.
Oh yeah.
The MGU-K is really working on that Miata. The M in MGU-K stands for Miata.
There we go. The Miata gains unit.
Crazy is what the case is. There's a nice little bit of symmetry going on with the classes in that there's 4 laps between all of the class leaders.
Betwixt.
Amongst. Moorhead on lap 192, Harrison on lap 188, and 3 fast guys and Denny on lap 184.
And 6th overall.
And 6th overall, yeah.
Those GP2 fellas, they're always getting it done.
Yeah, what's the... GP2 has been a little all over the place today, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
But it's kind of worked out, because I'm really curious to see where this 321 ends up. They have been falling back a little bit. But the thing about that is, with the 197 falling away, their nearest competition is like an
The leader.
hour and a half behind them.
Oof.
So, they can obviously afford to make mistakes in the pits. You'd prefer them not to because those are safety regulations and not, we think this is a good idea regulation. And actually, they're being looked at for contact between them and the 721. So, we'll see if that comes to pass. Who are the other contact penalties? It was the 86 and the 147 were being looked at for side-to-side contact, and that ended up, in fact, being contact, but I picked the no penalty to mean that neither party wanted the other to be penalized. Then there was that contact between the 85 and the 65 that was nose to tail. That was also a non-call. And that's it. We actually have not had anybody penalized for contact this race yet.
That's what we like to see.
We'd love to see it.
The 321, we missed this. I don't know when it happened. Down at turn 1, spun to the... I'm gonna say it had to have been the inside of turn 1, the 321 did. So maybe that car getting a little ragged as the tires continue to wear. I don't know how many teams will have changed tires, but as we mentioned earlier, this is maybe a replay of this 321 going off. Oh, that's a different car. Wow, that is...
Got a little loose on entry there.
Holy cow. He wrecked, but he didn't hit anything. That is...
Hope he's got a brown driver's suit.
Yeah, well, he does now. For
Before the start of this
yes. Was that the 321? That's being called as the 321, but I think that looked like a BMW to me.
Yeah, that looks... Well, it's hard to tell because you can't really see the nose because it's a rear shot.
Sure. But I don't know which one that would have been. I would have guessed it was the 47, but that car's not on track right now.
Yeah. See if
75 being I hesitate to say looked at, noted, I suppose, for going 4 off at turn 7 2 laps in a row.
So, no, it was that one-off entry, wasn't it? Wasn't there a Miata in GP3 the last race that was like had really good pace, but just was perpetually going off?
Yeah, it was the 109.
Okay.
The red NB.
I feel like we had talked about that with the 75 at one point too, and like in comparison, that 109 was like all over the place. But like, it's the yellow one that ends up having half a bumper most of the time. And, like, typically not because of contact, but just because of like going wide, hitting walls, stuff like that. I don't know what it is about that car. If it's a car setup thing, if it's the driver, but we see that car running into a fair bit of trouble from time to time, but they're always really competitive too.
Okay, yeah, that was the Miata of the 321.
Okay. All right, don't ask me to
paused it.
Yeah, don't ask me to identify a car leaving a crime scene.
There you go.
Is that a Dodge Neon? No, it was a Lexus.
Well, they did make that Lexus HS for a while.
Okay.
It did kind of look a little low rent.
Wow.
Looked like a Toyota Echo is what it looked like.
I don't. Okay.
Anyway.
You'll recall that I said, "Oh no," the 147 is pulling away from the 99. What's going to happen to this race? The gap has actually started to yo-yo in the other direction, and now it's just a hair over 9 seconds.
Yo. Because you said no.
That's for sure.
And by 9, you mean 6.7?
Wow.
Whoa, spicy.
So here's the 147, and then mired in traffic. Well, I guess they're only behind the 321 now. Up ahead of the 44. Was the number 99 on board with probably about a 5-second delay. The 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. How long has that car led? He asked, going to the lap chart. It's been effectively since lap 170. Or 169.
Nice.
Currently on lap 196, so they're fighting. Obviously, they did lead earlier between laps 83 and 104.
During the pit cycles.
Yes. Look at the lap time distributions. Let's have fun with it, you know?
All right.
Get plotting.
That's interesting. Okay. You can kind of see, it's like a multimodal distribution. Like, you can kind of see all the different drivers on the 147. One of them is faster than the others. So I take this to mean that there's basically been 3 drivers in the car, in the 147. Three drivers have different speeds. And I don't know when it died. I'm just plotting the lap times. I'm not plotting when they happened. So I'm not sure if the fast laps are being set now or if they were being set earlier. But the thing that's going to make things difficult for the 147 is that there are 2 fast drivers at least in the 99, and only one, as far as I can tell, in the 147 that is on par with what the 99 is capable of doing.
Gotcha.
But that could get
interesting. Is it the 140? No, the 99 has a 4th driver.
Okay.
As well.
Possibly.
Possibly. Well, yeah, that's true. Rob didn't mention anything about it, but he's named on the entry.
This would be... Oh, they don't have team in the name. They have GTR in the name. I believe we did talk about Jason, didn't we?
We did, but that's a good point though. Is I haven't seen him. Rob didn't mention him.
Did he mention Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
He mentioned Harold, but I usually, because we were talking about drivers, and he was like, "Yeah, I know, the core of the 3 of us, and at that point, I would have figured that he would have said "Oh, we got, Jason comes sometimes, and he's here." I didn't hear that. So maybe he's not here. Maybe he and Lynn are preparing a wildcard entry for tomorrow.
I actually wouldn't be shocked if there were 4 drivers in the car.
I mean, I wouldn't either. One of the cars has 5 drivers named against it.
Well, I'm just looking at the lap time distribution. Just in that there's a big grouping towards the minute 37.5 window. Here, I'll screenshot it. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
All right, cool.
I'm not on the broadcast.
I was gonna say that's gonna work really well over the PA. Here on 98.1 FM around the circuit. 98.1? 98. I think it's 98.
Wow, and we're on the radio? We're over the airwaves?
Oh, we're definitely over the airwaves. We've been over the airwaves this whole time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because it was this race. It was
February.
the spring race where was it February?
Yeah.
The winter race, excuse me. Where I was like, no, you can't make up call signs.
Can't say that, no. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Here on the DriversEye Live Radio Network.
Welcome back here to Road Atlanta. We've got 3 hours and 6 minutes. Okay.
Gonna blow out the PA.
No, it's really good. Like the PA's balanced really nicely. I bet that did exactly what I wanted it to.
2 car lengths between them as they go down into turn number 1.
He fires it up the inside of turn number 3.
Oh, we don't have a.
We don't have any of that.
No, we don't have
nothing,
any of that.
nothing like that's going on.
But the gap now, as we talk about relevant things, is now it's visible. It's now just north of 5 seconds between the 147 and the 99 Tango.
It's like starting to stabilize, though. It was like 9 and then 6.7, and now it's 5.
I think it's a little bit of a... Actually, I'm going to look at the lap time history, because I kind of wonder if the 147's falling off with tire wear.
The things that make you go...
You know what? I think that's exactly what's happening, because... Here, I'm going to send you another plot. I love plots.
I know you do.
The plots are thickening.
Oh my god. No.
So you can see that there is visible... I know the track is also getting hotter, which will not be helping things. But lap times are visibly dropping off for the 147 as this race goes on, and I just kind of wonder if they're starting to run it out of tires.
Maybe? Seems like we got a long ways to go for them to be running out of tires.
Actually, I think this track may be falling off a bit for everybody.
I would be more likely to believe that, but the sun has now retreated back behind the clouds. The clouds, of course, as everybody knows, are stationary, and the sun moves. So I would assume that it's coming back to the driver, but like it's still getting hot though. So like I don't know.
I hope you like trend lines, because I'm about to send you some.
We're being showed the NWS thing. It shows clouds. I don't think that's rain, if I'm being honest.
I think that's humidity.
Yeah.
It's not the heat. Famously. No. Hold on, let's see. I'll refresh.
Where there's thunder. I hear thunder.
Yeah, and then I think we're about to see lightning before long.
That of course is a joke, and we in no way mean to imply that there is lightning within 7 miles of the track.
I'm not sure there's lightning within 70 miles of the track, to be honest with you. Yeah, I said it.
Allegedly.
Anyway, I do think the track is falling off a little bit, but I also think it's hitting the 147 harder than it's hitting the 99.
Is there a way to let me rephrase this.
The problem with this plot is that it doesn't filter out the pit.
I know that the answer is yes. The real question is, Joseph, are you willing to like do a thing in the program where it tells us, generally speaking, if the track is plus or minus lap time right now?
I mean,
I feel like that's workable, sort of. Because you're just taking like 80th percentile.
The problem is identifying what baseline is, and also identifying, because you have to do it for every car basically.
Right.
So you have to work out. It would be a lot of fine tuning, and it would be wrong a lot of the time.
Yeah, but then it would at least give maybe don't even make it time, just make it like a rating. Like invent your own number system.
Oh God, I'm not going to do that.
Oh well, I mean, if we're just going to say that like it's
that
not
AWS
accurate.
nonsense of like it's going to be really hard. I don't know what that means.
I mean, could you have it like give a range? Like we think the track is between 0.2 and 0.5 of a second of a lap slower.
Maybe.
I mean, again, like I'm not the person who does the software engineering and stuff, so I'm aware that that's probably not the work of a moment, but I feel like all the data is like there-ish. I just don't know what that equation would look like.
Well, the problem is that's more of a data problem than a software problem. And in terms of interpreting the data correctly,
right?
We're already making stuff up to make the predictions work. So,
well, that's my point. Why stop here?
Yeah, let's just keep making up stuff.
Sure.
We're good.
I mean, we can start getting into it.
Guys, look at that's a GTR getting around Moorhead right there.
They just got him. He gunned him down. Our young men need to gun down their young men at a rate of 7-1.
Uh-huh.
That's from the British one. What's it called? About the Battle of Britain? Anyway.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Is the 511 threatening to unlap itself here?
It's threatening. A's threatened, but do not score.
Because that's the fourth car
huge.
in the shot.
That could be huge. If it unlaps itself here and we get another yellow, that puts the 511 right back in the catbird seat, as I think they would say.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because that
511 way wide over the curb there.
It's got more pace.
Take all of the speed down the straightaway. I think, unfortunately, we don't have a turn 6 camera, but I think we may see an attempted move.
Next question is, when is that
way closer now? Way closer to the 147.
These three, with the most recent caution, are basically on the same pit rotation. So this is all more or less a straight fight.
Here we go on the inside.
I think it's done.
It's already complete.
Yeah. So now we just got to take it easy into turn 10 here. And then click off the next one.
Most likely that was Moorhead backing off and letting him through,
which wouldn't be the first time that they've done that today.
Exactly.
Right. That's the smart move, and that's what the 99 would do too. I predict that will occur. Let's see. The 511 does have a little bit more time to make up in order to get into that position, but if anybody can do it, I think that is a car that can make that happen. They've got a ton of pace going up the hill. It's just crazy.
Yeah, to your point, the 99 will also be aware that they're not directly fighting this car, and they don't really... there's not a good reason to fight them tooth and nail.
They are, though. They absolutely are fighting that car. Like, I understand when somebody's 2 or 3 laps down, or there's 30 minutes left, or something like fine. If we've got 3 hours remaining here, and we're still liable to get maybe one more yellow, I'm not saying make blocks or do anything stupid, which, like, again, we talked about it. The 99's not going to do that. But you don't want to make it easy for him to unlap himself.
No, but you're still...
Isn't it in IMSA where you can fight to keep somebody pinned a lap down? Like, that's like a fair game? Like, no. Like,
it's the same in IndyCar, too. But it's not whether or not it's fair or not. It's more of a question of, is it... because you're still racing a hypothetical, right? You're still racing the chance of a yellow flag coming out.
Well, right, but then they're off strategy too. Are the 511 and the 99 on the same pit strategy too?
Yeah, they all are, because they all are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know the 99 was off strategy at one point. And again, like, it's WRL. They're going to let him go. But, like, I personally, I'm like, you are racing that car. If they have enough pace, they're going to come by and unlap themselves. If something happened, you have a rough, and again, the 99 doesn't have this happen. You have a rough pit stop. The 511's way closed up now. They're right on the tail of that Birmingham car, is what I think that is. But
yeah,
there's nothing you can do. There's not a good move to do it with, obviously, because you don't want to put the car at risk for something that isn't a thing yet. But, like, if you make it too easy, and then you get to the last 30 minutes, and, like, all of a sudden they're back behind you, it's like, well, dang, if I had kept them a lap down and we had caught the yellow, we'd have been fine right now.
But you could do that with any corner at any lap, you know?
Right.
That's kind of where I'm like, how much do you really gain fighting that car? I'm not saying you should roll over for him.
Right.
But you also don't want to do anything stupid to give yourself that track. You don't want to push yourself into a corner, make a silly mistake, and then cost yourself more time than if you would have just kind of let it happen.
Let it happen, right. The Moorhead cars dropped way back. Way back.
Yeah, who knows? That could be a driver comfort thing too. I mean, that pace fell off pretty quickly after the driver change, and so you always kind of, or at least I wonder if maybe you've got a cool suit that is struggling a little bit in the heat and the humidity.
So the 511 is going to come up really close here. I don't think they're going to have enough space to get a move done into turn 1, but I think this lap is going to be it. The other car behind the 99 pulls out. They're going to go down the inside of the 99. 99 lets them through.
Yeah, 99's been getting faster over the course of the run. The 147 has not. They've either stabilized or arguably gotten a little slower.
Or the 99 is stealing horsepower from the 147. What do you think about that? As a theory.
Sure.
Sure. Okay, cool.
It's it's as plausible as anything.
So I think, and unfortunately we're going to lose this battle here. Yep, right there. The 511's right there. I think he may get that done into turn 6 and turn 7. Because the 99 let that other car go. And we're going to have to wait for them to come back out here. It's going to be a few seconds. That's not them. That's still not them.
The thing that's interesting...
There it is right there. They do not have the move done, but they're going to be right on the back bumper of the number 99, the GTR BMW. So it's the 511, the old Choice Racing car. Almost looks like the 99 has a little bit better legs on the straight.
The thing that's interesting about this, right, is the 99 and the 511, neither one of these are championship cars.
No.
The only one that is the 147.
Yeah.
Right. The 701 has snuck up. Is that the 701 right there? Okay, so the 701 is unlapped. So the... Well, no, because they're behind the 511 still, right? Yeah, because they're in 4th. So they're 2 laps down.
What?
That's the 701 right there that just exited the shop. Right? Or the 6... Yeah.
Yeah, the 701 is 6 laps down.
Okay, that's why.
It's close to Harrison. 2 laps from Harrison, but that's our GP2 leader.
Gotcha.
Worth noting, not really relevant to anything immediately, but that 44, since it had the sort of spate of problems in a row, has not seemed to have issues since then. It is still, I've got them as 8 laps behind the leader.
Right. Which is a tough hill to climb.
It is, yeah. I don't. They're not in contention for the win certainly, but they will be there to pounce if anything happens to the 701 in particular. There's a huge gap in between 3rd and 4th in GP1 right now, as the 191 is back out on track and has possibly gone around at 10B. Just 4 off in driver's right, not noted as a spin, so maybe they've just gone straight on at 10A.
Never change.
That's true, yeah. What's old is new again.
So soft on the nose and maybe just a little bit too much roll bar in the rear.
You got a replay.
Yeah. This is of the 191. Oh, that's interesting.
Zing!
Almost drifting into the drift course. Didn't quite make it.
And, unfortunately, on one of these boxers, as soon as you get it more than, 10 or 12 degrees, you've had it. There's no coming back from that. He did a pretty good job of trying, but the weight swinging around the back like that does not help you there.
Yeah, momentum's against you.
Yep. Close racing there, nice and respectful. 701 gets around. The 511 was still following the 99 there. So the 511 being patient. Because as I said earlier, I don't see the 99 intentionally making it difficult. I really wonder if there's just a straight line speed difference, because look how close they are now. They're going to pull in back behind, and then the 99 just walks away on the straights.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this story before with that car.
We have.
Years and years ago.
They've done a lot of work on that car to make it what it is now. How lucky was that? I just wanted to go back to that interview that we had with Rob when he was up here talking about that car. that you just happened to overnight motorsports, the 191 Porsche that we just saw spinning into the pit lane, that you happen to find the body in white originally intended to be a race car of one of the most popular drivers' cars of all time. That just like became available.
That hadn't been raced.
That hadn't been raced. It was there, like, sure, blank slate, best possible condition E46 to take racing. Here you go. Like, that's just unreal. That's crazy. And the move has been done. Yeah. So the 511 does finally get around the 99. I do imagine that the 511 will check out here now that they aren't going to be held up in the turns. The 99 can probably pull a lot closer, but I don't know if they're going to be making any lunges to try to get that done.
The gap from the 99 back to the 147 is continuing to grow. We're looking now north of 15 seconds.
Mm. You know when we saw that too, Joseph, this whole it's the straight line speed versus not was in the GT race back in February.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the thing with so many of these races is if they're closely contested, you'd rather have the straight line speed than the cornering speed. It was really difficult to pass somebody in the middle of a corner. It's really easy to pass somebody in the middle of a straightaway if you've got the advantage there. is going to get held up. Is going to be able to make the crossover around
99 is going to be close here. So they should have the run down the hill.
511 will have a better angle for turn in.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. Just a little bit too far. And then the 511 really extends the gap under braking. I think, and I would be willing to be corrected on this, I wonder if that's the car that they ran in the Champ Car race here at Road Atlanta earlier in the year. It would have been March or April or something, but it was like in the rain. I definitely saw onboards of a choice-driven car in another endurance series, and it was doing similar types of things where it was like, oh, in the braking zone, it's like not even close on this car. And so I wonder if this is the same car? Potentially?
That will mean that you have paid far more attention than I have.
Probably.
So I can neither confirm nor refute. .191 is loud. That's a loud car.
I like it.
Loud car, good. Unless you have to live with it. And then it's not as good.
The gap, let's see, I should really be looking at the gap to lead rather than gap to... Because I'm let's see, we've got about 16 laps to the next... Ooh, as the 511 gets its nose cut off a little bit there.
Sounds painful.
A little bit of rhinoplasty on the 511T. It expected in 16 laps for that car. So the question is going to be, in part, it's only held up by the 701, so that's another GP1 car.
Mm-hmm.
But the question for me is going to be, how much can they close this gap before the pit stop rotation? If we went green at this rate, I think you make an argument for the idea that the 511 could win this on pace. But obviously we won't, in most cases, finish with the same drivers we've got in the car right now.
Indeed.
Not sure we'll finish with the same tires we've got on most of these cars, but maybe we will.
It seems like we're at too short an amount of time to change tires now.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Maybe if you just wanted to throw one on the left front or the left rear, maybe. But certainly you wouldn't do all four.
I wonder if there's an angle where you change tires now, and then you run this set today, tomorrow for the first hour, and then like the first or second pit stop after the break, change them again.
Yeah, I don't think
So
it's
like some type of, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like
you're
some
running
preset angle, you know?
Yeah, no, I think that could make sense. You've got what 16 hours over the course of the weekend,
right?
Including not including your Friday running. So you've got 16 hours of racing that you're putting on these tires. Divide that by 3. You've got what 5 hours and 20 minutes. So you'd be at about that now. It would be basically the next pit stop that you would want to throw a new tire on it.
Well,
yeah.
And then my other theory is too, and I don't know if this matters with this type of tire. I'd imagine it doesn't. You then have scrubs to put on in the morning,
right,
for your 1 hour quote sprint race end quote. You know, to try to set yourself up for that type of, you know, like I don't know if there's an angle there or not. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it would be more compelling for sure if you could service the car during the red.
Right.
The fact that you can't, I think, does kneecap that just a little bit.
But you're saving well, you're not saving a heat cycle. You're doing heat cycles, but you're potentially getting more life out of the tire because you're letting it cool back down. I would love to talk to a tire engineer about that. If I could have the Cooper Tires press release email that goes out on like what they think the preferred strategy is for the weekend.
No, I much prefer when they go to when they cover a series that has a spec tire manufacturer, and the only interesting thing that they tell us about the tires is that there's a lot of them. That's
Joseph,
my favorite part.
That there's over 800 tires at an IMSA weekend. And these men and women over here by the trailer undo and redo every single wheel up to 3 times. Look at how strong they are.
I cannot begin to tell you how little I care that there are a lot of tires at a place. There is not a world in which I'm interested in that.
And get this, Joseph, even though we're at Laguna Seca and it's not going to rain, they have to bring rain tires anyway. So look at this whole hauler full of tires they're not even going to use. Wow.
What I really appreciated was the Hungary Grand Prix weekend. I haven't seen any of Spa yet, so no spoilers.
I haven't seen F1 in some time because it's not on ESPN Plus, which is stupid. Anyway.
Well, sure. But the thing that was amazing about that discussion, so I don't know if you've been paying attention, but they've been trialing a system where instead of bringing 13 sets of tires to a race weekend, you're limited to 11 sets, and also they prescribe what sets you can run during qualifying based on whether it's Q1, Q2, or Q3.
Oh, so you can't like... Okay,
you've got to run
when you play the F1 video game especially, like you can like work an angle with the tires you use in practice, and then it's the... Okay, all right.
Which is the same as it is now, but the fact that you're now depending on I think they've only done it for Hungary. I don't think they've continued it forward. But you're meant to run a hard tire in Q1, medium tire in Q2, and the soft tire in Q3.
Q3, right.
Which somebody makes the point, I don't remember who it was, but if you're worried about bringing more tires to a weekend, just bring fewer tires and let the teams figure. I don't understand.
Right.
It's the things that we do with the economies of tires. I truly will never understand.
We do love the people at Cooper Tires, of course. I just want to put that out there and be clear. And they do not make us run puff pieces about how many tires they bring to the track. So we like that too.
Yes. Build choice with the Insider Scoop.
Nice.
511.99 and the 44 have all changed all 4 tires at this point.
Oh, that's right, because the 511 did. I had that note too. They've already done it.
Yeah,
and
the thing that's
but the
interesting,
147 has changed though. That's weird.
So that was going to be my next point, is that it is still interesting that I did not, unless it happened during the yellow flag period, which is totally plausible, I did not clock a long pit stop for the 99 or the 147. For the 99 or the 40. It's not true. The 44 did have a 44 had a long one for different reasons though, so
right.
I didn't pick up on that one. The 147 has new fronts but not new rears, and so you just wonder if that's maybe causing a little bit of their drop off here.
So is there and again, this is just complete conjecture, etc.
That's all we do.
if anyway,
Can I help you?
No, high to Scott Michaels at home, who would like just absolutely be like, "Oh, that's what a stupid question. Of course you would or wouldn't do that."
Great.
If you know you're only going to put front tires on, would you not go over and dial like more rear wing in?
Well, I don't think the wing is not necessarily where you're going to be stressing the rear tires. It's probably going to be in the low speed acceleration zones. It's probably going to be coming out of
You're going
turn
to stress
7.
them in the low speed acceleration zones, but I think the handling is going to be in your long corners, turn 12, turn 1, turn 7.
You
where
don't
your
want to
breakaway is going to be more sudden because you have less tire under.
I think what you're doing in that, if you cranked on rear wing in that case, what you're actually just doing is you're putting push in the car. You're not saving the rears. You're just killing the front.
Just making
also.
the front. Okay,
that's
fair.
That would be my take.
Okay, I can see that too. That's probably that's probably right because you're going to be pushing down, and you're just pulling the front tires up off that, so you're going to grain. Yeah, okay. And then you're not going to get any heat in the fronts either, because they're not actually going to be pressed into the ground. No, all right.
Well, they'll scrub, which is maybe worse.
Right. Okay.
One of the Palomar cars into the lane.
Yep. I will say a lot easier to see which car is which when they have the off-colored bumper on there. I do like that. I hope they carry that forward.
We're going to get a Racing Champions diecast of it.
Yes.
Special edition.
One pre-wrecked.
Yeah, it'll be $4 at Hills.
I haven't seen yet a diecast where it happens in like the Indy 500 and stuff when they run out of front wings, and you have like Juan Pablo Montoya using Scott Dixon's front wing because like they ran out of the right color. I would like to see a diecast of that because like that happens. I haven't seen it lately, but I've seen it happen.
Yeah, they do seem to be better about wrapping their spare front wings these days.
Yeah. Where you'd have like an all-green car, and it would have like the red wing, and like they have the number above the nose cone so that you don't have that problem. But it was like, oh, it's the Target livery wing on the Soda Stream or whatever the color was. I don't know. A-line. Anyway.
Okay.
I had a Dalton Kellett at home.
I miss him.
He's just working for his dad now, and he still posts about it. He's like in Australia selling, he's in South America selling power pole insulators because they're good in the salt weather.
It's weird that he didn't try. Maybe he can't at this point because he raced IndyCar. But it's weird that he never tried to, or hasn't tried to become a bronze-rated driver.
Oh no, I think he was in IndyCar for too long to play that game.
I think if you were,
there's got to be a threshold. He passed it.
321 went straight on at turn 3. The thing that is challenging about the driver ranking system, I know it can be changed based on, I think it's like the lap times that you do, or at least the FIA one can. But it's got to be challenging to be gold because you're a top flight driver. But you are like
paying to like go.
But you're like dead last in the field. Like you're not
right.
Like you should still be a bronze driver. You just have the money to be in that series.
Right. Well, I think that's what Silver's.
There's
like
Ben Keating, and then there's Dalton Kellett.
Right. There's Sergio Perez, and there's well, anyway.
Mario Dominguez.
There you go.
Dinner with Racers episode coming to a YouTube channel near you.
Indeed.
Good episode.
It is a good episode.
And Motor Trend as well.
Yes. JT is coming to us live from a shed in Alaska.
That Harrison 164 has pitted very recently, so we'll see where they assume that is not a mechanical issue. Assume that that's on schedule, and it looks like it is.
Yeah, the Harrison car is in. It looks very scheduled.
721 also in, and I believe that's also on schedule. Yeah, that definitely is.
they're still working on that MMR Mustang back there. Like, work is like being done. They want to run that car tomorrow.
It's fun to see that car. It sounds amazing.
I owned one. It was a fun car. It wasn't that fast, but like it was cool. Like it made the right noises. It looked good. Like it was like, yeah, this is tight.
Yeah,
how much money?
I would like to know. They do sometimes pop up in the YouTube chat. I assume they are too busy diagnosing and fixing whatever's wrong with that car. But it would be good to know at some point if anyone's in touch with that team to figure out what exactly the issue is with that car.
They are definitely under the hood, whatever it is.
Frankly, if for no other reason than somebody else in the paddock might be able to lend a hand, if it's something that is it's platform agnostic.
I don't know if the issue is platform agnostic on that car. The things I know about these Mustangs is that there's like an annoying number of like junction boxes and stuff that control all the like control electronics and stuff that are awful. I also know that there's a like cam timing issue thing that happens, and like usually you have like a way around it if you're gonna make a race car, because it ends up being a problem. Like the cam phasers go out and it like freaks the computer out, and so I don't know if it's like, oh, we got to change the cam phasers now, or if they were starting to go out of alignment and the computer warned them and they kept going into like fail-safe mode, or what. Those are the common problems on that motor. It could be something else entirely if they have it, changed, obviously, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the problem. Those cam phasers.
The 191 was back out. They are coming.
They just pulled into the pit lane.
Pits, yeah, I see that. Yeah. Hopefully, that's not just. I mean, they're coming in at a pretty good rate of knots, so hopefully that car is in decent shape. Although that does feel early.
It does.
And nobody is ready for them, so that doesn't feel great.
No.
Cool. All right, take that camera back out of rotation. Yeah, that may well have just been a shakedown lap to see how the car was feeling for tomorrow.
And they sent it back out, so go ahead and put it back in the rotation.
All right, it's going back. It's going back in rotation.
Heck yeah, let's do it.
There will definitely be rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is for that 191 has been a little too much rotation.
Yep. Well, Joseph, they win the race off pit lane.
With who?
Yes.
The marshal.
Okay.
He's like walking up the pit lane.
Someone's in the YouTube chat saying they're going to build a first gen MR2.
Yes, let's talk about it.
I don't think they're talking about it for WRL, but I want an MR2 in GTU so badly.
Joseph, I have one. If you would like to funnel some cash around, 05 and up Corolla drivetrain. Is he going to get the crappy 1.8 or the good one? Because there's the garbage one that's in all of the like base models, and then there's the like high revving cool one that's only in the XRS, but they're atrociously expensive.
Well, watch this space, I guess.
Indeed. Yeah, I was just going to put a K24 on mine. That's a lot easier to find. People can rebuild them with a lot of parts. One day. Anyway.
RRT Racing, I believe... Are they 4 laps behind the 197? How far back are they? I'm looking at two different timing things.
Yeah, 3 laps or so. They're looking to take that position soon.
Yeah.
Same with the 47 on Flying Fur.
Yeah, the 197 having hit a wall, albeit a tire wall, does make me a little concerned for what kind of shape that chassis might be in for tomorrow.
Well, I'm trying to remember. It did limp back, didn't it? No, it stayed stopped in turn 7.
I never actually watched the recovery for that car, so I don't know.
So it sounded like the impact was exit of 4, and then it came to a stop exit of turn 7 on the back straight there on the grass when it was smoking.
Okay.
So it didn't seem like enough to stop the car from at least limping a bit.
321's in the pit lane. Oh, it stops just after that camera. Otherwise, we'd have like a great shot of it. Actually, oh, there it goes. The Mustang. It's back.
Oh my goodness.
They sent it. I'm excited.
Let's hope they have it on board again.
Let's hope it runs. I'm glad they're working on that car, and I'm glad they sent it back out. But just the number of
drivetrain issue.
Yeah, it always makes me a little anxious.
Anxious? It causes you anxiety?
It does. It genuinely does.
Are you co-invested in the team? Are you a co-owner?
No, I'm invested in this race. Not going
MMR JM Racing.
Hey, they got 4th at BIR.
MMR with Joseph Moodrock.
Yeah, I'm both the M's. 191 back in, as you see in that.
Who is Felix Sabates, and why does he want his name on the team, or why did he want his name on the team?
What are you talking about, like the Ganassi guy?
Yes, yeah. Because it's not on there anymore. It used to be Chip Ganassi Racing with Felix Sabates, but now it's not on there.
He is or was a Cuban-American businessman. But as we've got the 109 grass tracking through 10A and 10B.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 1X?
Sure is. They say you've cut the course.
You're gonna have to give that time back.
All right, now do it in Portuguese.
I don't know what that one. I
don't know what that one is.
I can tell you ainda aí. But
Zach with the replay.
Ooh, yeah, just
little deep, locks up, and
it honestly kind of looked like he missed a downshift. To be honest,
I do that on Forza all the time.
Just kind of sailed on him.
Yep.
3 hours in the pits for that MMR 25.
That's good.
Well, it's not great.
That's good shop time.
Okay.
3 hours to whatever? Like, heck yeah.
Sure. It's not great that it happened.
No.
Are we going to send this 191 back out? He asked, looking at his own Phoenix feed.
Yeah, do it. That will cause them to have to come back in for another repair, but like, sure.
I just wonder if maybe something's off setup-wise on that
Loose.
car.
And away goes
if it just doesn't have a rear sway bar, raise your hand if you've ever just taken the sway bar off a car. JT, is your hand up?
It is not.
What?
Well, the
you
thing
don't take
is
the sway bar off your Miatas? On the back?
Well, the thing is, it looks like it's falling over on the front.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not driving the car, so I have no idea.
That's true. But JT, seriously, that's like SCCA rule. You can take the rear sway bar off. So you can get it nosed in for solo.
Yeah, but I haven't gotten to that level, and the tires I run on, I lack front grip before I have to worry about the rear.
Oh, see, JT's actually applied thought and reason to it. Whereas I'm like, oh yeah, just take that off, and it's looser. It's better. It's like when we're at the shop and somebody says that they need sway bar links and they're expensive for some reason. I'm like, just take the sway bar off, and they just like look at me. I'm like, don't act like you haven't done that before. Come on. And they're like, no, actually, I haven't. I'm like, oh well. All right.
Guys, I have great news.
Good news.
MMR has just turned their fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
At a 140.159. They are on the precipice of breaking the 100-second mark.
Yes. Beautiful. I was hoping you weren't going to say they did like a 134 or something. It's like, oh, the tune is not still on there.
One of the open throttle car, I think that's the Kingpin car, sending it a little deep into 10A.
The big one.
I'm just looking at the gap on track. Wow, 511 has really checked out for the 99.
Yeah, I mean it's down to a minute 20.
Right.
So it should be on track. Should practically be about 17 seconds.
Yep.
And you know, like I was saying, when the pass happened, depending on how long this stays green for, they could be threatening just on pace.
Right.
Depending on how things shake out. We know that both they and the 99 have taken tires.
Dude, MMR is going to go down the inside of the one. Oh, no, he thinks better of it. Good call.
What a send that would be.
He had pulled out. I was like, oh, my gosh. If you have the turn 1 replay.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they're
it was
lapping.
like, wow, that's bold move.
It's not that crazy. I mean, it is position-wise, but they're 3 seconds a lap faster than that car.
Yeah, but that car does not outbrake an M3. There's no chance. No chance you outbrake an M3 in that car. And if you do, you're going to run wide because the nose is heavy.
Depends on the driver, but against Moorhead, yeah. Not
exactly. Yeah, that was my point. Like some other car, like sure, whatever. But like against the 147, like I don't think that's going to work. And he pulled back in. So I was like, okay.
My point is that car is not being driven close to the limit. That 147. Right. So I can see being kind of pulled into that trap.
Helping facilitate a
pass. What's that?
Helping to facilitate a pass.
No.
Just because they're being cautious.
Maybe. Well, we'll probably see.
99
on the way into
99's in the pit lane. They're pulling in.
That's slightly early, but not crazy. That's the 44 with some steam coming out of it. Is that just they're refueling? So maybe that's a pit stop. Yeah.
Yep, they do have. That's another fuel jug going over the wall. They're going to make a driver change in the 99.
44 is in on schedule.
And so we'll see the 5. And the MMR Mustang has got around the 147. Does brake at about the same spot that the 147 braked when they were flipped around. So the 44 is going to depart ahead of the 99, which is expected-ish. 99, of course, has the excellent pit stop times. Going to win the pit stop challenge presented by whoever. See, if I knew the actual sponsors for the things, I think it would be a better bit. But the problem is I don't know who the sponsors are.
I think that, well, the thing is you've got to know the right sponsor so that you can say a completely different sponsor. That's the thing.
There comes the 511. So the 511 are almost exactly one pit stop behind the number 99. So we were at a minute and 20 gap before. And we'll see if the 99 has gained time on the pit stop. The 511 is doing a driver change.
Yeah.
Open throttle car is in. They're servicing that. The one with a small wing.
Yes. Yeah, you basically, in terms of open throttle BMWs, you've got tall wing, low wing, and no wing.
Right.
And it's the wing height is inversely proportional to the car number.
Okay. All right.
So the 63 with the lowest number has the highest wing.
Has the highest wing. Okay.
64's got a lower wing, and then 65 has no wing. The wing is completely submerged into the deck lid.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Anytime.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
No.
Thank you.
No. Listen, the pleasure's all on this side of the table. Moorhead, top of the point. To the lead. Jennifer Jo Cobb.
511's leaving now. The 44 has gone through. I don't see the 99 yet. This could be spicy.
99 is coming over the bridge corner down into 12th.
Oh, wow. So the 511 made up a ton of time, I think. I think they'll have made up like 5 or 10 seconds on the pit stop. That's my guesstimation here. Because that felt longer than the 15 to 20 seconds that it was before. Or not long, short. Or wait, hang on. Yeah, I do want. Yeah, longer. Yeah. No, I think they are closer now to the 99. Than
I'm gonna need you to back up about 45 seconds and tell me what we just heard, because I have no idea.
I think the 511 has made up time on the pit stop.
Okay.
I think they are 5 to 10 seconds closer to catching the 99 than they were before.
Okay, I'll buy that for $1. Because the PC Racing pit stop was about 6 seconds quicker as well.
Okay.
Just judging by the time gap between when the 511 exited turn 5 and when GTR exited it, it's a 15-second difference on track. So that checks out similar to what it was previously, doesn't it?
It seemed like it was a lot longer between the two when I was sitting here. So I don't know. I'll wait for timing. I'm okay with that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The 511 just came through, so we should now know the gap.
So 310 versus a 315 stop.
Oh, so they lost 5 seconds. Okay. All right. Maybe I was counting, but I guess I figured them as going before they had reached pit out. I was already counting that time in my head. I was like, wow, they're ahead, but like it doesn't really count until they're up the hill.
Sure.
At which point it would have. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and actually that's backed up by the timing analysis. 44 with a time loss of 1:30. 99 with a time loss of 1:36, and then the 511 with a time loss of 1:40.
Looks like Moorhead is changing right, front, left.
It would be no, it would be the rears. The rears are the only tires they haven't changed yet.
But
it does look like they were just on the front.
Oh, look at that pit cam. Look at that.
Air wrenches.
I don't think they are using air on those. I think those are electric.
So I didn't see if they did right side at all.
Oh, it is air. Look at that. Oh, it's cool. All right.
It does kind of look like a left side only tire change. So now that you've just got one right rear tire that is just completely just torn to bits.
You don't need it.
No, there's nowhere that you'd really lean on other than really the exit of turn 5.
Yep.
But if you're not really using the curb much, you're having a slower exit. So
the only car that I've seen like really use that runoff is the 86. So
the 86, but also the Apex V2R, they use it, and I've seen the 511 use it too.
So the Toyobarus and the 511 basically.
Yes.
What do they know?
It's all in the setup, man.
Sure. I thought this was a fixed setup race.
Well, it's basically a fixed setup because everybody just uses the Craig's setup. That's
sure.
The best one.
Sure. So GTR.
I'm disappointed that I can no longer hear Zach's half-hearted chuckles at my iRacing jokes.
Well, get a second computer.
I guess so. And
just so you can hear Zach. Or you could mute him. I guess you could mute Zach on your end, and we'd be able to hear him.
Well, then I can't hear him.
That's fine. We'd tell you what he says.
All right. I can. No. That's not a terrible idea. If it's okay, I didn't chuckle. Excellent. Actually, yes, we should do that. Zach, go ahead and get back in the thing. I'll just kill the Discord sound on the mixer here. There we go.
It only took me about 7 hours, but I had a good idea. 701 in the lane, 147 we knew was in the lane. I assume that's not them back in. That would be bad news. It's not. Okay. That is...
Is there not a talkback function on TeamSpeak?
Sorry,
No, it doesn't matter. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was distracted a little bit by this open throttle car. I couldn't tell it. It almost looked like the rears weren't jacked up, that we're only doing the fronts, maybe.
I think so. That car has been. They service a lot of cars in the pit lane. Like stuff that I thought that they would have taken back behind the wall, they've been just doing right there.
Driver's right. They're tightening down or loosening something.
They're making a wing adjustment, making a front flap adjustment.
Does it need some wedge? Need a couple turns of wedge.
So the 191 is actually kind of really fascinating to watch because they'll do a couple laps. I think they're like actively making setup changes to that car to try to figure out why it's trying to murder them.
I believe that 100%. No question. Speaking of making suspension setup changes, Justin had texted in that they are now going to use the new car to give parts to the 15, or that was what their intent before.
Got it. Okay.
So we probably will not see that car tomorrow, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it didn't. When we asked, it didn't sound likely, but yeah.
No.
Have you seen the livery on that car? Because I have not. I haven't seen.
I thought I saw it briefly, but like I didn't. It is. I don't think it's a mellow yellow livery.
No, it looks like I thought I saw blue trim.
Like blue and gray, sort of standard BMW race car colors.
Sure.
All the BMW liveries look about the same. It's like going on iRacing for like the default paint setups, and then you just click. Like one of your colors is always gray, and then you like pick the other two colors, and then like you end up with the same livery.
ACP used to run kind of like historic schemes, which I always thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I like their livery.
They had like a Tic Tac one at one point.
Yep, that was cool.
63 Kingpin being looked at for heavy smoke, and then went 4 off at 10A. I wonder if something's going on with that car. They are pulling into the pits now. And that would be them out of 6, depending on what the cause of that smoke is. Next car in the running order would be the 64, and I don't know how long it's been since we've seen that car, for that matter.
Right.
Replay of down into 10A. We're looking for this green car that's coming into the shot, and that looks like the smoke is coming out the right or the left front, and no brakes basically on that car.
Sweet. Well, the good news is on a big V8 BMW that's as heavy as that is, the brakes are secondary concern. So.
I wonder if that is a brake fire, actually. That did not have much interest in stopping. But now they're working on 2 open throttle cars in the pit lane.
Yep.
We need to take a look. We need to try to find the 511 and the 147 on track because they are coming into the S's. I think the pass has already been made. No, it hasn't. Just kidding. It definitely has. The 511's gone through on the 147 on track and in position. So that car is on a tear. That's up into second place proper. So they've made up basically a lap in an hour on the 147, and they're a minute and 24 seconds behind GTR 99 for the overall lead.
Now, because they're in temporary numbers and cars and stuff, do they even score points, or do you score the first championship car?
So they'll score points as 99T and 511T, I'm pretty sure.
I thought that because it was like a one-off entry thing that they weren't going to score any points, and they were going to score the 147 as first?
No, I don't
it
think that
work like that.
I don't think that's part of it, because we'll have part-time entries.
Take points.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So what this is doing is taking points away from the 147, but neither of these teams has an entry in GP1, like in the championships, that will benefit from this. All they're doing is racing for the win here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll basically an exhibition
out again. Maybe they'll run 2-car effort at Coda.
I'm trying to remember. So Choice ran, what was it, the number 51 earlier this year in GP1? I don't think it was this car. Otherwise, I think it would just be the 51.
I don't recall.
Let's go to the
I don't recall. Well, to be clear, this isn't a choice racing car. Sort of.
Well,
it's like it is, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a choice racing entry, but it is a choice racing car.
Do they own it?
Yeah, that's confirmed by Bill in the YouTube chat.
Cool.
It is it's the old M3 from Choice.
I thought they had sold that car. Was the thing?
Well, maybe they sold it to.
Maybe they sold the 51? Question mark?
No, they still have it. The 51 is Bill is telling us it's their GP2 car, but they haven't run it this year. They did sell it. Okay, so I guess they've sold it to Devin. I'm gonna guess.
Okay. There we go.
But maybe they've drafted them in because who else would know the car as well as they would?
Went ahead and leased the charter for the weekend on the 511.
Yeah, Project 511.
Bill, how much did you get for that? For the rights to use the 511 for the weekend? What kind of deal did you set up there?
Crickets. Absolute crickets.
Indeed.
Not enough, Bill says. 3 fast guys and Denny's in the lane. I think you see them in back shot there. I don't believe that's the 191. I believe that's the 86. Comfortable lead over the 109 for Roberts Motorsports. Still 6 minutes and some change. Last time of asking. Gap to the 511 from the 99. Remember, the 99 has had a driver change here, so the pace may change in that car. It hasn't substantially, to be fair. Just looking at the lap times, it looks like it's been basically the same between this stint and the last. But I believe that the gap has gone up from minute 20 to a minute 22 on that last lap. Or not on that last lap, but in the past couple. May be wrong about that. I don't think it's been as high as 130, at least not recently. They've sent the 64, I believe.
Yes.
And the gap from the 511 back to 147 from Moorhead continues to grow bit by bit that last lap by about half a second. Now north of 4. Here comes the 86 for 3 fast guys and Denny.
Yep. Having departed pit lane after their routine pit stop.
No notes in race control since Kingpin had that issue down at 63. And still in the lane as you see. $199 for 191 for overnight. A little bit of a longer change this time, but I kind of want somebody from overnight to just kind of ping us with everything that they're changing. I don't want their disclosure sheet, but I do want their setup sheet. That's what I'm curious about. I just want to see the number of things that have been crossed out. But 16 minutes that time through. It is genuinely good to see them continue to work on that car and work on improving it. You've got the track time. You've already paid for it.
Right. Yeah, put in them hours. Do the setup things.
Build your model in car sim and just kind of just see what it gives you. Let's see, when are we expecting the 109 in? It's slightly academic in terms of the race for the lead, but I do think there's potentially something in it for P2 and GP3.
I'm going to click the thing now, Joseph. I'm doing it.
Click the thing.
I'm going to click the thing. I'm going to do a lap. I'm going to cut a lap.
All right.
Let's see.
64, having just exited the pits, has a 4 off down at turn 6. It'll be outside of our view.
I did ask up in timing of scoring if they were willing to throw a competition caution for me to go out there and fix that, and they said no.
Okay.
So, sorry. I tried.
Well, what are you going to do?
I really tried. Oh my, yeah, no, it's no respect. No respect for the 511. The 511 still has to split the odds for second with the 147.
Yeah, that kind of tracks just based off of where they are, which is pretty close to each other on the circuit. What kind of odds does it give the 511? Because that's what I'm more interested in, is what kind of odds does it give the 511 against the 99? Is it anything, basically?
No.
Oh, interesting. All right.
The 511 and the 147 are equally likely to get first. And the 511 is more likely than the 147 to get second.
I would buy that.
And the 147 is more likely than the 511 to get third, but it's closer. No, it's not. It's not closer, actually. It's about the same. So the 511 is also more likely to come in first than the 147 is. Not by a lot, but by a little bit. Still pretty firmly in the 99, though. So that's where we're at on that one.
Sure. I'm gonna go on a limb and say GP2 and GP3 look pretty well settled, barring any issues.
Well, you still got to pass Tech too at the end. Got to do some dynoing.
Well, yeah. That would be one of the issues, wouldn't it?
Right.
But really, I mean, these are gaps in the slower classes that would withstand, for example, a pit lane penalty, a contact penalty in most cases. Would they withstand the contact itself? Unclear. But
you don't think these are Yvonne Muller wrecking the car into his teammate on purpose during practice to see how the car deforms tested?
It seems unlikely.
All right.
I think there are probably a couple teams that have done it accidentally at this point.
Like, Overnight has enough Boxsters that they could probably do it.
Sure. Yeah,
and
between
Boxsters
and Miatas.
605 question mark? 605, yeah. The round 3 racing GP3 car.
Speaking of lap penalties, one's just been given to Kingpin. 4 tires off the ground.
Well, yeah. It is 4 tires off the ground, and I don't imagine that they particularly care at this point.
Yes, I think that's probably right. Yeah, there's enough of a gap between them and anybody that they would be racing.
I think they just want to fix whatever the problem is without having to undo stuff.
Sure.
And go into the paddock.
Well, they'd have to put stuff back together to put it in the paddock at this point. So I think it's just like just jack it up, do it, and then we'll be done.
I mean, that is kind of the thing. The unfortunate reality of running a series is that people are going to make judgment calls as to what penalties are worth it.
Right.
So if it's worth the time, if it's worth the minute and 47 or whatever it ends up being, to put the car up on jacks, people are probably going to do it.
I would reckon that probably the actual amount of time probably wasn't even a concern. I think this was just a straight effort play. Like, no, we're not putting it back down to roll it into the just do it. Who cares? Okay, sounds good.
Yes, which is the sort of thing that draws the ire of sanctioning people very quickly.
Right.
You're like, well, the rule doesn't really hurt me, so I'm not going to follow it anyway.
Well, is that a safety rule, or is that a we don't want people spending $1 bajillion on pit stops rule? Because if that's a we don't want pro pit crews,
I could see it being a safety rule too. To be fair,
I mean, you can't roll the car out of the way of a fire with 2 tires on it. You can't do that either.
Well, no, I'm just thinking about I'm thinking about somebody being under a jack stand that doesn't hold or whatever, just things like that.
Right. I do want to note they are not under the car.
Yes. But it's one of those. I could see it being basically a risk mitigation thing.
Right. That's fine.
But yeah, the idea of somebody trying to wheelbarrow a BMW out of the way of a fire is.
That's why I was like, I don't think that's a strat.
No, there are things other than fire that can hurt you.
Can we drive this away on the brake discs?
Sure.
How fast of it? Here's a thought exercise for the class. Assuming you could get the traction control stuff.
Assuming you can think.
Right. Assuming you can get the traction control stuff to not mess with you while you do it. How fast of a car would you need if, like, you can have... I want you to pick the slowest car you could where you could beat a Bugatti Veyron in the quarter mile if it had to drive on its brake discs.
Well, okay, so here's the problem with that. I don't think you'd get a Bugatti Veyron moving on the brake disc because I don't think you could give it a small enough amount of power.
Oh, I bet you could. If the traction control is completely off, yeah, probably. But like, also nothing stops you from starting in like second gear and just like gently.
I think you would need to be in basically top gear. You're gonna the coefficient of friction of the end of the edge of a brake disc is not going to be very high.
I mean, they're big though. They're big brake discs.
Okay.
They're probably twice the width of a regular brake disc, I would bet. And it's all-wheel drive.
All brake disc drive.
Right.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't think the brake disc extends past the bottom.
I was thinking about that too. Yeah.
I mean, it might. I bet it's close.
Pretty quick stop, all things considered, for the 109 for Roberts Motorsport.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, minute 35, which is the sort of piss-up deltas that we're seeing out of the top running GP1 runners. I don't know how to tell you guys this. We're into the 8th hour of this contest.
8th hour.
Okay.
I think it's time for an ad. But
Is it time for an ad? I don't think we consulted with Zach.
I can't hear Zach anyway. So
Zach
he could be saying awful things about me and my family right now.
Oh, he is. Honestly,
cool. That's what I figured.
Some of the
assure
obscenities.
you, he's only saying bad things about you.
That's fine. That's totally fine. I expected that. That's okay.
I'm being told from the
truck,
from the North Carolina Broadcasting Center.
Yeah.
That it is time for an ad.
Okay, but first, before we go to ads, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the DriversEye Live radio network. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines. Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Welcome back to the World Racing League here at Road Atlanta. We've got an hour and 56 minutes remaining here in our 9-hour event here on Saturday. Make sure you come join us tomorrow for Sunday's event. We've got 1 hour in the morning, a little break, and then 6 hours after that. So we're going to mix up the race distance a little bit, or race length of time at least, for you.
Hold on, I got one too.
Yeah.
This is Sports Car Wars.
It is.
Right.
Genuinely. So right now, the object of interest is over under 3.5 more offs for the 191. Joseph over under.
What?
3.5 more offs or spins for the 191.
Over for sure. And you know why I don't mind that? Because they're going for it.
They're going for it. They're making adjustments and they're going all the way.
They are finding the limits of adhesion, as documented right here. They have lost adhesion. They have become unadhered from the racing surface.
JT over under 3.5.
I'm going under.
You're going under. They just had one since the line was declared, so that's bold.
I know, and we're less than 2 hours. I think they got this.
They got it. JT's got a lot of faith in the 191. The diecast soon to come to you, where you'll have adjustable alignment on the diecast. It'll be pretty tight.
Yeah, you know who we've got in the chat?
Who?
Is this Adrian Michael Reese?
Stop.
This is Adrian Michael Reese, everybody.
Have we made it?
I think we've made it.
Oh my gosh, we made it. Wow. I am honored.
Are there any responsible adults?
Adrian, that is exactly what it means. It is combined. We have to make.
No, it's not. That's not what it is. It's not.
No. The 7 and the 1 and the 6 are combined. Yes. The 9 and the 7 are not. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yes, but it's not a combined 16-hour race.
No, that is correct. Absolutely. My goodness. If you talk about A-list sports car fans.
Okay. It's Adrian Michael Reese and Rami. And it's just the...
And Rami.
That's it.
I think Irwin's up there, too.
Anyway.
Irwin's up there. Dude,
Irwin, yeah, for sure.
We got to get Irwin some merch. I got to get RJ up on
If we can get Johannes Gaugwika back in the fold too, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
Right turn lover, where are you at? There's that Mustang. It's still out there.
Carol in Monterey. Carol Brink.
Sure.
Yep.
Carol Brink.
Yep. Gotta get her in.
This is a hair away from doxing people. We are a layer of graphene away from doxing people.
It's information they themselves put out there. I don't know what else to say.
Yes,
you don't have to look that hard. Like, you either listen or you don't. That's all there is to it.
I know everyone was asking. The penalty to Kingpin overturned.
Nice.
They
went in there and they just flipped it right over.
Yes.
What probably happened is they went into the steward's room, flipped the table over, and they said, you know what, never mind, we don't want to deal with that. Thus it was overturned.
Yes.
Can I get RJ to step into the pit lane and fumble with his mic and then say, after the review, this penalty was overturned, they will not lose a lap?
I could do my D tier impression of what's his name, Freitas.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Do you have any peanut butter at your house?
No, but I could put a handful of marbles in my mouth.
That would do it.
That could work.
That would do it.
All right. I'll let you know if the next time we get a penalty adjudicated.
I did legitimately try to pitch putting a camera in the steward's room.
I hate that.
Or in the race
I'm-
or in the race director's room, and I got a lot more traction on that than I thought I would.
No, I hate that so much. That is,
I do too, but like I had mentioned, I said, you know, I'm pretty sure they do that for V8 supercars. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah.
Sure. That is literally. Do not let the officials become the story, but it's making the officials the story.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. But like, occasionally, Joseph, in the course of a race weekend, a driver on track does do something that's like questionable, and us as commentators, we're here to make everybody look good where possible, right?
Sure.
We're not here to lie about stuff, but we're here to like show people in their best light and show people. When they're not in their best light, show it as like a, hey, here's a thing that was learned.
A teachable moment.
Exactly. But I really would like just the pleasure of being able to see the race director just like hold his hands up like, what? What? What are you doing? And like just be able to show that. Just to put the feeling out there.
No, don't pit.
Palomar.
The 25 is going to be passing Flying for Motorsports this lap, but they've pitted. Oh, no, they got it on pit lane. Sweet.
25 is in. They are not moving quickly over the wall to... This seems unexpected because the crew was not ready, but
sorry, who is
they're
this?
also doing fuel, the 25, the Mustang.
The Mustang.
Oh, sure.
The MMR Mustang, the MMR by Joseph Moodrock Mustang.
They just took 13th in class.
Wow, what a save for that Palomar car. Got that all kinds of crossed up about 5 different times. Kept it out of the tires.
They're going to fill the thirsty Mustang up. If you take the, because of where the fuel tank is in the Mustang, it looks like they have an actual, like a dry brake and a fuel cell. But on the stock one, if you take the rear seats out, you can hear the fuel slosh around in the tank. It's very unnerving.
Need more baffles.
Yes, 100%, like no question.
I mean, it's completely unbaffled. I'm baffled.
I am baffled by it as well. Speaking of baffles, let's talk brand new Toyota 86.
Okay.
And how that needs baffles as well.
And fewer pieces of metal in the...
yeah.
Anyway.
Among other things.
Yes.
Curious how the race cars don't have that issue. What's that part number? What's the part number for that engine and that oil pan? How much oil do they put in the motor?
I
bet they're a quart over. I would bet money. I would bet multiple thousands of dollars that those GR Cup cars, it is the same block and like the same like size of oil pan, and I bet they run them with a quart more oil in them than on the factory road car.
It is the issues with that engine are probably going to be like if and when I can actually stomach buying a fun car, it'll be the reason why that fun car is a Miata and not
that, because of all these. And it would be one thing if Toyota were like magnanimous about it. Like, you know what? Yeah, absolutely. We noticed that you were turning right into a corner and the engine spontaneously exploded. We're going to go ahead and cover that for you. Instead, every step in the way, they load a blunderbuss as hard as they can and point it right at their feet and go poof. And then it happened once, and they were like, "Oh, you know what? That was a bad, process. It is what it is." They've done it 4 more times. 4 more times they've had the same problem, and they've told the person, actually, we're not going to cover it. And then it becomes a news story, and then eventually they're like, oh, okay, well, we will cover it. So, Joseph, if you're willing to put yourself out there on social media and complain loud enough, you have nothing to worry about.
For sure. That is 100% me. I love to make myself the center of attention.
I know you do.
Yeah. I thought I had read that really the pain point with a lot of that stuff was the regional departments, question mark?
I can tell you
North America.
I can tell you how it works if you want. I don't know if we want to talk about that on the stream. I was going to say,
is it appropriate? Is it subject matter appropriate?
I mean, we're already talking about it. So, like, in that regard, yes. But, like, in covering a motor race, no.
Ooh,
That's kind of where
six.
For sixth, where?
In GP1.
Oh, yeah.
Open throttle crosses the line, taking the spot from Kingpin.
Kingpin, who are still in the pits, it looks like.
Who are also open throttle.
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. I'll touch on it momentarily, Joseph, and that's every dealership in the history of ever wants to do as much warranty work as possible. And the only reason the dealership would say no is if the person who's writing the check to the dealership to do the warranty work was saying no. And that's Toyota corporate.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is my impression is that there was a layer in between, which is that there's like a, what is it, like a mid-south or something?
Okay, so I think one of them occurred where that was the issue in theory, but the warranties are supposed to be identical.
Right.
But the other, like 3 or 4 of the other ones did happen in the like North America region.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah, no, that's a whole thing too.
I'm sure it's rare, but boy, does it seem to show up in news articles more frequently than I would be comfortable with.
It wouldn't show up in news articles if they weren't ridiculous about it. You don't advertise the car as a track car and give people a free track day, and then when people do the hobby that you encourage them to do, you're, oh, well, no, we're not going to cover that. Like, who are you? Chevy covers it. Like, what? Chevy. They cover it. You never hear a single thing about, oh, we're not going to cover that. They just do it. The fact that they've done this repeatedly, that's a problem. Anyway, I digress.
The gap from the 99 to the 511 has grown now to 1 minute and 32.
It's grown.
At one point, it was down to 1 minute and 20, and it has gone up gradually over the course of this stint.
So they changed drivers. I think both cars changed drivers.
They for sure did on the 99. I wasn't tracking the 511 closely enough, but that would make sense. It's the right time.
No, the 511 definitely changed drivers. I was thinking, I wasn't sure if the 147 did. The 511 definitely changed. The 99 definitely changed. Interesting.
We're about halfway through this stint for all 3 of these cars. All 3 of these lead lap cars. Actually, the 147 isn't. Are they on the lead lap? Has the 147 fallen off the lead lap? No, not quite, but they're awfully close. Ooh, or have they? Yeah, I think they might have. The thing that's wild about this race is that 147, their results have been so consistent, at least in the East this season, that a third place finish might end up being a drop for them.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so the 99 is on their way down into turn 6. We just saw the 147 come down the... no, they're going into... excuse me, they're coming out of turn 5 now. So they are a full lap back. So this now becomes a race between the 99 and the 511. At least for the time being. And the 99 has the pace advantage at the moment. And that fight, if you like, between... Actually, no, that's old data. MMR back out on track. I think we've seen them since then. Since the last time we talked about them. Is that them here? No, that's Moorhead. No. Take that back twice. That is the MMR 25. And here's the Moorhead 147 coming through shot.
Joseph, I've got guests.
Wonderful.
If that's something you're interested in.
No, it's not, but I'll take him anyway.
Leave too. Yeah, that works too. Whatever we want to do.
Wouldn't be the first time we
Absolutely. And so you two gentlemen, your name is?
Ruben Dastor.
Excellent. And your name is?
Hunter Lane.
Awesome.
Wow, my voice is incredible.
I know,
on
right?
that microphone.
It's one of those things where, like, you don't feel good about yourself, but it adds just enough confidence that's like, oh, I can do this all the time. It's
I can
great.
do anything with this on, yeah.
Absolutely. And so you two gentlemen drive with who?
Well, I am the owner of Victory Lane Motorsports, the 918
Perfect.
E46, and Ruben's here with me this weekend, tagging along.
Sweet. So the 918, the E46. I don't think have we seen you before this weekend? I don't believe so.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes,
Okay, JT.
at VIR was VIR was the debut.
Okay,
race.
cool.
And we were doing pretty well on Saturday until a small driver error in Oak Tree, about 45 minutes till the end.
Got it.
And cemented our loss on that day. So we were planning to run on Sunday, but then we just couldn't find a windshield, so it wasn't a very major incident. But it's just one of those things that just puts you out of the running.
Do you need a windshield? Do you need that? Like, are you sure you don't want like birds and things like coming in the car?
You got a visor on.
Exactly. That's what it's for.
You got a visor, but
just
do you
put the
have
second
the
visor
FIA
on. That's a
certified
windshield.
full carbon helmet though?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, but we're working towards it.
Yeah.
You could buy one of those or like a whole other E46 chassis, like whichever one.
If I wanted to live with my parents, then yes, I would go buy one of those helmets.
Wait, don't you now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. Hey, man, no shame in that. There's free rent.
Hey, he just graduated.
Free race shop.
He just graduated. He owns his own racing team.
Excellent.
My time at that age, I didn't even know what I did the night before.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I mean, that's
I still don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm doing this.
He's really talking me up, but it's really not that. Yeah, I have a race car, but that's all I do.
At least your race. I have a race car, but I have a race car with no motor in it. So yeah, you're ahead. You're ahead of the game.
I'll take what I can get then. If you give me brownie points, I'll take them.
Perfect. So how do you guys think your weekend's going so far?
Well, we had some issues this morning. Couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, the car, from VIR, we just did what we could in the 2 weeks leading up to Road Atlanta. Mainly just cosmetic stuff. And so there wasn't much to really worry about as far as electronics go. And then we just started having issues this morning. Friday, yesterday was fine. Had very little problems. We really just made adjustments to the car to make sure it was faster and felt better, and it did. And then early on this morning, just the gremlins started popping up, and just we're left scratching our heads until we figured it out later this afternoon. So car seems to be on pace and should be pretty competitive tomorrow, we're hoping.
Good.
But yeah, it's just one of those weekends where kind of bites you in the butt early on, and it's not a great feeling until you get it sorted, and I think we got it sorted.
That's good. Happy to hear it. Joseph, I think I had stepped on you earlier. Did you have something to ask?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we see that you guys had a long old repair fixing all that stuff. I think it's. I mean, we were talking up those kinds of efforts. This is the kind of thing that we. Obviously, you've already paid for the track time, right? You've already brought everything here to be here, but we always talk about how committed people are to it, and that just because you're not in the running for the win doesn't mean you need to pack up and get ready for tomorrow.
It definitely takes an army. I mean, especially all the drivers definitely egg me on. When we hit problems like that, it's two things I hate. Okay, I hate showing up to the track late when it's dark. The second thing is working on the car track. I try to prevent those two things from happening as much as possible. And when it happens, it's really demoralizing for me. So having people that can really encourage you to stay with it and try to figure out those problems is very nice. And sometimes it's hard to find those people. So once you do, you want to make sure that they stick around.
I gotcha. How have you enjoyed your weekend so far?
This is my favorite track in the country.
Okay.
So I haven't been here in 18 months, so it's been a little bit. I currently reside in Northwest Arkansas, so I'm out at Hallett and Ozark a lot. But there's nothing like Road Atlanta. That just the flow of the track is just it's perfect.
It makes for great racing too, and we saw it when we were here in February. They did the GT only race where it was all the GT4 cars and stuff, and it was a heck of an event. and everybody's got a little bit more elbow room than like a usual WRL race, and you don't have the speed differential so much. Like there were still people at the top of the class and the bottom of the class, like you're going to have. But just the way the track races, I think, really makes it entertaining to watch as vehicles go around, because you do get that sense of you've got the long straights, you've got the sweeping corners, and you've got a couple slow corners. And so how you've decided to set up the car and your particular driving style, you can really watch that play out at this track, I think, better than you can at a lot of other places where there's less variety and there's less opportunity to show the different things that are going on.
No, I completely agree. I was talking to RJ when I got out. I started the race today and then was helping shake it down and try to diagnose what was happening. But once we got into a good rhythm, there was 5 cars, all classes represented, and we went back and forth for 5-6 laps. That would have been absolutely impossible with GTO in the class, because they would come in like a cheese grater, ruin somebody's flow or pace, and these are pace cars, especially on a track like this in those spots. So it really made to some interesting dynamics. And the great thing is if you look at Class 3 all the way up to GP1 today, I mean, they're so close. So we had 2 GP1 cars, we had 2 GP2s, and we had a little GP3 that was sticking its head in and out, during this entire battle.
Right.
And it was just epic. It was so much fun. And the GP2 and the GP3, they're more close than anything else. GP1 has a little bit more room, a little bit more horsepower, but GP2 and GP3, I mean, they could be one class.
Right.
You had to watch out for those guys today. I mean, I caught myself a couple times looking at my mirrors and realizing, oh, there's a GP3 car there.
Yeah, there really was. So I thanked RJ for this opportunity, because we don't get we don't get this chance very often, especially at a legendary track like this.
Absolutely.
So, hopefully they continue that and we build up some more support, get a couple more cars to show up. But like we were talking about yesterday, this is really where it started, and this is kind of the feel for it, and I absolutely love it.
That's awesome. Where are you guys at as far as tire strategy? We've talked about that a little bit today. Some of the guys on like the bigger teams, on the GP1 teams, I think they're doing 2 or 3 sets of tires. I understand that there's tires out there that you could probably do the whole weekend. Where do you guys fall on that?
It's a very good question, because we have been pondering that for a while. Obviously, you can run a certain tire with a certain tire width, and it's on the spectrum of low cost to high cost. And at least for me, it's mostly it's erring on the side of affordability, right, and convenience. So I have an open trailer and throw everything on the open trailer and in my truck, if I can get away with it.
Right.
Most weekends. So having more than 2 sets of wheels becomes a real pain.
Yep.
It's a real pain. And on a small budget like this, changing tires over at the Continental truck or the Cooper truck, although they're very great people and make my life a lot easier, that money could be better spent doing other things.
Right.
So we're trying to find a tire that will last at least one day. I'd like to find one that lasts the entire weekend. We're experimenting today with that. We'll let you know how that goes.
Yep.
But yeah, it's finding a tire with a size wheel that is not breaking the bank.
Right.
So finding the speed elsewhere is something we're interested in, but at the same time, it's very worthwhile if you can afford it to go bigger.
To go for the big.
Yeah.
My understanding is that there is one tire that will do the whole weekend, but it does not have the pace.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And we use it on other teams, and it's made of rock. It's like granite.
Right.
And so it will last a very long time, but you will lose 2-3 seconds a lap.
And if you're in a series where you're only using that tire, like, cool, great, like whatever. But like that's not the case here.
Absolutely. The other thing to think about too, especially with the lower classes, the GTO cars are very heavy now. They're all factory-built race cars. They're all very heavy, so they're going to put a lot more pressure and a lot more stress on tire and tire strategy. With E46s, with a lot of the Miatas, the early BMWs, they have the luxury of being lighter. And so as long as you can find a comparable tire that will give you decent grip and decent longevity because of the weight of the car,
right?
Usually you can be in a good spot.
Okay.
I know from other vehicles and other teams that I've raced with, my favorite tire isn't made anymore, or it's made in a new version, and it's just cheaper and cheaper performance in the same price.
Okay.
So yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. I gotcha. So the tire thing's still a work in progress. Like everything in racing, though, right? You gotta figure out what's working, what's not working. This is a work in progress. I had to go buy umbrellas yesterday. Like it's a whole thing.
If any tire companies are listening, I'm happy to try out their stuff. Just willing to make anything work. Trying it all.
Good news, I got some KO2s for you. We'll slap those
great.
on there. We'll see how that goes. You can use every curb. You can use every sand trap. You'll be good to go.
I was hoping for like a Ling Long sponsorship.
Yeah, there you go. That'd be good.
Those are some great tires, especially on your Kubotas and
Easy Goes.
Like yeah,
all those kinds of things. Yep.
Willing to make it work. I mean, gotta make it happen, right? So.
We'll shave them down. They'll be the right size. Get those smooth. Yeah, good to go.
Dirt track guys know all about that.
Yep. Absolutely.
So why did you start this? Where did you come into this?
I didn't start it. Oh, let's start there. This is not my baby. This is Brendan's baby. Brendan's not with us right this moment. I think he's got another engagement that he's attending to. My understanding, and like Joseph has a little bit different perspective on this story than I do because you were more closely involved early. I lived in Northern California. I lived in a little small town called Redding, like way, way, way up north that nobody's ever heard of. And I was an hour from Thunderhill.
Okay.
And so I knew that there was this race they did. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then the way I always tell the story is either the first or second year I went, there's this dude talking to his laptop sitting in the lounge. And the laptop's just got the timing screen. And he's just sitting there doing it, calling the race just from the laptop. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Move on with my life. And then the following year, I said, on Midweek Motorsport and Radio Le Mans, I had asked them, do you guys do the broadcast? Do you know about this race? Do you do the broadcast? I said, no, but Brendan does. And we know him. Here's his information. I'm like, okay, cool. And I messaged him at one point, and he was like, oh, if you live there and you want to be around, hang out in the pits and send me texts about stuff that's going on. I'm like, all right, cool. And so I think, Joseph, that first year that I was doing it, you were there too, ?
I think that's right. So I'd known Brendan before that first year from sim racing. So we were already friends. But yeah, I mean his thing was, it was really an admiration of Radio Le Mans, and Thunderhill was one of those opportunities that this race that was at the time was building a lot of momentum.
Pretty cool. It was a really cool race.
Yeah. You'd get you'd basically be getting these quasi IMSA entries not that far away from what we get at times here now.
Right. Yeah.
In WRL, you had the same sort of basically these hot shoes would drop in. So where we might have been the first people to do a broadcast that had Colton Herta in it, for example.
I think that might be true. I'd be willing to put money on that.
Yeah.
I do remember that now. I've totally forgot about that. Yeah, he was young.
Yeah, it was him and Brian. We're sharing a Ginetta, was it a G57?
The G57, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think, part of his thing is being able, obviously, he wasn't able to travel to this one, but part of his thing is to, have an excuse to travel to all these different tracks. He used to marshal for a little bit, I think he did Nürburgring one year for sure. He's done Le Mans.
Yeah, he went on a trip and I think he hit both of those at once.
Yeah,
and that was one of those years where they were back to back. I think there was a couple years there during that time span when it was a week or two apart, and you could do both.
Yes,
that's horrible.
As a marshal
traveling
too,
Europe, just doing the thing, man.
But yeah, I mean, it very much is Brendan's thing, right?
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
So we're just here having fun.
Yeah, we're just happy to be along for the ride, 100%. But no, we love it. Yeah, like Joseph was saying, that Thunderhill race, it used to. I think the rule is the same, but the entry has gone way down to where it's But they, I think, were one of the last places where they had a true run what you brung class, and there was a production car based run what you run class, and then like a sports racer class, and those were the 2 options. And then like they had the other stuff for like NASA's classes or whatever. So being able to come here and see that people are running GT4 cars, but like we're gonna change wings, we're gonna do different splitter, we're gonna do triple bypass shocks, we're gonna it's like, okay, cool, you still get that kind of vibe to it. So we love it here. We're happy to continue to see it grow. We love seeing new people come out and do entries. Had you raced with WRL before you got involved? Or
So yeah, I've been racing WRL since 2019, I want to say.
Okay.
So I've been floating around for my career a little bit, and my wife had gone back to school, so our finances had changed, different positions.
Okay.
But my dad, he had just retired, and he wanted to go to BMW M school at the Performance Center down in Spartanburg. That took a lot of convincing of me to go with him, right?
Okay.
So we're down there, and who's one of them who's now one of my mentors, Laura Hayes. She was the lead there, instructor, and she came up to me during lunch and was like, "Hey, you seem comfortable about this. Have you ever thought about racing?" I was like,
wrong way. There we go.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't, have 2 digits or 2 commas in my salary every year, so I can't do it. And she's like, "No, we have a small grassroots team. We do that." And so I started with them with Thunder Bunny Racing when they were really, really small.
Okay.
Where Justin Cale, they had, the Nissans, if you remember the Nissans. And so I did that, and then got to meet some really good people. It's a small community.
Right.
I race a lot with AutoWorks Motorsports. I'm lucky enough to race here with Hunter, with Victory Lane. I race with Rogue Engineering. So
yeah, I let him come. I let him come along.
Yeah,
let me drive this car. He's like, "I love this car. It's great." I'm like, fine.
I know his car is, for a spec. It's basically a spec E46 in my opinion, and the car is just it's such a great chassis. And he has an engineering degree. He literally just graduated with it from
It
UC.
means nothing. I will say that. It means that you went through school, but the fact that I have an engineering degree, but I've been working on cars, those two going together, combining those, once you have dealt with the pain of somebody putting a starter bolt where it really should not be, but then seeing the other side, like when you're designing something, an assembly of parts, when you've got to mount this thing somewhere, but you know that the only way to do it properly, or there may be other ways, but a few of the ways to mount X part is going to cause a lot of frustration when it comes to disassembly or assembly or service and maintenance, things like that.
Right.
You see both sides, so it's nice to play both sides and look at it in different ways. But yeah, so I have an engineering degree, but I started working with mechanical things when I was a kid, so it goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, it's needed. I mean, the GP class is really more of a community, I think, just because we've been around, we have to get our hands dirty,
right?
And these people become family, and so I may jump in a different car every week, but I see the same people every weekend, and so AutoWorks takes really good care of me. We just debuted here earlier this year. Road America was the first race.
Right.
I don't have the luxury of running with Thunder Bunny anymore, just from a pure financial budgeting.
That's gone a whole different direction, and good for them and their business.
I'm very happy for them. They deserve every bit of it. They're very solid people across the board. Kale and Justin, Jim, Laura, they're all really good people. But obviously finances are one thing that's a very big piece of this.
Absolutely, and that's what keeps me from having a race car that has a working engine at this point. So it's like, I totally understand where that's at. The one thing I've noticed, especially, I'm pretty close with the guys at Northloop who had won the national championship for GP2 last season, and then Harrison, etc. This E46 chassis, specifically having it in spec E46 trim, almost seems like it gets you the best of both worlds, because if you decide for whatever reason you want to get out of it, there's a huge market for that car as a race car still. How close is yours to spec E46, and what things, if you've got the secret sauce working, I don't want that, but have you changed it much from spec E46? Or?
It's definitely not legal right now. Not even close. It used to be when I first built the car. There was a plan to do both, to try sprint along with endurance. A lot of it's funny to think about this now, but when I was building the car, I was trying to do it on a budget. And of course, when you do that, you just double it and add 20%. That's the historic rule, right?
Yeah.
So then, yes, it was closer. Now it's a little further away from that. But I think if I plan to do that in the future, I'm either just going to find somebody else's car to drive or just build one, build another one. If I can do that, it's just so developing an endurance car, excluding suspension and engine stuff. I think everything else takes much longer to get right. Ergonomics and data and just driver comfort. I think I like to focus on that a lot. So I put a lot of time into that. And a spec car doesn't really need that, right? You don't. You just need to be able to drive it for 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's
something
not
like
long.
that.
Right.
Yeah. So it could, but this car is definitely built for endurance, and I feel like it should stay that way. And one of the other reasons is just because I feel like it has the personality for it, and it should stay there.
Okay.
I don't want to put it in a different series. I'm definitely personifying the car.
That's okay.
But, it was my first one.
If you spend that much time around it and you're working on it that much, I totally get that, 100%.
It's definitely a toxic relationship. I give it everything. I give it everything, and it just likes to make it difficult.
Just keeps
for me.
taking.
Yes,
Just keeps
takes
doesn't
everything.
return. Yeah.
Behind every good man behind every good race car is a frustrated man.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, no question at all.
But that's my outlet, right? So I during my work life or during my regular job, I don't do this thing, and this is how I can express my disdain for the imperfections that are in this world. I try to make the car as nice as possible and as perfect as I can get it, because it is cathartic. So I think that's the right term for it.
Yeah,
it's therapeutic or cathartic or whatever it is.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
nice. So making cars shiny and cool and fast is cool.
That's
So
the
I
best
like
way to
that.
do it. Sweet. What's the rest of the season look like for you?
I don't really know. Trying to figure out my new job still. We'll see what's going on. I don't think I can do Hallett. Hallett's a little bit of a stretch, and then Cincinnati to Hallett's pretty far. But I know some guys are coming from Florida, so who am I to complain?
I mean, they're coming from Florida and they're sleeper rig, and you've got an open trailer.
Maybe so.
It's an extended cab though, so
okay.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
it does have a back seat. It's not just it's not just a two-door. So it's a little bit of a stretch. I would like to focus a little bit on some products I'm working on. Yeah, I can't say much about them just because they're really not worth talking about right now in their current state.
That's okay. Joseph's a patent lawyer, so we're listening intently.
That's so not correct.
Well, I was kind of hoping you were, because then it would be good for me to talk to somebody like that, because I am looking at trying to patent. And I mean, this whole thing, it's a big learning process for me, because I can design something cool, but now that if I want to look into making money on it, it's a whole different world that I have no experience with.
Right.
And it's a little scary, it's a little daunting, but it's really fun at the same time. And I haven't gotten to do much of that post-graduation this year, just because of the racing and the job. So I'd like to dedicate some of my time to doing that. I can't really do that and the racing at the same time. It's a lot of work, and I'm already whittled down to quite a narrow spike at this point. So
I gotcha. Is this a racing industry item that I'm going to see in 5 years, or is this something else?
Hopefully next year.
I'm
hoping next year.
Sweet. Okay.
I've got some people I'm talking to locally to me that are interested in helping me out, and getting feedback from teams here, other companies here. It's something I'm hoping to release within the next year.
Excellent.
But there's a lot going on with it, and I'm learning a lot about certifications and the cost of doing business.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, when you have it fully protected, or whenever you feel comfortable, I would love to have you back on and bring it in to look at it or play with it or whatever.
It's totally not appropriate for a podcast or a radio something like this because it's something you really want to actually look at for it to make sense.
I gotcha.
It's kind of.
I mean, but I want to see it.
Oh yeah, I'll try to make it as shiny and colorful and
perfect.
Yeah, and clickety clackety as it can get. Nice ratcheting mechanisms and bells and whistles and
sweet.
I might even design in a Rube Goldberg mechanism into it.
That would be the best part. 100%.
You don't see those anymore, right?
No, not at all. That fad died away.
I know. Well, it's time to bring it back.
Do you get a free fidget spinner?
Fidget spinners?
Yeah.
That's so like what, 8 years ago?
Yeah, 8 or 9. Yeah, you can bring those. I bet you could get them cheap.
Here's the move. Here's the move, Ryan. We need a reverse Colin Chapman. Complicate, then add heaviness.
Yes, yes. There we go. To make it as complex as possible, and it'll be harder to steal at that point too.
Exactly.
It's like what actually is the purpose of this? Is this for vacuuming things? Is it a knife? Or is it a racing? Like I don't even know what he's doing. Like what?
Don't tell the Swiss. They'll say it does everything, just like their knives. So
that's not the goal with mine, but it would be nice to talk it up and show it off and everything, and display my genius.
There you go. There you go. See, you started off all modest, and they were talking about your team and all the other stuff, and now you're a genius.
Well, you're egging me on, so it's your fault.
It's
right?
the voice.
I know it is. I know.
It's all set up. You're good to go, man.
I'm just dropping an octave the longer I talk.
I can probably EQ some of that in too.
Okay. Good.
Is your helmet going to fit tomorrow?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
I might have to take out. Well, so I did, and nobody. Okay.
Here we go.
This is totally unrelated.
This is the good part. This is the good
this
part.
totally this is when we get spicy. Anything racing wise. Okay.
I'm saying real quick. The 511 has just pitted.
That should be their last stop of the day.
Okay, cool.
That's such a pretty car, by the way, and it just screams.
Absolutely.
Super tight. Okay, please continue.
Yes. Sorry. I will apologize to people who are listening in for wanting to listen to race-related things, but I just have to get this off my chest now because Ruben's sitting here. Okay. I normally have very long hair, so I had a nice flow and everything. VIR was just way too hot.
Right.
So after VIR, I was just sitting at home, and I just I'm an impulsive person, right? So I'm like, I'll just cut my hair. So I cut my hair, and I get here at the track on Friday.
Right.
Friday morning rolls around, or I get here Thursday night, but I'm here Friday. Doesn't matter. Nobody, not a single person on my team said anything about my haircut. And I thought they all hated it. They're like, who is this guy? It's like no one, not a single soul out of the 8 people that were here this weekend. Nobody said anything, and I am offended.
This really speaks to the generational difference between someone who just graduates and the other, the other adults. And I can't believe I'm putting myself in that group as adult because I'm the class clown of any race team that I race with. That's kind of funny. But you know what? You look great.
No, it looks bad. I haven't had this haircut in 10 years, and of course, nobody listening can even see it. But it looks like I got out of prison.
No, it does. It's fine.
It did.
All you're missing is the teardrop.
It's just a haircut.
Well, no, see, I have like a cowlick or a part in my head that kind of looks like my head was just slashed.
You could start a rat tail though. That's kind of a new popular thing.
That's coming back around.
That's coming back. That would go great with that haircut.
No. That's not even funny. I'm just thinking about that.
I don't know. I think the rest of the team would agree. I think we'd like to see that.
Hey man, I think you got to be careful. Otherwise, you're going to end up with like a 10% surcharge for like wear and tear or something. You got to.
I pulled data already.
Yeah.
I've got
we don't need to talk about expenditures there. So.
The invoice is already written up already.
Yeah. My nickname's Disaster with the groups. So if they need anything to be, stress tested, they usually throw me in there.
Okay.
So yeah, like fat kid from the Goonies.
Right.
Yeah. So that's me.
Were you in and around the Palomar pit yesterday when they needed a motor?
No. But we're staying at the same hotel, and the poor crew who worked their butt off. Yeah. They came.
You probably didn't see him because they
walking in at 4:45 this morning, and they're like, "We just got back from the track." I'm like, "What are you doing here?" Then they're like, "Oh, I needed a shower." And I was like, "Are you gonna sleep?" They're like,
"No, we just gotta come back."
Those guys they deserve the Trooper Race Team of the Year. Ever since VIR, they've had nothing but bad luck, and they are some of the nicest guys that I have met.
There needs to be a WRL We Got Screwed award.
Yes. They deserve that. So RJ, please make that happen.
There we go.
I'm on record for saying that. But yeah, those poor guys. I mean, that's like the third motor, and they haven't been home yet.
Right. The car hasn't been back to San Diego in whoever knows how long. And it's a tough hill to climb for sure. And then you're far from home as well. So
it's one of the things I love about endurance racing, though, is you can't just be fast and expect to win. You can't just have the best product and expect to win.
Right.
It is such a multitude of variables plus good juju to make sure that you have the right karma, and then still you won't win sometimes.
Right.
And so this is the greatest racing in the world, in my opinion. I love this. And so, yeah, it just really lucky.
That's perfect. Well, do you have anything else to plug? I want to let you get back to your race car.
No. Well, no, it's finishing the day. I mean, we got stuff to do tomorrow.
There it is.
There it goes.
Yep, right down the
hill.
straight.
Yep.
Wow, looks so nice.
It's going to be more competitive in the hot weather tomorrow. I mean,
It will
we
be.
call that now.
It will be.
We don't have outright pace to keep up with Harrison and maybe one or two of the other cars that Miata. Lone Star is really fast, really fast. It's a cool car.
I did not know. I was listening to that. I did not know it was potentially a rallycross car.
If you go look at it, you can totally tell.
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense. But in the heat, I think we lose less than some of the others do that are running their cars at 10/10s, to where that it will give us a competitive advantage. And we have some really consistent drivers this weekend. John Williams is out there driving. He drove the wheels off of it today. Jeff Bennett, who's a Specky 46 national champion, he'll be driving later.
Cool.
So we've got some really good drivers.
So you got the lineup.
Yeah.
You got what you need.
Yeah.
He's just trying to brandish. But look out, everybody. Look out.
Yeah.
We'll be great. Maybe. Possibly.
Potentially.
Hopefully. It's endurance
You'll
racing.
be somewhere.
Yeah.
You'll finish.
We will be on the track at some point.
That will be an event that occurred.
Top 6.
Top 6. There you go. Top 6.
There you go. That's right, Joseph.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming up here.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I 100% serious. Whenever you get it figured out, come let us know. I want to talk to you about it. For
If you have a long yellow, let me know. I come up here, I'll do my stand up. It's great.
Oh, perfect. And we'll make her put on a headset next time.
There you go.
Maybe.
There you go.
We'll see.
Thanks.
Of course, not a problem, guys.
Yeah, Victory Lane Motorsports, that number 918. Overnight, that 197 car still hasn't reemerged. I'm not sure that we'll see them again, so expect that to change positions in about 14 laps time. And that will that'll elevate that number 918 after basically being last, 6 of 6 in GP2 for so much of the race, on track to pull themselves up into the top 4, basically on attrition. That is a class that's got 4 cars running in it at the moment, including I think everyone other than the 321 has led that class at some point. 197 certainly did. 164 obviously leads it now. 721 led it before they had mechanical problems, and it has been a very topsy-turvy class. If you had to pick somebody to be our GTU class for the day, it would be GP2. Harrison Motorsports pits out of the lead in GP2. That should be on schedule for them. 51 laps since their last pit stop, so that is basically bang on the money. That will be their last stop of the day. While we were chatting, GTR 99 also pitted for their last stop. I believe we're just waiting on the 147 from Moorhead to finish theirs. Bruce Innovations, that rebranded and choice racing car, that 511T, also pitted. We think they're a little more marginal, but should be their last stop of the day. 701, we saw loop it coming out of 10B. They'll owe us a stop in 12 laps time, but that will be their last one as well. Should be on the shorter side, but that may be academic. They're not particularly close to anybody in front of or behind them. PC Racing has come in out of 5th place. That'll be their last pit stop. JT?
Well, PC Racing came in about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, wonderful. So that's the car stopped, and they're probably trying to debug whatever.
Yeah, I'm not even
happened
sure if
to
they're
them.
still on pit lane anymore, but that's looking like it's going to promote the 64 from open throttle into that top 5 position.
Yeah, you'd expect that Palomar 15 will also overtake the 63. The 14 may as well, for that matter, depending on whether or not that car can put in any additional laps. I hate to be the jinx, but after a kind of stop and start first, call it 5 or 6 hours of the race, we have not had a full course yellow in the last 2.5 hours.
No problems there.
No, all we've got to do is make it another hour and change, watching the final pit stop for the 321 Lone Star Rallycross Miata. In GP3, that Apex V2R machine is... I've got them as... They're pulling the 55 for AOA back, which I don't think I even realized that they were close to each other. But that gap is within 10 seconds. That BRZ, which is the BRZ that's not the 3 fast guys in Denny's BRZ. Basically, there are 2 in the field, both in GP3, and that number 55 for AOA gap is closing at a rate of about 4 seconds a lap. That was 18.8 seconds 2 laps ago. Last time through was 10.4.
Yeah, the 55 had come onto pit road there for a while. They had been reported as smoking. They had a 14-minute stop, or I should say 12-minute stop, given the 2-minute lap time. So that's what has brought the 880 Apex car onto the same lap, and as they come across the line, less than a second separating them.
I think something's going on with the 55, something mechanical. Race Control has just noted them watching for dumping fluid or smoking. So, potentially got something awry with that car. As you say, gap is practically nothing. See them coming through turn 5 on our multi-view, and they are basically nose to tail. We've lost Ryan again for the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the sun has come out, temperatures go up, and some of our cameras have been going down rather quickly.
Yeah.
So Ryan's going to go try to hopefully salvage a few of those.
Thermal limitations, for sure. Grab a spray bottle, spray him down. He's not going to do that. Yeah, wow, that was 9 seconds that they closed up that lap. Did the 880? I'm curious to see what the gap ends up being between the 55 and the 880. Also, I mean, for that matter, curious to see whether or not the 55 ends up just pulling directly into pit lane. 918 being looked at by the stewards as, by the corner marshals being noted as slow, and they've come straight into the pit lane. 55 has been meatballed, so that they will come into pit lane at some point regardless. Is that who is that that's coming into pit lane?
Moorhead.
Okay.
Moorhead enters their box.
Okay, you're right, and that is near enough on schedule for them. I think they've extended just a little bit. No, 41 laps. That's more like 46 laps, actually. Okay, which is more consistent with their previous stint. So, 147 for Moorhead works on their last stop of the day, but will finish their pit stop schedule. Everything goes well, they can put their feet up for the remainder of the day. This, you would think, will push them back behind the 511 for Bruce Innovations. So it's still looking like it's going to be the two temp cars, if you like. The old GTR 99, Moorhead 147 peels out. GTR 99 and Bruce Innovations, two cars that are not regular runners in GP1, and so they will take points away from the 147, but will not really be fighting for anything or end-of-year classification. '64 for Open Throttle is going to be a lap behind PC Racing number 44 this next time by. Really will be putting themselves back onto the same lap. That will be another spot drop for the 44 unless that car is able to be wheeled out within the next minute and a half, basically. On the same lap, the 15 for Palomar is set to overhaul the 63 for Kingpin Racing. And actually, that just happened. So move the 15 for Palomar up into P7 in your GP1 classification. In the overall, that puts them P16. So if you look at the overall classification, there is it's a very mixed running order at the moment between classes. Everyone's had their own sort of mechanical issues here and there, which makes sense if you take a look at the weather over in Brazelton, Georgia at the moment. It is, I've got it at 89 degrees. We've been kind of on the border of 90 the entire day, so this is putting a lot of heat into these cars, putting a lot of heat into these drivers, so you're going to be really focusing on your drinks bottles, on your cool suits, all the things that keep a driver comfortable and happy and healthy. Our insider for the day, Bill Choice, tells us that the 44 is done for the day, so it's really going to be a matter of whether the... I think the Palomar cars, yeah, it should have... That 15 should have enough time remaining to overhaul that 44 for P6, so they'll continue to drop down the order. Will PC Racing will not be enough time for that 14 of Palomar to catch up to them. I think that 14 will pick up P8 from the number 63 for Kingpin, which is a remarkable start because that car didn't even take the start. That car started quite late, did the Palomar car, but it hasn't really had, at least as far as I can tell, had too many issues since then.
Yeah, no, it's been relatively clean out there. If they can average a 150 lap, they should be able to do 32 laps before the race ends.
Yes, actually, it might not be a bad time for projections, particularly for those cars down the order. That 918 that was reported as slow, they have sent that car back out. They'll need another... Oh, how far back are they from the 197?
9 laps.
Yes, so that should still be doable for them.
Same with MMR getting 12th.
Outside of the points paying positions, unfortunately. They won't have time to overhaul the 98 for Birmingham Road and Race. So that car that had such a strong run earlier before the, we think it's the front left suspension, had some sort of severe failure. Knocked them out of the race, and they have not been able to repair that. That is another one of those teams that has had issue after issue, just terrible luck in the past few rounds, and we will be looking for them to turn that around. maybe tomorrow. Not sure how much work needs to be done to that front left corner, but will be a couple hours less running tomorrow. Three fast guys and Denny in the lane. Is that? Yeah, that is probably fine. It's a little early, which makes me a little anxious, but maybe just deciding to pull the car in to be good to go for the remainder of the race. 25 Mustang into the lane as well. That car that we saw have so many recurring mechanical issues early has been relatively stable since they came back out. How long was their service? I don't even remember at this point. Long would appear to be the answer to that. But that car has been circulating pretty well, it has to be said, over the past hour or so.
Good shakedown.
Yeah, it is a good shakedown, and again, it would be nice to know what exactly was going on with that car, because it did seem extremely frustrating. Hey, the Edge 26 is back out there. How about that? Talk about a marathon effort. They've been working on that car for the last 7.5 hours, and they've just sent it back out.
Oh, just kidding.
There's a little bit of a flash fire down in the pit lane.
Is that the Mustang?
It might be the Mustang. Yeah, you see the plume of smoke there on the back, and
yeah,
it's mostly been extinguished. I think that's coming out of the back of the car. Not sure if that is if that's a fuel overflow fire. They've sent a vehicle down to take a look at it, but I do think that has been pretty well extinguished. Very, very briefly, I don't even know if it showed up on our monitor, but for a split second we went full course yellow.
Yeah.
And then straight back to green. So pace car was never deployed there, but we did have a moment. I assume because of the situation on pit lane.
Yes.
918 has picked up their first warning of the day for a pit lane infraction for going over the speed limit. Fortunately for them, that is their, you would hope, their last pit stop of the day. If you're going to make a mistake on pit lane, that would be the time to do it. Very fast guys and Denny car is been serviced and sent. Time loss of about 1:40. Reasonably quick pit stop, and that will get them out. Probably, now with a 7-minute advantage over the Roberts Motorsports 109. That'll shrink a bit as the 109 catches up to the pit lap for that 86 crew. Next car that we'll be expecting to pit will be the 701 in GP1. That will, of course, be their last stop as well. Expect them in about 4 laps' time. Everybody in the top 3 has completed all of their service for the day, as have... let's see, the Palomar cars probably need a splash. I'm not sure that that'll get in the way of their trying to overhaul the 44 and the 63 respectively. And yeah, if I look at our projections, the 15 should overhaul the 44, which makes sense. The 14 should also overhaul the 63, and that also makes sense. Will the 191 pull themselves up into the points-paying positions? Probably. So after a race-leading performance early in the race, Birmingham Road and Race Squad is likely to fall out of the top 10 altogether by the end of this one. And most likely finish 11th and 12th, unfortunately. GP2, the 321 for Lone Star Rallycross has come back into the pits. And I think this is... Yeah, this is much too early for them because they pitted on 258. They should have been done. At least... Looks like they're trying to jack up the left-hand side. I'm not too sure if the rights will go as well. Maybe that's... Obviously, it's very late in the day to be doing a tire change, so I wonder if they've had a puncture at some point, or if they've had a tire start to delaminate on them. If
Or
they've
just
tried
really-
to take it all day.
Really bad vibration.
Yeah, it could be a wheel nut that's come loose. .701 in for their stop, a hair early, but with plenty of margin for this to be their last pit stop. Only 50 minutes to go in the race, not even. We're going to start to get into a scenario, particularly in GP2, where we're potentially going to sew up a couple of spots before we get the checkered flag, particularly if something has happened to the 321 that can't be repaired. Hopefully that's just a tire that needs replaced. But if that car has been disabled for whatever reason, that would free up the 164 to basically seal up the win in GP2 already. GP3 is quite a bit tighter, so even if something were to happen to the Roberts Motorsports 109, you would have the 605 for round 3 about 2 laps behind them. So we're looking at probably about 5 minutes to go before 3 Fast Guys and Denny can say that they've actually walked away with GP3. GTR 99, really, it's just 3 cars in the fight in GP1. So GP3, actually, for my money, in terms of up and down the class, has been a little more stout. Obviously, the fight for the win in GP1 has been really interesting. But a lot of the cars that were involved in that have fallen away for different reasons. Apex V2R has pitted basically on schedule.
Ooh. I see the Mustang traveling down pit lane.
Yeah, would be good to know. Yes, there goes the Mustang. Be good to know what caused that flash fire.
Does it turn right or does it rejoin?
Good question.
All right, it's back out.
Yes.
It's got 9 laps to catch the 47.
Yeah. If we were handing out Spirit of the Race Award, we'd have quite a few to dole out. That 25 crew would be one of them for the amount of time that they spent working on that car. Same for the 191. putting a lot of time and effort into basically, I mean, to be frank, looks like making that car drivable.
It hasn't been noted since.
Yeah. Yeah, so they've done well there, and I think that car could be competitive tomorrow. I'm not sure how far up the order they can get it, but we know Overnight's capable of putting together fast cars.
Yeah. But I think you still have to give it to Palomar.
Yeah. It sounds like if not Herculean, maybe Sisyphean effort to fix those Palomar cars, but they are still running. To their credit, they're gonna get both cars classified, but they're gonna be, I think, or maybe 10 minutes away from getting that 14 to a point where it's guaranteed to score points. But what a the biggest reward that I feel like the Palomar squad can ask for at this point is just for things to not break so they can actually go to sleep.
Agreed. Just make it so everything, all that effort is worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they are, both cars are due to pick up another spot. So 15 should round up the 44, and the 14 should round up the 63. That won't happen for another 30 minutes or so. Which is actually, I think, probably kind of fun because it means that they do still have a target to chase. You know, I think it can be tough in longer races when you end up with, you know, a several lap gap. I'm thinking in particular about some of the runners in GP3, where you don't have a real rabbit to chase. At least the Palomar guys have a lap counter that they need to hit.
And it is really starting to heat up in this battle for second in GP1. Warhead is absolutely, they're going for it. They've been consistently lapping, 39, 38s, 37.5 within these last 5 laps, whereas unfortunately the 511 is, the 140, 141s, 142. So we're down to under 10 seconds.
Let's take a look at some. I'm gonna take a look at some plots for myself to see how things have progressed because we. Oh yeah, that 511 went through a driver change at the last stop and has lost, call it 3 seconds of pace relative to what they were doing on the previous stint. So I would say. They've lost pace with this driver change, and the 147 has picked it up, so that should be relatively easy picking. Gap in GP2 has blown out to about 20 minutes, so as that happens, getting closer and closer and closer to the point where GP2 is sewn up, not just in P1 but also in P2. If we're not careful, as soon as the 918 overhauls the 197, GP2 could be completely sewn up with 20 minutes to play in this race.
Yeah, we'll both have a change for fourth in GP2 this lap.
Yeah, I think that's listed as a 3-hour gap between the 197 and the 918 that's about to be erased. Ooh, getting the tail out a little bit on that 25. I believe that's is that a solid rear axle on that Jenna Mustang? Kind of looked like it.
I don't think so. I think that's the first gen where it was no longer a solid rear axle.
Okay.
2-second gap in the battle for second in GP1.
Yeah, last lap, or the lap before that, rather, the gap fell from 10 seconds to 6. So we're trending to get that overtake done at the end of this lap. I'm actually curious to know where it's losing all that time, because it does seem like we still. I would have expected to lose it in the S's, but it doesn't look like it's dropped that much as it came through turn 5. There's an awful lot you could give up in 6 and 7, and in the braking for turn 10A, though. Pass complete, if you want to call it a pass. 918 of Victory Lane has gotten as high as they can expect to finish at this point, overhauling the 197 for Overnight Motorsports.
There we see it's down to still about 2 seconds here.
Interesting. I don't think. My only thought is that I did think that the 511 was going to be marginal on fuel, and I wonder if they're in a fuel save mode. They were probably. I don't think they're a lap away from being there, but they're really close. Last stop for Lone Star, that unscheduled final stop cost them 6 minutes. Remember, a typical pit stop costs most of the entries in the field about 1:30 to 1:40.
Exit turn 5, gap is about half a second.
Three fast guys and Denny solidly running in second in GP2, despite being a GP3 car.
Side by side down the back straight as they're heading towards turn 10. We'll see 2 cars of lap traffic appear, and then yep, Moorhead Speedworks takes second.
Yeah, that could be a bit of lift and coast from that 511. If that is the case, though, well, they're really in a no-win situation if they're having to fuel save. But there's a part of me that says we'll just come in and take a bit of extra fuel, because you can't lose another spot at this point. And it's not all that fun to fuel save. Although I suppose it is a little kinder on the equipment if you've got to take a couple seconds out of the ultimate lap time. But yeah, as you say, that is second place basically sewn up for Moorhead. There's no expectation, for my money, that car will need to come in again unless they have some unforeseen problem. Puts them. I've got it as 2 minutes and 59 seconds behind GTR 99, so a full lap and change. So that number 99 car can afford to have a slip up, and by slip up I mean basically they can have an incidental contact penalty. You'd hate to take one anyway, out of pride. But but they do have that margin built up. The 75 has gone 4 off at turn 3, and the 701 has gone 4 off at turn 7, so a few little incidents here and there, but nothing major, thankfully. .191 has overtaken Birmingham Road and Race, and that does officially drop the 98 out of, I believe that's out of points paying positions.
It's hard to tell, but is that a Apex V2R on pit lane right now?
They are on pit lane. I'm not sure how long they've been there.
Or is that overnight I see right there? Okay, that is overnight GP3 entry.
Do you mean open throttle?
Yes.
we are at that point of the race. Where words are meaningless.
So that was the 65, I believe, that has rejoined the race.
Yes, for what must be the third time. Lots of long calls to the pit lane and to the paddock today.
Okay, Apex did leave pit lane. They're back out circulating. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very long stop. You can see their lap time for that out lap is a 14.5-minute lap. But it will be their last service call, assuming that they don't have some nagging issue that they need to come back in for.
But it's definitely a legitimate worry, considering you just had a very long stop.
Yes.
They only have a 5-lap margin over the open throttle Miata.
Yeah, so you're right. That's not exactly done and dusted either. It's good to see that Miata continuing to circulate. I know it's a bit behind in the GP3 classification, but that car is still running.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the slowest of the running GP3s pace-wise,
but it is running,
and it's been relatively consistent.
Yeah. No, I mean it will at the very least have beaten 2 AOA cars and the team BMW. Yeah, between the 511 and the 147 continues to grow. You see the, I believe we saw the 147 come through the shot. No, I take that back. That was the Mustang. But the gap back to the 511T from the Moorhead 147 now up to 6.5 seconds. Up about 2 that last time by. So they may well also just be conserving equipment on the 511. There's nothing really to race for there. At this point, they do want to be in the area if the Moorhead 147 does have some kind of slip up. But they're not looking at racing wheel to wheel for a position in the closing half hour of this race. Points. We never really did talk about points. We did a little bit in GP1 and then kind of dropped the subject. That has changed a little bit now because the PC racing car continues to fall down the order. We'll probably finish P7 the way things are going. The Moorhead car will finish, or at least is on track to finish, P2, which will tie their worst result in the Eastern Championship. If we look at GP2 in the National Championship, it was the 197 that was the points leader coming into this, followed by the 164. So this will be a pretty good result for Harrison, not just for the win, as things stand, and increasingly they're looking practically insurmountable. We're about 10 minutes away from them having sewn that up, but because the 197 is going to finish back in 5th, they're going to pull back a decent number of points from that car. No lift racing this weekend. The 721 for RRT Racing is tied for P4 in the GP2 National Championship. They are looking at a podium finish. No bonus points on offer this weekend because we only had the 6 starters, and tomorrow I think we're only still only expecting these 6. In the
full course yellow's being reported.
We have gone full course yellow. Is that for, what have we got down at turn 1? I see that the 109 has gone off, driver's
Roberts. Left. That's your second place GP3 car.
Yeah, and they've gone missing, so I think that car is stopped somewhere. I don't know if they've had a mechanical. I don't see any reports of smoke or anything, and also no reports of that car having spun or made contact with the tires. No, let's see, where are our onboards? Let's see who next on the scene is going to be.
Should be drivers left.
Yeah, they've just taken it all the way out to the barrier on the left-hand side, way out in the runoff. That looks to me like it's been driven there. I don't think that's made contact with the wall. I think it's possible that it's actually gone all the way around the gravel trap and come to a stop.
So in terms of fuel, this might help the 511 a little bit.
It absolutely will. I think this is probably going to be the thing that keeps them from having to do another stop if they were close.
And if that's the case, this also closes the gap to the 147 if they wanted to attack.
Yes. 109 has now been overtaken by the 605, so that is a change for position. 109 will probably lose a second spot, but no more than that, to the 75 for AOA Racing. So while they go recover that car, let's take advantage. We've been very late on ads today, so let's take advantage of the pause in the action. And while they recover that 109 for Roberts Motorsports, we'll go to an ad break and on the other side of that, we'll have about 25 minutes to play and should be pretty close to the resumption of green flag racing. Back after this.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
All right, back to the final 25 minutes of the 9-hour GP-only edition of World Racing League at Road Atlanta. We've got the 109 for Roberts Motorsports coming back on a flat, but unfortunately, I think that'll be the end of their race, which will mean the 75 is probably going to overhaul them, and they might be at risk of dropping another spot to the 880 for Apex V2R as well. Lights are still on the safety vehicle. Two things that we noted during the break. One was a surprise, the other not so much. The 511 came in to top off. That's a little bit of a surprise. More so of a surprise is the 99T coming into pit, and they've come out right behind the 147, so that we have just under a lap advantage between those two cars.
So now they have to run clean, but they're not going to run out of fuel.
Yes,
I think is.
I didn't think that the 99 was at risk anyway, and with this caution, I would have thought that they would have been safe. So maybe there's something in that I've misread, but I thought they stopped basically back timed to be able to make it to the end. Either way, they're back out on track now.
Well, this could be also, Joseph, a situation of that's a car they haven't run in a while, and they don't have the fuel number dialed in.
Perhaps.
And same with the 511, I would say. They're like, I'm sure if both of them are in their M4s, they know that they can stretch it. But if you're marginal and you get a free stop to make here anyway, you'd hate to have made that mistake and have it cough with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, but the thing that always makes me a little anxious is because the series is so draconian on contact, and for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
You've put yourself in a position where you've gone from the head of the field and really not having to pass anybody for the next 10 laps to now you're mid to back half of the pack, and you've got quite a bit of lap traffic in front of you, which is, it's just a little bit of a penalty risk, and
I don't know if it's the same penalty risk it would be at a normal weekend. We've got a little bit lighter fields, and they're the top dog. So they don't have to be looking in the mirrors for anything. They can take their time and just only pass people on straights. Like, cool, if I'm going to blow you away on the straight, great. If not, that's fine too. I'll just sit right here. Because they can burn They have, what, a minute 30 at least to burn in 22 minutes?
Yes, another car that's come in that's a little bit of a surprise to me is the 164 for Harrison. So your GP2 leaders also come in. And they should have been easily good, I would have thought. Maybe they too were a little marginal and are just topping off to be safe. I mean, they're so far ahead of the 321 for Lone Star that they could have just run the thing dry. We are going to go back to green. Pace car is off, and we are going to be taken back to green by the Lone Star Rallycross number 321, your P2 in GP2.
And round 3 racing GP1 car takes the inside easily going back up the hill. They will lead the field into turn 3. I thought that camera was frozen for a second. I was a little bit concerned. Yes. Mustang going around the outside, putting down that power, trying to keep it going.
Running the Ryan Hunter Ray line.
Absolutely. They're going to tuck in behind the Miata. Not sure he'll get the advantage of drafting there with a much bigger car versus a much smaller car. I expect we'll see him jump out again and make another pass.
Yeah, open throttle number 64 is at least on an out lap, or is still in the pit lane. 2 overtakes that we're looking for. One in 1 lap time will be the 15 for Palomar. Should relegate the number 44 for PC Racing down into P7. And that should happen on this lap. In about 5 laps time, the team car, the number 14 for Palomar, should overhaul the 63 for Kingpin Racing. With under 20 minutes to go, I think Harrison, that 164, that car which is still circulating, I think that's got enough of a gap that that GP2 is actually basically set in stone, save for post-race tech, basically.
Yep. I think so as well.
Cross that one effectively off your list. Everyone's just basically got to play it safe and not break the car. As we see a nose stuck in at turn 12.
Ooh. And then, Zach, if we could follow these 2 cars around, that would be fantastic. So this is the Mustang now bearing down on the Porsche Boxster. This, in fact, is the manifestation of a question that I asked myself repeatedly before I bought my Mustang, having driven my friend's Boxster, was which of these 2 cars would I go for? And so that Boxster with a 2.5, I believe, in the GP1 car, being hounded by the V8 engine in the Mustang. And in theory, you would think here that the Porsche should be better in the corners and the Mustang a little bit better on the straights. But that Mustang has been making some pretty cool moves around the outside. They've been putting noses in. They've been doing this and that. That car has been, I don't want to say taking chances, but they've been aggressive, I think, today in trying to take the positions they can get. This, of course, not a battle for position on track, but I think interesting to watch nonetheless.
Oh, but what is relevant here is the 99 is going to round up the 147 on the back straightaway on the way into 10A, and that will re-lap that 147, which that brings them back into that 1-lap buffer zone, and they have made it back around to being 3rd in line on track. So any concerns that some of us, aka me, might have had about track position not working in their favor appear to have dissolved, and they're back to where they need to be.
Yep. And that Mustang gets around the Boxster / Cayman cleanly into turn number 1.
Sounds like a splitter dragging. I know you don't have that trackside audio, but it sounded like something, piece of carbon fiber or fiberglass skipping on the compression into turn 1.
I believe that.
Apex V2R has pitted, and I don't think that they were due. I think they should have been good to go.
Remember, they're the ones that recently had the 12-minute or so stop. Just trying to get out, back on track and circulating to hold off the The open throttle Miata.
Yes. Holding off the open throttle Miata and on course in very short order to overtake the 109 that was P2 not too long ago in GP3. And now the number 99 is hot on the heels of the 25 as the 701, 147, and an open throttle car go 3 wide through Marshall's post 9. They're going to sort themselves out with the 99 getting ahead of the 25 Mustang and the 147 getting around both the 701 and the, sorry, not an open throttle car, one of the Palomar BMWs. Now, have we established whether or not this is a debut for that Lone Star number 321? Have we seen them in previous weekends?
They were at Tech, doing Tech for the first time.
Okay. So aggressively no.
I believe so.
Okay.
They do have lots of road course racing experience. It's clear.
Yes.
That much is, there. But first time in WRL, most likely.
Right. Okay. So I mean that's a stout debut. If we are right about that, to finish second in GP2, which is where they are basically set to finish up. RRT Racing is gonna hold third. They cannot be caught, and the 918 at this point can no longer be caught either. They will finish P4 after spending 3 hours in the paddock earlier. Which, by the way, that 918 is pretty pacey. It hasn't lost that much time since it came out of the garage. It's been doing comparable lap times to the 164. Obviously, that Harrison car doesn't really need to push lap time at the moment because of the gap. But this is another one of those cars where if they have a different race on Sunday, could be really interesting to watch, that victory lane number 918. One more ticket to the pits. It's quite slowly, in fact. Is that one of the AOA cars? 75, maybe?
I just lowered the shade for that part of the window, so I do not know.
Wonderful.
All I can see is Michelin.
Michelin. That is not a Miata.
No. I think that is the...
it's the 918.
Victory lane, yeah.
Wonder if they've got an issue, were they due for a stop?
No.
They were not. So that may be them continuing to shake down that car, or calling it a day.
Yeah, they've done what they need to do. They took fourth from Overnight Motorsports. There's not much more they can get position wise.
Yep. And they have to think about mileage on the car.
Yeah, and they will be comfortably classified, so they don't need to worry about losing so many laps at this point, especially with what is probably like 9 to go for the GP2 field. Yeah. They don't need to worry about going below that 50% threshold.
Not at all.
In fact, let's play my favorite game, which is who is going to fall below the threshold. 99T
That's your
should...
favorite game, is to see whose efforts have been in vain? Bitter person you are.
Yeah, well... that's known. So 99T should finish on lap 309, which is great because that's exactly what I had projected earlier. Good work, me. As as their upper
so
limit.
modest too.
Yeah. I'm
Nobody's
so
ever
kind-hearted.
done it better. It's fantastic. Nobody's ever seen a projection software like this. Nobody. Lots of people are saying it's been wonderful. No, okay.
They said the math was too irresponsible.
If we're being false modest here, I'd just like to point out that the 191 hasn't gone off track since we're taking our guesses.
Ah, you're right.
Huh.
Man. JT really does watch the GP fields. You got his finger on the
Sometimes.
pulse.
We literally only have GP fields to watch.
That's true. That is true.
But no, you're right. Since they've made whatever setup changes they were making, they've been pretty steady. If we take a look at the pace, which I haven't really done, they've been doing consistent 42s, 43s, which would put them on a par with the lap times that the 511 is doing at the moment. Not what the 511 is capable of, to be totally fair, but they're not out at sea with that car. Although they were pretty well beached earlier on.
They were, I thought you were going to say they were like in the estuary.
No.
Alright, this lap, the 14 should take 8th in GP1.
All right.
Yes, I heard too many numbers at the same time, and I was scrambling trying to figure out what you were talking about. But that will also then be the highest that car will be able to achieve. Let's see. So if the number 99 finishes on, we'll call it 308, so I can give myself an even number. That'd be 155. That a team would need to hit. The number 25, it's going to be slightly irrelevant because they're going to be outside the points paying positions anyway. But they are really close to having that car classified at the end of this if that continues to operate as smoothly as it has been, which means that the overnight number 191, your final points scoring entry, should be safe, and actually really is safe. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the proverbial phone. We've got a car back out on track. Guess who it is?
Is it the open throttle car?
No, it's the number 98 for Birmingham Road and Race.
Yeah.
They are also a little too far back to be able to do anything with it, but good to see that car being shaken down before they have to take the green flag tomorrow.
The open throttle, the E46 is being driven in the paddock right now.
Ooh, all right. The plot thickens.
Spicy. Is this going to be a one-lap sprint to the end, or a 3-lap sprint to the end?
I actually don't think that there's anything in it for any of the open throttle cars, to be honest.
Okay. Well, they did just send the victory lane car back out.
I think some of these are going through setup change shakedowns in the last 10 minutes here, because I don't think there's the 918.
No, they're pulling it in the pit lane. Okay, cool.
Okay, because the 918 wouldn't be able to score, wouldn't be able to pick up another spot if it came out. The open throttle, which is that? Is that going to be the 65? Is that you're referring to?
Yes,
yeah.
I am.
They are. They're not. I don't believe they're within striking distance of the 55 if they can get that car together.
No, they are 128 laps behind.
Oh,
so I mean they are right there.
More importantly, is they previously came out to get past the 85.
Yeah, but that's not gonna. I mean, they don't. They are one of those cars that does not have enough laps banked to be classified. The 55 does. The 55 for AOA will be classified. In GP2, you have to go down to the 5th place 197 for overnight. So that is the entirety of the top 5 will be classified. The P6 of 6 for that 160 of Moorhead. They will not be classified. They've only turned 67 laps. So that kind of answers that question. Have I talked about the GP3 class yet? Probably not. In terms of national championship, the open throttle, that number 65 that is sitting P8 and will not score points because of this classification issue that we were just talking about. They came in leading the GP3 national championship. The 85 was P2. 75 is P3 in the championship and P3 in the running at the moment. At 28 points behind open throttle. They'll claw back. What would that be? I think that'll be 10 points. They'll claw back 10 points because I think this class will get bonus points today.
Yeah.
For having, I think it's greater than 7 entries.
Yes. Bonus.
Exactly. The 55 is P4, and they'll score. I think remember the points table off the top of my head. I think it'll be something like 3 points that they'll pick up, maybe 4. So not a tremendous result. The Roberts car is P5 in the championship. So actually, the cool thing about the entries that we've had is basically the top 5 in the championship have all come to play this weekend. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a tremendous day for any of them. The 605 hasn't actually run a race this year yet, so they'll come away with a second place finish in a championship that they don't really have much stake in. Same for 3 Fast Guys and Denny. The 75, as I mentioned, P3 in the championship. Have I talked about the East? I've talked about the East a little bit. That 147 for Moorhead leads the East by a bit of a margin, just because they've won everything but one, and in that race they finished P2. So, which would have been, I believe, the Sunday race at, is that NOLA? Does that make sense? I'll claim that makes sense. I mean, everybody else here, the 701 for round 3 have had a rough go of things in the East. So this will be a good boost for them just to pick up points, frankly. In the East in GP2, overnight that 197 was leading, and I think they still will. Although it's going to be close because the RRT racing car is going to pick up, I think, 4 points on them. Might only be 3. If it's 3, then they'll still have a point advantage over that RRT number 721. The difference is going to be this Harrison car, which is going to come away with 13 points, and I believe they will overhaul the 197. So you'll have a change for the GP2 East lead coming out of this race. And then in the GP3 East, more or less the same story as the national championship, with that open throttle number 65 basically leading the championship as we came in, but not coming away with anything at all today. In the national overall championship, majority of let's see, 111 and 44 at the head of that. The 147 is P3 there, and this will be a good day for them in that regard. The 197 and 65, for that matter, were right behind them coming into this weekend. 197 we decided will score points, but not very many, I'm afraid. and the 65 for open throttle will, again, not score any. So that's how the national championship will chop and change. Basically, advantage to the 147 for Moorhead. I think we'll put them to the top of that table. And there goes that Moorhead 147. Remember, started at the very tail end of the field because they didn't get any running in yesterday. I don't think we've hit that point hard enough. I've only mentioned it probably 20 times.
They're the big mover, TM. Those three fast guys and Denny.
Our leader is coming across start-finish line to take the white flag.
Yeah, we haven't seen this number 99 team GTR entry in what, probably 4 years, we don't think. And here it is again, taking the mothballs out, and it has been hardly challenged. A little bit of a scare from the Moorhead 147 at times. Maybe it would have been a different story if that car had started where it ought to have. And that old choice car being run by Bruce Innovations, that 511T. Really strong fight in the podium places in GP1. But ultimately, it is that story that we always talk about with that Team GTR squad. Just the consistency, not necessarily pushing for overall pace, but that repeated consistency out of that team. And really, it feels like I'm watching a race from COTA in 2018 with this car. Just you cannot get rid of it.
And same can be said with our other class leaders today. Harrison's going to win GP2 by about 11 and a half laps.
Yes.
Three fast guys at Denny's. They've got a 4 lap margin, but enough to put the
Ryan, bring us home as the number 99 goes under the Fox Factory Bridge.
I just muted myself there. So the 99 is going to go under the bridge. We're approximately 10 seconds past, and we're going to wrap up the race here. Pretty excited. There comes the 147 underneath the Michelin Bridge, passing the checkered flag there. We're very happy to have had you all with us here today. Make sure that you join us tomorrow as well. We will be doing the same thing again for about the same amount of time. We're going to have about a 2-hour break in the middle there for lunch, or breakfast as it were. Should be same time, same place. We'll have 1 hour and then 6 hours of furious action at the end. We're hoping to see some more cars here. Joseph, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see the car that you want me to call on the program here.
Already came across the line.
Outstanding. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. I was on the multi-view trying to do something else in the background. So, beautiful.
Waiting for 2 more. I don't think have we seen Harrison come across?
I believe Harrison's on the back straight right now.
Yep.
Okay. And also waiting for that.
Fast guys with Denny's behind.
Perfect. So those will be our last 2 class winners.
Perfect. There goes the Harrison Motorsports car. And then
down the hill through 12.
Yep, that's going to be the 3 fast guys and Jenny. Toyota 86. Just hitting the apex there. Only a couple more turns to go, and you're home free for a nice cold beverage, a bed. Hopefully you don't have to do too much maintenance on your car tonight. You can go sleep quickly and be ready to get back at it again. And here they come over the line. So that wraps up our class winners here. Gentlemen, thanks for hanging out while I played cameraman today. That was really fun.
I don't envy you being in the heat.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to be in my air-conditioned house. 10 out of 10, no notes.
Would do again.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, we've wrapped up the point situation, right?
Yeah, we have buttoned that.
Running orders.
Yeah.
I think we're good here. Are we not?
Yeah. My biggest note is I think this is going to be a completely different race. We saw a lot of cars that will will get a second crack at things, have the right pace to contend for wins, and because it's a 7-hour race instead of a 9-hour race, completely different complexion to the strategy, at least until we get our first full course yellow, and then everything will be thrown into complete disarray.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about everybody else, but I am pumped for disarray. This array, that array, all of the arrays, really.
Concatenated arrays, matrix transpositions.
Indeed. Well, for JT Tammy, Joseph Moonrock, Zach Johnson.
That's his name. You're right.
And myself,
What's
Ryan
your name?
West.
That's awesome.
There we go. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you tomorrow here at Road Atlanta.